Elena's POV. A sharp, insistent knock shattered the deep silence of my sleep-deprived haze. Groaning, I dragged myself from the tangle of sheets, my body protesting every movement after consecutive all-nighters at the office. I shuffled to the door, my mind still foggy with exhaustion. Finally, a day off. I swung the door open. A man in a crisp security uniform stood rigidly in the hallway. "Miss Elena?" His voice was impersonal, a flat statement. I blinked, rubbing my eyes. "Yes? What is it?" "Officer Ken, I'm here on Mr. Dalton's orders. You are required to vacate the premises immediately." The words hung in the air, nonsensical. "Mr. Dalton, Mark, my boyfriend," a brittle, nervous laugh escaped my lips. "This has to be a joke, a bad one." "It is not a joke, ma'am." He pulled out a paper and flashed it before my eyes. A written order, signed by Mark Dalton himself. I froze. This can't be right," I whispered, the words sticking in my throat. "Mark is my boyfriend. We're fine. He wouldn't just..." "He said your employment with Thompson Crest Enterprise has been terminated." "Terminated?" The clinical term sliced through my confusion. "What?" He offered no elaboration, only a stoic silence. I stood frozen in the doorway, disbelief curdling into a hot, sharp anger as I stared him down. "There's been a mistake," I burst out, my voice rising. "I need to call Mark. Now." I didn't wait for a response. I rushed into the bedroom, grabbed my phone, and dialed the number I knew by heart. It went straight to a cold, automated voicemail. A cold wave of panic crested over the anger. I hurried back to the door, my earlier bravado crumbling. "I have to speak with Mr. Dalton. He can't do this. Where am I supposed to go?" Officer Ken glanced pointedly at his watch. "You have 10 minutes to gather your personal effects, ma'am." "You cannot be serious," I snapped, the fear making my tone razor-sharp. "Where is he? I demand to see him." "Mr. Dalton is unavailable today," he stated, his calmness a stark contrast to my unraveling composure. Then, dropping the words like a bomb, he added, "He is otherwise occupied with his wedding." The world dropped out from under me. The air vanished from my lungs. A flicker of something, pity, mockery, crossed his eyes. "You truly had no idea? It's been the talk of the town for weeks." My hands trembled violently. Weeks? I'd been buried under mountains of work, surviving on coffee and deadlines. Mark had praised my dedication, his voice warm with what I'd mistaken for genuine pride. "You're incredible, Elena. This proposal is brilliant. Just push through these final days. I have a special reward waiting for you." Last night, his text had promised a surprise for all my hard work. And today he did give me a surprise bomb. I shoved past Ken into the corridor. Across the street, a massive digital billboard, usually flashing luxury ads, was broadcasting live footage. Thompson-Dalton Union, the wedding of the decade. The headlines screamed in shimmering gold. Mark Dalton, my lover, my boss, was today pledging his life to another woman. The taxi ride was a blur of frantic scrolling through a social media feed I never had time for. Every tap of my screen was a fresh stab. Hashtags like power couple and fairy tale wedding trended globally. I devoured articles with a morbid hunger, each detail a piece of a puzzle that painted a picture of breathtaking, calculated betrayal. My boyfriend, no, my ex-boyfriend, was marrying someone else, and the entire world was celebrating. Then I saw her. Bella Thompson. The profile photo showed a woman of ethereal beauty, but it was her lineage that stole the breath from my lungs. Sister to Eric Thompson, the most formidable alpha in the Northeast, leader of the prestigious Silvercrest Pack. The pieces snapped into place with a sickening clarity. Of course, this wasn't just a marriage, it was a merger. She offered a kingdom, connections, power, a legacy woven into the very fabric of the elite werewolf society. What could my late-night hustle, my meticulously crafted business proposals, possibly offer compared to an entire empire? Tears burned, but a fiercer, hotter emotion surged beneath them, a righteous, consuming anger. So what if I was human? So what if I came from nothing? Even if this was some fated mate bond I'd heard whispered about in their world, how could he do this? 2 years. 2 years of loving him, supporting him, being his confidant and his haven. And my reward was an eviction notice delivered by a stranger and his wedding to another woman as my severance package. I needed an answer. Not a corporate statement, not a polite dismissal. I needed to look him in the eye. The cab halted. Silver Crown Estate loomed before me, a vision of Gothic grandeur, towering spires, windows gleaming like icy jewels, Gardens fit for royalty. A sharp pang twisted in my chest. I'd once doodled Elena Dalton on a notepad, imagining a day like this, but for us. The irony was a physical ache. My gaze swept over the entrance. Impeccably uniformed wolf-shifter guards stood sentinel, their postures radiating an aura of unbreachable authority. A human girl with puffy eyes and a broken heart didn't stand a chance. But then I spotted it, a catering van idling at the service gate, its rear doors gaping open as crates of champagne were unloaded. A sliver of an opportunity. Heart hammering against my ribs, I darted forward. In the distracted flurry of activity, I slipped inside the van's dark interior, pressing myself flat between cold metal racks just as the doors swung shut. The engine rumbled to life. The van jolted to a stop inside the perimeter. I waited for the drivers to move away before emerging, my simple dress starkly out of place amidst the staff's crisp uniforms. I tried to blend in, heading purposefully toward the main hall, my mind racing. "Excuse me, you can't just stand there." A sharp voice cut into my thoughts. I blinked, looking up at a severe-looking woman clutching a clipboard and a headset. Her name tag read, Event Coordinator, G. Pierce. "Sorry, I quickly swiped at my eyes, forcing a shaky smile. "I'm with the groom's family. Just arrived from out of town, a bit lost. Could you point me to him? I need to give him something before the ceremony." Her eyes scanned me, lingering on my lack of a visible guest pass. But the mention of family and the desperate hope in my eyes seemed to satisfy her. She gestured impatiently toward a secluded wing of the estate. The groom's preparation suite. Across the courtyard, the ivy-covered building, room 25. "But be quick, the procession starts in 20. "Thank you," I whispered, the words barely audible over the deafening roar of my own heart. I must admit a grim pride in my minor talent for infiltration. Slipping past the distracted perimeter guards and into the groom's preparation suite felt like a final, desperate act of a ghost haunting its own past life. And there he was. Mark stood before a full-length mirror, admiring his reflection. Clad in immaculate black tails, he was the picture of polished perfection, exactly as I'd once dreamed he would be on our day. His eyes met mine in the glass. Surprise flickered for a millisecond, quickly smothered by a familiar, languid smirk that now felt like a brand. "You actually made it here?" he drawled, not bothering to fully turn around. I was wondering how long it would take for the penny to drop. My fingers clenched around the strap of my purse until the leather bit into my palm. "What is all this, Mark?" My voice was tight, a thin wire about to snap. He finally pivoted, his gaze sweeping over me from my disheveled hair to my off-the-rack dress, a look that lingered with palpable distaste. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, he gestured to the opulent suite, the waiting bouquet of calla lilies, the glittering cufflinks on the velvet tray. "Isn't it obvious? I'm getting married." His tone was flat, matter-of-fact, utterly devoid of remorse. My heart plummeted, but I forced the words out. "Why, Mark? There is no we anymore," he cut in sharply, adjusting his already perfect tie. "I'm marrying Bella. I can't afford to be associated with distractions from my past. A girl from nowhere, with nothing." I bit my lower lip so hard I tasted copper, the sting a counterpoint to the humiliation burning through me. "You said you didn't care about any of that." A cold, derisive laugh escaped him. "Elena, please, don't tell me you actually believed the sweet nothings men whisper to get what they want." He shook his head, a patronizing tilt to it. "You were a pleasant diversion. Convenient, admiring, always there. But let's be real. You were holding out like some Victorian relic. Frankly, you should be grateful I kept you around as long as I did." The tears came then, hot and unrestrained, each one a scalding testament to my own naivety. This wasn't just heartbreak. It was annihilation, the systematic dismantling of every cherished memory, every whispered promise. Mark's expression remained carved from ice. He turned back to the mirror, a final dismissal. "Leave, Elena. You're only embarrassing yourself. You've served your purpose. I have no further use for you." A white-hot fury erupted, incinerating the last of my pain. My eyes darted around the room, landing on a half-full flute of champagne resting on a side table. A prop for his pre-ceremony toast, no doubt. I didn't think. I simply acted. In one swift motion, I snatched the flute and flung the contents directly at him. the golden liquid arc through the air, catching the light before it splashed across his meticulously styled hair and the pristine shoulder of his jacket. "Have you lost your mind, you wretched girl?" he shrieked, recoiling as the champagne dripped, ruining the perfect picture. A savage, fleeting satisfaction pierced through my rage. "Did you think I would just watch you discard me and politely wish you well?" My voice was low, trembling with a kind of wild, liberated madness. I met his horrified gaze in the mirror. "Look at you now. Your perfect hair is ruined. Do you think you'll make it to the altar on time? Or should I pay a visit to your blushing bride first? I have so many stories to share about the real Mark Dalton." Panic and fury warred on his face. He lunged for a towel, frantically dabbing at the sticky mess, his composure shattered. "Guards!" he bellowed, his voice cracking with rage as he strode towards the door and wrenched it open. "Get this hysterical woman out of here. Now, throw her out." A guard seized my arm in a vice-like grip, and another was wrenching my purse from my shoulder. My screams were raw, ragged things, lost in the opulent hallway as they dragged me, kicking and clawing, toward the elevator. With a final, contemptuous shove, they hurled me inside. My purse landed beside me with a thud as the doors hissed shut, sealing me in a silent descending tomb of metal. I collapsed onto the cold floor, tremors racking my body, a volatile cocktail of shattered heartbreak and unspent fury. Drawing my knees to my chest, I clutched my bag like a lifeline. Hot, silent tears carved paths through the remnants of my dignity. Everything hurt. My pride, my heart, the very blueprint of the future I'd so foolishly believed in. The will to even stand up had deserted me. What was the point? The elevator chimed, a soft, polite sound absurdly at odds with my internal ruin. The door slid open. I didn't look up, I couldn't, until a pair of impeccably polished black Oxfords stepped into the periphery of my blurred vision, halting directly before me. The air in the small cabin shifted, grew heavier, charged with a presence that was impossible to ignore. "Elena Gray?" I froze, my breath hitched in my throat. Slowly, painfully, I lifted my gaze. The man standing before me was, without contest, the most devastatingly handsome man I had ever seen. Tall, with a build that spoke of controlled power rather than brute bulk, he was elegance personified in a tailored charcoal suit that likely cost more than my annual salary. Dark hair swept back from a commanding brow, and his eyes were a penetrating storm cloud gray, holding an intensity that seemed to see right through the wreckage I presented. This was Alpha Eric Thompson, CEO of Thompson Crest Enterprises, the most powerful alpha of the Silver Crest Pack, and he was staring down at me with a gaze that was not one of pity or disdain, but of a deep, smoldering, and dark carnal heat. My heart didn't just skip a beat. It stuttered to a dead halt before galloping against my ribs like a trapped bird. Why him? Why now? Elena's POV. He didn't take his eyes off me, and when I held his gaze, it was intense and provocating. I suddenly felt vulnerable and exposed, like he was slowly undressing me with his eyes. Something about his stare pulled me in. A current of desire ran through my veins, and my heart fluttered wildly, but I snapped out of it quickly. I reminded myself who the man standing right before me was, Eric Thompson, Mark's future brother-in-law. I wouldn't fool myself believing that people as wealthy as they are care about people like me, and I wasn't going to break or make myself pathetic before them either. Not anymore. I quickly wiped my face with my palms and pushed myself to my feet. Once the elevator stopped, I grabbed my box and headed to the door, but in one swift move, Eric stepped in front of me and blocked my way. "You can't be stepping out there looking like that," he scolded coldly, towering over me, his eyes still piercing through me. "Like how?" I retorted before following his gaze downward. My God, I gasped inwardly when I noticed the top of my gown was torn, exposing my cleavage. Heat rushed to my face as I quickly pulled the top together and held my chest tight with one hand. The gown must have been ripped apart when I struggled with Mark's security. But why did he sound so possessive, like he owned me? I can't remember ever meeting him closely before now. I quickly masked my embarrassment and lifted my chin. "How I choose to dress is my prerogative," I said sharply and moved forward to go, but he grabbed my waist and yanked me back. Not accepting him mishandling me, I struggled to push him off. But when my hand brushed through his open chest, a current of desire coursed through my veins, and I shuddered. And when our eyes met, his was a shade darker. "No way," he blurted out condescendingly. "I won't let anyone dressed this indecently be caught dead around my sister's wedding." Infuriated at his disgusting words, I dropped my box and quickly ripped off the loose, dangling, and useless fabric. With the upper part gone, my dress transformed into a tight-fitting sleeveless mini-gown. For a second, he froze. Then a low, hungry growl slipped from him. He grabbed me and pinned against the wall, his body pressing dangerously close. I felt trapped and overwhelmed by his strong, earthy scent, my pulse spiking as my knees weakened. "What game are you playing?" he hissed, close to my neck, his fast and warm breath brushing my skin, his eyes darkening even more. "Is this how you go around seducing men?" "What does that supposed to mean?" I scolded and pushed him off. How else was I supposed to fix my ripped gown, stuck in this elevator? He said nothing, but his jaw tightened. Then, without warning, he shrugged off his jacket and draped it over my shoulders. Before I could react, he pressed the button, the elevator doors slid open, and he walked out, leaving me standing there, shaken and wrapped in his scent. I stepped out of the elevator, with his jacket around my shoulders and the doors slammed shut behind me coldly. Shame burned inside me as his words replayed in my head, cold and accusing, as if he had already decided I was a loose woman. My throat tightened with anger. Yet I still clutched his jacket closer, while his strong and earthy scent wrapped around me. It slipped under my skin, making my knees weak and stirring feelings I didn't want to admit. I hated it. Why was my body betraying me like this? Why him? Eric Thompson, the brother to the woman who stole Mark from me, the one man I should never want. "Look what the cat dragged in." The voice cut through my thoughts as I walked fast, putting as much distance as possible between myself and the wedding venue. I recognized it instantly, Celine, Mark's sister. I didn't stop, I had no time for her, but she stepped directly into my path. "What are you doing here, Elena?" she sneered. "Trying to lure my brother back into your web." Before I could respond, two of her friends joined her. Their eyes dragged over me with open disgust, their lips curled in mockery. "Lure your brother back?" I scoffed. "Please, I have no interest in slimy gold diggers." "See who's talking," Celine hissed, bursting into laughter with her friends. "Then why are you here? You came to cry and beg him to take you back? Shouldn't you be ashamed to even show up here?" "What I'm doing here has nothing to do with you or your scheming brother, Celine," I hissed back. Her eyes hardened. "Deny it all you want, but we won't have trash like you hanging around to ruin this day. Get out." "Oh, please," I shot back, standing my ground. "Whatever filthy show you have going on here is none of my business. I was done with your useless brother long before all this." My defiance only fueled her anger. She snapped her fingers and shouted, "Security, get over here. Throw this filth out." I didn't move. When the two guards approached, they stopped abruptly. Their eyes dropped to the jacket around my shoulders, and their noses flared as they caught the alpha scent clinging to it. They hesitated. Celine followed their gaze, her expression twisted as she noticed the jacket and the unmistakable earthy scent on it. "Slut," she spat. "That's what you're good at, isn't it? Jumping from bed to bed." That was it. Before I could think, my hand flew up and smack! The sound echoed as my palm connected with her cheek. She cried out in shock, clutching her face, but she didn't dare strike back. "Miss Elena," one of the guards said stiffly, avoiding my eyes, "please leave the venue." I was already walking away, dragging my box behind. I walked away without anyone else daring to stop me. The guards kept their distance, their eyes flicking to the jacket around my shoulders. Outside, the weather changed suddenly, and rain began to pour down without mercy. Within seconds, I was soaked and shivering. Panic tightened my chest as I thought of the jacket. I couldn't let it be ruined. I hurried into a dark corner beside the building where there was some shelter, pressing my back to the wall and praying the rain would ease. That was when I sensed it. Low voices, rough laughter, and heavy footsteps drawing closer. I looked up and my stomach dropped. 3 men stepped out of the shadows, their eyes roaming over me slowly. "Oh God," I whispered, "who's going to save me from these rogues?" Elena's POV. The rain hammered down harder, drumming against the shelter as if it knew I was trapped. The three men spread out slowly around me, blocking the light in the air. Their eyes moved over me with mischief, and my heart pounded hard. "Oh, God, I need help," I prayed. "Well, look at this cutie," one of them said, smiling without warmth. "Hiding out here all alone." Another chuckled, "And looking too cute for her own good." I tightened my grip on the jacket, pressing my back harder against the wall. "Stay back," I warned, forcing my voice to stay steady. "I don't want trouble." Amused, they exchanged looks. "Trouble?" one scoffed. "Who says we're trouble? We just want to keep you company." My heart kept pounding so loud I was sure they could hear it. I glanced around, searching for an opening, any way out. There was none. Yet I decided to push through. The moment I tried to run past them, one of them stepped in front of me. Fast and effortless. "Not so quick," he said. I turned the other way, but was locked again. My breath came in sharp gasps as panic set in. Then a pair of hands grabbed the jacket. "Let go," I cried, but it was ripped off me in one hard pull. Cold air hit my skin. My sleeveless dress clung to me, soaked and revealing. "Well, damn," one of them said slowly. "Look at your dressing. Playing hard to get, huh?" Another laughed, his eyes eating me up. Running around like this and acting all innocent? Shame burned through me, hotter than fear. I wrapped my arms around myself, trembling. "This isn't what you think," I snapped. "Back off." But they only moved closer. I swung my arm frantically, aiming for anything and ready to fight them off or defend myself, but I was just human and they were rogue wolves. I didn't stand a chance. One of them caught my wrists and twisted them behind my back. Pain shot through my shoulders. "Let me go," I screamed, struggling. Another stepped closer and grabbed my waist. "Relax," he said. "We only want to play with you." I kicked, thrashed, fought with everything I had, but it was useless. I was shaking, soaked and weak. "Help," I screamed again, my voice breaking. "Someone help me." They laughed. "Who's going to hear you?" one said. "Everyone's busy with that fancy wedding." Tears streamed down my face as terror crushed my chest. I shut my eyes, praying for anything or for anyone. Just as one of them reached for my legs, a sharp, commanding voice cut through the rain. "Let her go and step away. Now!" The air shifted instantly, and the rogues froze. The grip on my arms and leg loosened. Even the rain felt like it paused. I looked up, eyes blurred with tears. Eric Thompson stood a few steps away, his posture relaxed but lethal. His eyes were dark, unreadable, and glowing with something that made me tremble. The rogues sniffed. "I said move," he growled. Their faces drained of color. "Alpha," one of them muttered under his breath. They tried to step back, panic flashing in their eyes, and from the look on their faces, they were in big, deep trouble. No one dared touch me again. Eric's gaze swept over me, taking in my soaked, sticking dress, my bare shoulders, my shaking hands, the tears I couldn't stop. Something cold, furious, and dangerous crossed his face. "What you did," he said calmly but coldly, "was a mistake." The next moments happened fast. One rogue was shoved aside like he weighed nothing. Another hit the ground with a cry. The third didn't get the chance to run. Eric moved with brutal precision. No wasted motion and no mercy, just pure dominance. When it was over, they scattered, groaning and crawling away into the rain. Then he turned to me as the fury in his eyes softened a bit. At that moment, my legs gave out and I didn't even feel myself fall. Strong arms caught me before I hit the ground, pulling me against a solid chest. I clutched his coat without thinking, my fingers digging in as my body shook. "I've got you," he said quietly. I couldn't stop trembling. The cold had seeped into my bones and my head felt light. His hand brushed my forehead, his touch suddenly urgent. "You're burning up," he muttered. "Damn it." He lifted me easily, holding me close as if I weighed nothing at all. I pressed my face into his chest, breathing in his warmth. His scent wrapped around me and made my thoughts blur. "Stay with me, Elena," he said firmly. I nodded weakly, clinging to him like he was the only thing keeping me alive. He carried me to the car as if I weighed nothing. "Nearest hospital," he ordered the driver. "Now." The door shut, cutting off the rain. I still couldn't stop shaking. My body felt ice cold and my head heavy. "Stay still," he said. I tried, but my body moved on instinct. I reached for him, my fingers clutching his shirt. "I'm cold," I whispered. With a sharp breath, he pulled off his jacket and wrapped it around my shoulders, his hands lingering a second too long. "There," he muttered. "This will heat you up." But the warmth from the jacket wasn't enough. It only made me lean closer, my fingers tightened in his shirt and my body pressing into his. His jaw clenched. "You're not making this easy." For reasons I couldn't explain, his scent wrapped around me like a spell. Eric's jacket chased away the cold but clouded my thoughts. I wanted more warmth, and without thinking, I shifted closer, then climbed onto his lap, seeking more warmth, seeking him. "Elena," he warned, his voice rough. "Don't." I barely heard him. The world had narrowed to his breath, his heartbeat, and the way his presence swallowed me whole. When my lips brushed his, everything snapped. He cursed under his breath and raised the privacy screen, sealing us into the dim, confined space. His pheromones flooded the car, heavy and commanding, leaving me dizzy and aching. My kisses were clumsy, desperate, but they broke something in him. His restraint shattered, and just then the car stopped. "We're here, sir," the driver said. The moment shattered. Eric stiffened, as if someone poured ice on him. Then he pulled away, his face blanking off completely. "We shouldn't be doing this," he finally said hoarsely. "I wanted to ask why. I wanted to understand how everything could change so fast. One second we were in cloud nine, and the next he turned cold. But the world tilted, faded, and went dark." Elena's POV. I woke up to the steady beep of a machine and the sharp sting of antiseptic in the air. My head throbbed as I tried to move. "Elena, you're awake." A voice broke through the haze. I turned to see May, my best friend. She was right beside my bed, eyes red and tears sliding freely down her cheeks. "That bastard," she snapped, gripping my hand tightly. "How could Mark do this to you? Cheating on you like that, then going ahead with that shameless wedding. If I see him, I swear." "May," my throat felt dry. "What? How did you know?" She looked at me like the answer was obvious. "The news is everywhere. The wedding, the Thompsons' wealth and power, all of it. I knew it would break you." I swallowed as memories flashed back to me. The rain, the rogues, the kiss in Eric's luxury car, and a scent that still lingered in my senses. My cheeks warmed despite myself. "I'm fine," I said quietly. "How did you know I was here?" "The hospital called me." She sniffed, wiping her face. "You listed me as your emergency contact. Thank God you did. When they said you collapsed, I almost lost my mind." I nodded slowly. She didn't mention anyone else. No Alpha. No man with electrifying eyes and a voice that still echoed in my head. I looked away and told myself not to be foolish. Eric was Bella's brother and part of Mark's family now. He was a powerful Alpha, someone far above my world. And whatever happened before I blacked out meant nothing and shouldn't have happened, like he said. May's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. "I swear, Elena, I won't let this go," she said, her fists clenched. "Mark thinks he can humiliate you and walk away? We should plan a revenge he'll never see coming. I already have a few ideas. He'd be completely ruined." "Don't," I cut in quietly. She blinked at me. "Why not?" I looked at her, then turned away. "I don't have the time or energy to plot revenge on Mark," I said quietly. "It won't change anything." "That's not true," she snapped. "People can't just treat you like trash and go scot-free." "They can," I said calmly. "Especially people like him." May frowned. "What do you mean?" "Mark isn't just Mark anymore," I said. "He married into the Thompson family. He's now sitting on power, money, and status. An ordinary human girl like me doesn't fight people like that and win." Her mouth opened, then closed. "And even if I tried," I went on, "what would I gain? More trouble? A black mark on my record? I need my severance. I need a new job." She stared at me like she was seeing me for the first time. "You're really okay?" I let out a short laugh. "Do I look okay?" "No," she admitted softly. "This isn't you, Elena. You're acting like this doesn't hurt." "It does," I said, "but I don't have the luxury to fall apart." Her eyes softened. "Elena, I'm not a rich girl who can lock herself in her room and cry for months," I continued. "I have bills. I have rent. I have a grandmother waiting for her treatment money." May swallowed. "Your grandma. I need to send money home at the end of every month," I said. "That doesn't stop because Mark cheated." She shook her head slowly. "You're too strong for your own good." "Not strong," I said, "just realistic." I leaned back against the pillows. If anything, I should be grateful." "Grateful?" she echoed. "Yes," I said. "At least I saw who he really was before I gave him more of myself, before I wasted more years." I forced a small smile. a blessing in disguise. May looked like she wanted to argue, to say something comforting or angry or reckless, but before she could, the door opened. The doctor walked in, clipboard in hand. "Time for a quick check," he said. May fell silent, but her eyes stayed on me full of things left unsaid. "Good morning, Elena," he said. "How are you feeling now?" "Better," I replied, though my head still felt heavy. "When can I leave?" "Soon," he said with a nod. "You had a high fever and severe shock, but you're responding well to treatment." As he spoke, my eyes drifted around the room, taking in the wide windows, the plush couch, and the private bathroom. A slow dread settled in my chest. "Doctor," I asked carefully, "this room, it looks expensive." He smiled. "You're in a VIP suite." My heart skipped. "A VIP suite?" I pushed myself up slightly. "There must be a mistake. I can't afford this." "There's no need to worry," he said smoothly. "All expenses have been fully prepaid." I froze. "Prepaid by who?" The doctor glanced at his tablet. "Alpha Eric Thompson. He covered everything. Your stay, medication, and tests, until you're fully recovered." The room suddenly heated up. "Oh," was all I managed to say. The doctor gave a polite nod. "Get some rest." Then he turned and left. Silence followed. May stared at me, mouth slightly open. "Wait, Eric Thompson? As in Bella's brother?" I looked down at my hands. "Yes." Her eyes widened. "Elena, why didn't you tell me you knew someone like that?" "I don't," I said quickly. "Not like that. He just helped me. Some rogues attacked me, and he rescued me." I tried to keep my voice steady and casual, but my heart skipped. It wasn't that simple. I knew it. There was something between Eric and me, or maybe it was only happening in my head. Still, a small ache settled in my chest. Eric wasn't here. He hadn't come to see me. If he had, May would have mentioned it. That alone should have been my answer. A boundary clearly drawn. But why had he paid for everything? Was it guilt for what almost happened in the car? Or payment for silence? For his sister marrying the man who broke me? I closed my eyes, my thoughts spiraling. Whatever this was, I couldn't afford to read meaning into it. Men like Eric Thompson never acted on impulse, and that troubled me more than if he had Elena's POV. I moved in with May as soon as I was discharged. Her apartment was small and nothing like the spacious apartment Mark once provided for me, but it was enough for now. "Elena, I'm telling you," May said for what felt like the 100th time, leaning against the doorframe as I unpacked my clothes from my battered box. "Alpha Eric Thompson definitely fancies you. I can smell these things from miles away." "I doubt it, May," I said, folding a dress, though my heart traitorously wished she was right. "Everything he did was out of guilt. His sister snatched my man, remember? Maybe he just wanted to make up for that." "Really?" May laughed softly. "People like Eric Thompson don't run on guilt. They don't do favors for fun either. They either want something or they don't bother at all." I went quiet. Flashes of him filled my mind, his darkened gaze in the elevator, the way his eyes stripped me bare without a single touch. It felt like desire or interest, but I refused to cling to that thought. I wasn't going to fool myself again. "Look," May continued, her lips curling into a mischievous smile, "even if it's guilt, use it. Go thank him, seduce him if you have to. Let Mark choke on regret." I turned to her sharply. "No, I won't do that." She blinked. "Why not?" "Because I'm done," I said firmly. "I'm not interested in playing any revenge game. I just want my life back, a new job and stability. I don't need Eric's favors. I'll pay him back, every cent, once I start earning again." May scoffed. "You're either too naive or too good for your own good. Do you even know how long it would take to repay a man like Eric Thompson?" "I know." I snapped, then softened. "But however long it takes." I met her eyes. "I'm done entertaining rich and powerful men. I'm tired of being someone they pick up and throw away. I want a real life this time and real people." May sighed, finally backing down. "You're impossible." She said nothing more, but I saw it in her eyes. She thought I was walking away from a golden chance. I turned back to my box, my hands steady but my heart less so. Because no matter what I told May, Eric's scent, his warmth, and his touches still lingered in my thoughts, and I hated how hard it was to let go. 2 days later, I walked into Thompson Enterprises with my head held high. 4 years. That was how long I had given this place. Late nights, missed holidays, and endless pressure. I wasn't here to beg. I was here for what I was owed. At the HR desk, I stated my name calmly, here to process my severance. The HR manager barely looked up at first. She typed, clicked, frowned, then typed again. Minutes passed before she finally lifted her eyes. "Elena, you said?" "Yes," I replied. "Elena Gray. I worked under Mark." She raised a hand, cutting me off. "There's no need to explain. I'm just trying to find your records." Something in her tone made my chest tighten. Then she turned the screen slightly toward me, brows knitting. "This is strange." "What is?" I asked as I glanced at the screen, not registering anything. She leaned back in her chair. "Your name doesn't appear in our employee system. At all." I laughed softly, thinking she was joking. "That's impossible. I worked here for 4 years." She tapped the keyboard again, slower this time. "There are no contracts, no payroll records, no benefits registered with your name under Thompson Enterprises." My smile faded. "Then how was I paid?" She glanced at the screen, then at me. "All expenses tied to you went through Mark's personal accounts." The words hit harder than a slap. "I don't understand," I said slowly. "I worked on company projects. I sat in meetings. I had an office." She folded her arms. "From our records, you were never officially hired, which means, legally speaking, you were not an employee of this company." My throat went dry. "So you're saying I don't exist here?" She shrugged. "From a corporate standpoint, no." Heat rushed up my neck. "Mark was my boss," I said tightly. Her lips curved into a cold, cruel smile. "Let's call it what it really was," she said. "Your pimp." Enraged, I stepped closer to the desk. "I'm not asking for favors. I'm asking for my severance. I earned it." She looked me up and down, slow and assessing. "Miss Gray, from where we stand, you were not dismissed. You were simply removed from a private arrangement." "A private arrangement?" I echoed. She nodded. "And now you're demanding company compensation you were never entitled to." The meaning sank in, ugly and humiliating. My hands curled into fists. "So you think I just stayed here for 4 years for nothing?" I asked. Her gaze turned cold. "I think you're being very bold, coming here like this." The room felt smaller and the air heavier. I realized then this wasn't confusion but deliberate act of humiliation. She leaned forward slightly, her voice lowering. "Every proposal you worked on had Mark's name listed as lead," she said. "Profits, credits, and approvals all were under him." "That doesn't erase my work," I shot back. "I drafted those proposals. I ran those projects. Ask anyone on the floor." She gave a short laugh. "And how exactly do we verify that?" "Check the records," I said. "Emails, meeting logs, performance reports." She shook her head. "All internal access is restricted. You're no longer authorized." My pulse pounded. "Then pull the surveillance footage," I said firmly. "You'll see me here every day. Early mornings, late nights. I didn't imagine 4 years of my life." Her eyes hardened. "CCTV footage is confidential." "So is stealing someone's labor," I snapped. Her mouth thinned. "Careful, Miss Gray." "Careful." I let out a bitter laugh. "You're telling me I worked here for 4 years and I was nothing more than, what? Mark's shadow?" She didn't answer right away. Then she said, cool and sharp, "Perhaps your contribution wasn't professional." The room went silent as I stared at her. "What does that mean?" She tilted her head. "Mark was listed as the primary lead on every project. Who's to say what your real value was to him?" My hands trembled. "Say it clearly," I demanded. She met my eyes without flinching. "People might assume your influence came from elsewhere." The insult landed hard. "You're accusing me of sleeping my way through 4 years of work?" I whispered. "I'm saying," she replied, "that from the company's perspective, Mark Thompson was the asset. You were not." Something inside me snapped. "I want this to escalate," I said. "Right now." She pressed a button on her desk instead. "Security," she said into the intercom. "Please come to HR." 2 guards appeared moments later. "This woman is no longer affiliated with the company," she said, standing. "Please escort her out." I took a step back. "You can't do this." She met my gaze, cold and final. "We already have." The guards moved closer. I didn't fight. I couldn't. As they led me away, heads turned and whispers followed. 4 years of work erased, and I was dragged out like I'd never belonged there at all. The moment I was shoved out of the office, I stumbled straight into a solid chest, strong, warm, and familiar. I froze. I didn't need to look up. That scent, deep, earthy, and dangerous, wrapped around me like a trap. My breath caught before I could stop it. Then his voice rumbled close to my ear, low and unmistakable. "Why is it that every time I run into you, You look like the world has just tried to break you. Eric Thompson. My heart slammed hard against my ribs as his presence closed in, and I realized with a sick twist that this time he had seen my worst. Emma's POV. The HR manager straightened nervously as soon as she saw him. "Sir, we were just resolving a situation." "I'm not a situation," I said, my voice low but firm. "We were asking her to leave," the HR manager added, her eyes flicking nervously to me. "She was causing a scene, but it will be resolved immediately." I ignored her, focusing on Eric. This was my only chance to help myself, so I quickly grabbed it. "Sir," I said, meeting his eyes, "I came to request my severance. She told me I don't exist in this company." "There is no record of her employment at Thompson Crest Enterprises," the HR manager said sharply, clearly expecting me to crumble. My chest tightened. "But I worked here for 4 years. I worked on projects with other colleagues as a team and earned my salary every month end. How can I suddenly not exist?" "Sir, there's no—" She faltered under Eric's gaze. His gray eyes locked on her, piercing and cold, like he was stripping the truth bare. She swallowed hard. "Mr. Mark employed her personally," she admitted. "All her files were handled by him. I don't know where he kept them." My blood boiled. Mark hadn't just betrayed me. He'd planned to erase me entirely. Eric's voice cut through the tension, calm but firmly. "If your direct boss hired you and ended your contract himself, I cannot override his decision. I promised my sister I wouldn't overshadow his authority here." A knot formed in my stomach, but I refused to break. He's Mark's brother-in-law, and I shouldn't expect less. He glanced at his wristwatch, already turning his attention elsewhere, then pulled out his phone. "Call my assistant." Within moments, his PA appeared. "Give her a signed blank check," Eric said flatly, eyes still on me, unreadable. "Let her fill in whatever amount she thinks she deserves. I have a meeting to attend." He didn't wait for me to respond. He stepped into the elevator, his figure disappearing behind the closing doors. I stood frozen, holding nothing but my shock, while the HR manager stared at me, helpless and flustered. When his PA handed me the blank check, I stared at it in my hand, feeling both relieved and humiliated, but I knew this wasn't the time to sulk. My grandmother's medical bills couldn't wait any longer. Back at May's apartment, I sank onto the couch, still reeling from the day's chaos. "You won't believe what just happened," I murmured, recounting everything. May shook her head, her voice soft with concern. "Elena, I can't believe Mark did that to you. Wiped out your records and treated you like you never existed. I'm so sorry." "That's awful." I shrugged, trying to keep my pride intact. "It's done. I just need to move on with my life." Her eyes flicked to the envelope in my hands. The blank check Eric's PA had handed me. A sly grin tugged at her lips. "And look at that. You could fill in any amount you want, and Alpha Eric wouldn't even notice. He's too wealthy to care. This is your chance to live life on your terms." I hesitated as Eric's piercing and truth-blaring gaze earlier in the HR office flashed through my mind. The thought of standing under such scrutiny myself made me shiver. I shook my head, gripping the envelope tighter. "No, that's not what I want. I'll take only what I'm owed, and I'll deduct the hospital fees he covered. I won't let him think I'm a gold digger or some swindler." May sighed, leaning back with a mix of exasperation and admiration. "You're stubborn and principled to a fault. Mark has no idea what he lost by throwing you away." I pressed the envelope to my chest, relief and lingering humiliation twisting together. I don't need anyone's pity or their money beyond what I earned. I'll rebuild my life on my own. The next day, I stood in May's tiny apartment, my suitcase half-packed, feeling a pang of guilt. "I really can't stay here much longer, May. I have to start standing on my own," I said, zipping up my bag. May frowned, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "Elena, you've already been through so much. Are you sure? Why the hurry? I mean, this place isn't much, but—" "I know," I interrupted gently. "And I'm grateful, May. I couldn't have made it through the last few weeks without you. Your love, your care, it kept me sane." Her eyes softened and she pulled me into a quick hug. "Just promise me you'll take care of yourself, okay? And don't let anyone, Mark, Eric, or anyone at all, walk over you again." "I promise," I whispered, stepping back. "I just need to try." Over the next few weeks, after sending money home to settle family debts and my grandmother's medical bills, I used what was left to find a small pad for myself. Then I threw myself into job hunting. I sent out dozens of resumes, tailored cover letters, and prepped endlessly for interviews. My phone pinged constantly with emails. Thank you for your interest in Edward & Co. We regret to inform you. We appreciate your time, but we have chosen another candidate, and many others. Each rejection hurt a little, but I refused to let it show. I reminded myself this was temporary, that I'd bounce back. One rainy afternoon, after yet another failed interview at a mid-sized marketing firm, I lingered near the lobby to make a call, but I couldn't shake the sinking feeling that something was wrong. Hello, Celine? The receptionist's voice trailed off as I overheard the conversation on the phone behind the glass. Yes, I understand. No, we cannot hire her. I've already spoken to Mr. Mark. Yes, he insists she is unsuitable. No exceptions. My stomach dropped. I pressed my hand to my mouth, listening to him list me off as unsuitable and ineligible without my knowledge. My anger flared. I couldn't believe it. Mark was actively sabotaging my efforts. I dialed his number immediately. The line clicked as it connected. Hello? Mark's familiar, smug voice greeted me. Mark, I snapped, my voice trembling despite myself. What are you doing? Are you seriously bent on ruining my life by blocking every job I apply for? There was a pause, then his usual indifferent drawl. Elena, I think you're overreacting. It's not as deep as you sound. Not that deep, I hissed. I have no business with you anymore. You've married your Bella and achieved your prestigious goal. Why are you blotting me out of existence and destroying my future? How dare you? Calm down, he said, as if I were a child. Look, I'm willing to discuss this. Meet me at the Bluebird Cafe, 3 p.m. Meet you at the Bluebird Cafe? Are you serious? I snapped. Elena's POV. The bell above the door chimed as I stepped into Bluebird Cafe, and my breath caught despite myself. Nothing had changed. The warm lights, the low music, the familiar scent of coffee, it all pressed in at once. My eyes found our old spot by the window immediately, the table where everything had begun. I didn't go there. I chose a seat closer to the counter instead, partly hidden by a tall plant. Sitting at that table would feel like agreeing to something I no longer believed in. Why would Mark choose this place? After everything he did, how could he be this shameless? Well, this was how it is, then it would end here, right where it all began. I ordered a glass of orange juice and folded my hands in my lap. I checked my phone, but no text from him. I wasn't surprised. While I waited, the cafe worked its quiet magic on me anyway. The staff moved with the same easy rhythm. The barista still whistled softly as he worked. It pulled at a memory I hadn't invited. Mark's face rose unbidden in my mind, sitting across from me, relaxed, confident, and effortlessly charming. He'd reached for my hand then, folding my fingers into his grip warm and certain. I've never been this in love with anyone before, Elena, he'd said. I remembered how my cheeks had burned, how easily my heart had fluttered at his touch. A job at Thompson Crest Enterprises is already waiting for you, he'd continued smoothly. An apartment too. As my girl, you won't have to struggle anymore. I'll take care of everything. He'd lifted my hand and pressed a kiss to my knuckles, his eyes holding mine, steady and promising. Now I scoffed softly at the memory. How foolish I'd been to fall for a sweet tongue dressed as devotion. I pushed the thought away and focused on the condensation sliding down my glass and counting each drop until it disappeared. Minutes passed, and then more. Just as I stood to leave, believing he wasn't going to show up, the bell rang again. Mark walked in like he owned the place, like he wasn't late and he hadn't kept me waiting on purpose. Then I saw it, the dark marks on his neck, fresh and careless. My chest tightened, but I forced my face into calmness. Whatever this meeting was meant to do, I wouldn't let him see what he still had the power to stir. Mark slid into the chair across from me, stretching one leg lazily over the other. He leaned back, arm draped over the booth, radiating that same arrogant confidence that had once made me trip. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. You made me wait, I said, keeping my voice calm, though my pulse raced. And for what, Mark? What exactly do you want? Why are you sabotaging my interviews, blocking every chance for me to get hired when I've already left your life? He laughed softly. Elena, I just wanted to show you something, he said, tilting his head. I want you to see what happens when you try to survive without me. You think you're independent? You're not. Not a single step you take matters without me. I swallowed, forcing myself to stay steady. So what? You expect me to cry, beg at your feet, and plead for permission to live? Exactly, he said, spreading his hands as if that explained everything. I invested in you, every salary I approved, every apartment and every luxury. And for what? Nothing. You didn't treat me right, Elena. No gratitude and not even a massage. That's a total ripoff. My stomach twisted. You call treating me like your personal accessory an investment? I snapped, voice shaking. I earned every bit of what I had. I owe you nothing. His eyes darkened, gleaming with something dangerous. He leaned forward, voice predatory. Yes, you owe me, Elena. But I can fix that. Sleep with me one last time. Give me something sweet and warm to hang on to, and I'll call it even. After that, you're free to move on. Rage exploded inside me. My fingers tightened around my coffee cup, and without thinking, I hurled it straight at his face. Hot liquid splashed across his cheek and collar. You disgusting little man, I shouted, standing so quickly my chair screeched across the floor. You think money and power make you untouchable? I trusted you. I loved you. And you. My hands shook as I gestured at him, spilling every ounce of hurt and fury. You think this is how a man behaves? You're pathetic. The cafe fell silent. Then he shot up halfway from his seat, eyes blazing and spittle flying. You'll regret this, Elena. I didn't look back, chest heaving as I stormed out of the Bluebird Cafe, leaving Mark soaked, humiliated, and fuming, his arrogance shattered by a girl who refused to be anyone's possession. Reality hit hard a month after the Bluebird Cafe incident. Mark's words, his arrogance, and his power weren't empty threats. Everywhere I applied, I hit walls. Companies quietly rescinded offers, interviews ended abruptly, and I felt the invisible hand of his sabotage tightening around my life. My grandmother's hospital bills loomed again like a dark cloud, relentless. I had no choice but to pick up a part-time job at a bar. By evening, I found myself stepping into the Moonlight Lounge, the bar where night shifts paid the most. The uniform was humiliating, a tight, skimpy catgirl outfit that left little to the imagination. I tugged at the hem, trying to muster some dignity as I straightened my apron. First day nerves? A coworker whispered, smirking. Don't worry, just smile, serve drinks, and survive. I nodded silently, forcing myself to focus. The bar buzzed with laughter, clinking glasses, and low music. I moved from table to table, trying to keep my hands steady, mind sharp, and nerves in check. Most customers were harmless, just tipsy businessmen and college boys until they arrived. A pack of wolfish men who noticed me immediately and in minutes cornered me near the bar. One forced a drink toward my chest, laughing. Relax, sweetheart. Have a drink with me. I'm working, I stammered. Please, leave me alone. Their laughter grew, cruel and mocking. One grabbed my waist and pulled me closer. My heart pounded. Not again. Come on, loosen up, another sneered, forcing a glass of drink to my lips. I tried to pull away, but they closed in, tightening and blocking any possible exit. Panic surged. Then a shadow fell over them. Get your filthy hands off her. Every head turned. Even the men froze. I knew that voice. Alpha Eric stepped forward, looking tall, strong, and completely in control. The room seemed to change around him, like the air itself obeyed him. Oh God, not now, I whispered to myself, my heart racing with shame. Eric's POV. It was my favorite bar, the place I came to unwind after long days. Its ambience, quiet and warm. A space where wolves and humans coexisted without trouble. I never expected to see her here, not as a waitress, and definitely not dressed in that ridiculous, seductive catgirl outfit. My rage ignited the moment I saw her surrounded by those foul rogues, her body tense and her eyes darting in panic as their hands roamed her body freely. One of them pressed a glass to her lips, forcing her to drink while she whimpered and tried to pull away. Get your filthy hands off her! The sound tore out of me before I could stop it. In 2 strides, I was there. I scooped her into my arms as the vagabond stumbled back in shock. The room fell dead silent, and every wolf in the bar stiffened, trembling under the force of my unleashed wolf. No one dared move. The useless wolves dropped to their knees almost instantly. Alpha, please, one of them stammered. We didn't know she was yours, another begged, his voice shaking. My jaw clenched. Mine? The thought only deepened my fury. Elena shifted restlessly in my arms, clinging on me, twisting seductively, and her fingers groping me shamelessly. Her eyes were glazed and her breaths uneven. Something was wrong. She seemed stimulated. I caught the sharp scent beneath the alcohol, something like a chemical. My grip tightened around her as the truth hit me. "You drugged her," I said coldly. The room seemed to freeze. One of the wolves shook his head frantically. It was just to loosen her up, Alpha. We didn't mean. I didn't let him finish. The growl that rolled out of my chest was low and lethal. Every instinct in me screamed for blood, but strangely, I forced it down. I looked over my shoulder. Anon, my beta appeared instantly at my side. "Take care of them," I said, my voice flat. "Make sure they never touch another woman again." "Yes, Alpha." I didn't stay to watch. Elena continued to move languorously, every movement fluid and suggestive, as if her body had forgotten restraint. Her breath hitched softly as I lifted her and carried her to my car. I had planned to take Elena to the hospital again, but something about the way she moved made me change my mind. The drug in her system was stronger than I expected, and I couldn't tell what those rogues who forced her to drink had added. Whatever it was, it made her horny and dizzy at the same time. My gut told me the hospital wasn't the place for her right now. I took her somewhere quiet and safe, my penthouse, away from the doctor's prying eyes, somewhere she could just be, without anyone pressing or embarrassing her with questions, and without noticing how fragile she was. I laid her on my couch, unsure how to help flush the drugs from her system, yet I couldn't tear my eyes away from her seductive body. The skimpy catgirl outfit did little to cover her body, as she writhed and tugged at my shirt, frantic and unsteady. "I'm here with you, Elena. I'm not going anywhere," I murmured, trying to anchor her. But she pulled me closer, and before I realized it, I found myself lying next to her on the couch. The closer we were, the stronger it hit me. Her presence, drugged and unaware, yet unbearably alive, did something to the storm inside me. The tension and the restless rage that always lingered as a result of a curse. It softened whenever she was near. I couldn't explain it. She wasn't just a woman in front of me. She was the calm I hadn't known I needed, the quiet that steadied everything inside me. I had kept myself in check and without a she-wolf for over 30 years, but being this close to Elena was breaking me in ways I hadn't imagined. Every touch of her hand and every tremble of her body against mine sent a jolt through me. My restraint wavered, my instincts roaring to life, desperate and uncontained. She was all over me, hands grabbing my shirt with a frantic urgency I couldn't ignore. Her fingers clawed at the buttons, tearing the fabric with trembling insistence, as if the world outside didn't exist. "You don't know what you're doing," I breathed, low to her ears, but she wasn't listening. Every motion of hers was wild and intoxicating, her drugged energy a force I couldn't resist. I wanted to stop her, to hold her still, but a part of me didn't want to. Every frantic motion, every shiver of her trembling frame, drew me in deeper, making the penthouse feel smaller, hotter, and entirely consumed by her scent. Elena's POV. I woke up slowly, lost and wrapped in a scent that didn't belong to me. The room was quiet, soft light filtered through heavy curtains, lush walls painted in subtle and nude colors. Everything looked unfamiliar, but clean, peaceful, and expensive. My heart jumped. Where the hell am I? I sat up at once and realized I was wearing a silk robe far too big for me. It slid off one shoulder, smooth and cool against my skin. Definitely not mine. Panic crept in. How did I get here? I pulled the robe tighter around myself and checked my body quickly. My arms, my legs, my thighs. There were no marks, no bruises, and no soreness. Nothing between my thighs showed I'd been defiled. I let out a shaky breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I hadn't been touched, but somehow that only made the confusion settle deeper. "Good, you're awake." His voice came from behind me, deep, calm, and unmistakable. I turned so fast my head hurt. Eric stood near the window, dressed neatly as if this were just another normal morning for him. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes softened slightly when they met mine. "You're safe," he said, "before you ask." My fingers clenched around the robe. Where am I?" "My penthouse," he replied simply. "You passed out last night." Flashes rushed through my mind. Me in that ridiculous cat suit, the rogues forcing drinks down my throat, his arms around me, but nothing stayed long enough to make sense. I swallowed. My clothes? They were ruined, he said. You were uncomfortable in them and tore them off. I had to find you something else. My face warmed. Those rogues drugged you, Eric cut in calmly, and I made sure they got what they deserved. My God. I didn't know what to think. I didn't touch you, he added firmly, as if reading my thoughts. Not like that. I looked up, startled. I would never take a virgin without her consent, he continued, his tone sharp with certainty. Never. My mind went blank, and a hot rush flooded my face, burning all the way to my ears. What? The word virgin echoed in my head, loud and humiliating. How do you? I started, then stopped. My voice failed me. His gaze didn't waver. I know. Fragments flickered, his hands holding me, and a sudden spell of heat consuming my body. I pressed my lips together, mortified. The room suddenly felt too cold. Eric broke the silence first. I'll get you breakfast, he said, calmer now. We'll talk after you eat. Talk? About what? As he turned and left the room, my heart beat harder, unease settling deep in my chest. Something had changed last night, and whatever it was, I wasn't sure I was ready to face it. Eric returned a while later with a breakfast tray in his hands. The smell of toast and coffee filled the room before I even saw him. He set the tray on the table beside the bed, then casually tossed a slim file onto the mattress in front of me. Eat, he said. Then read that. The file landed softly, but my heart jumped anyway. I stared at it before looking up at him. What is this? A contract. Of course it was. I pulled the tray closer but didn't touch the food yet. Instead, I picked up the file and opened it. The pages inside were crisp, clean, and very official. My eyes widened as I skimmed the terms. A weekly salary that made my breath hitch. Full room and board, medical care, security, clothing allowance, and a severance payout that looked unreal. I looked up at him slowly. This has to be a mistake. It's not. You're offering me all this for what? I asked carefully. To do what, exactly? To stay, Eric said, by my side. I frowned. That's it? You'll be on call, he added calmly. Your schedule will depend on mine. The duration of the contract will be decided by me. Small, my grip tightened on the file. You're basically asking me to put my life on pause. He met my gaze without flinching. Your life is already under pressure, Elena. That stung. How do you know that? You had me investigated. Yes. The blunt honesty startled me more than denial would have. I sat back against the pillows, anger and embarrassment mixing in my chest. You did it behind my back? You're not actually uncoverable, he said evenly. I know about your grandmother's hospital bills, your father's debts, Mark blocking your career and your lack of income. You are drowning whether you admit it or not. Silence fell between us. He was right, and I hated that he was. I exhaled slowly. So this is charity? No. His voice hardened. It's an exchange. For what? I asked again, quieter now. Eric was silent for a moment. Then he spoke, slower this time. Years ago, during a PAX mission, I was cursed. I froze. My enemies couldn't kill me, he continued. So they chose something worse. The curse doesn't weaken my power, but it punishes my body, every day. I searched his face, finally noticing the tight control in his posture, the restraint that felt practiced. What kind of punishment? Pain, restlessness, loss of control when it flares, he said. Doctors can't help me, and healers can't fix it. And me, my voice barely carried through. Where do I fit into that? His eyes locked onto mine. You calm it. I stared at him. That's impossible. And yet it's true, he said quietly. Your presence steadies me. Your scent and your proximity. Last night confirmed it. My pulse quickened. So you want me to stay because I'm useful? He didn't deny it. Yes. The word hit hard. I was just as useful as herbs or antidotes. And if I say no, I asked. Eric's gaze softened, just slightly. Then I won't force you. I looked back down at the contract, my thoughts tangled. Pride screamed at me to reject it. Reality whispered that I didn't have that luxury. If I was to survive Mark, sticking by Eric as his miracle remedy wasn't a bad option. Besides, an alpha's weakness was not something shared lightly. If this ever came out, it could destroy him. For him to open up to me wasn't him playing a game. I closed the file slowly. This wasn't just a contract. It was a choice that could change everything. Elena's POV. Alone in the room, I sat on the bed with the file still in my hands. My eyes moved over the numbers and the terms, again and again. I closed the file and let out a slow breath. Accepting this meant staying close to Eric, Refusing meant returning to uncertainty. Neither choice felt easy. I stood and walked to the window, letting the silence settle my thoughts. I didn't want pity. I didn't want to owe anyone my body or my dignity. I should have learned from my time with Mark never to sell my soul to the devil in exchange for comfort. Yet there was something about Eric's honesty, about the way he laid bare his truth, that tugged quietly at my conscience. I went back to the bed, sat and opened the contract once more. There was one thing I needed to protect. I picked up the pen and wrote a clear condition at the bottom of the page. No sexual relationship, simple and final. If he agreed, I would sign. If he didn't, I would walk away. With my decision made, I closed the file, relaxed, contract in hand, ready to face him. Eric returned about an hour later. I heard his footsteps before I saw. When the door opened, he stepped in dressed like the CEO he was. Tailored suit, crisp shirt, and confidence charisma sitting on him like a second skin. I stood up at once and held out the file. I added a simple clause, I said, keeping my voice steady. One dark brow arched as he took it from me. He flipped the file open, his eyes moving quickly down the page. Then he stopped. He read my condition out loud. No sexual relationship. Silence fell. He didn't look at me right away. His jaw tightened just a little, something unreadable passing over his face, like a quiet battle or irritation I couldn't name. My heart thudded. For a second, I thought I had pushed too far. Then he exhaled. Fine, he said at last. If that makes you comfortable, I'll respect it. Relief hit me so fast my knees almost softened. He signed the document without another word and handed it back to me, along with a pen. Then he stepped closer and leaned in, pointing to the exact place I should sign. And suddenly, I was painfully aware of him. His earthy and alpha scent, mixed with a masculine mulberry cologne, wrapped around me. It went straight to my head, making my pulse spike. My God, he smells edible, I thought, startling myself. I kept my face calm, though my fingers betrayed me, trembling slightly as I signed my name. There, I said, handing the file back, hoping my voice didn't give me away. He took it, his fingers brushing mine just briefly, but it was enough to speed my already racing heartbeats. I'll have my staff show you to your quarters today, he said, returning to that composed, serious tone. Get yourself settled in. Then he turned and walked out of the room, carrying the file with him, his presence lingering long after the door closed. I stood there for a moment, my heart still racing, knowing one thing for certain, my job wouldn't be that easy. A soft knock came a few minutes later. Yes, I called. The door opened and an elderly man stepped in. He was tall, neat, and carried himself with respect. Miss Elena, he said with a small bow. I am James, Alpha Eric's butler. If you're ready, I'll show you to your quarters. I nodded, picking up my phone. Yes, thank you. Still in the oversized silk robe and barefooted, I followed him. We walked through wide and quiet halls. The place was huge, really luxurious but calm. This way, James said as we turned a corner. He stopped in front of a large door and opened it for me. This will be your space. I stepped in and froze. The room was beautiful and feminine, with a queen's bed, soft lights, an elegant vanity table, a couch by the window, and a small balcony overlooking the city. Everything looked expensive yet warm. This is mine, I asked softly. Yes, miss, James replied. If there's anything you need, you may ring the bell by the bed. Someone is always on duty. I swallowed. Thank you. He pointed out the bathroom, the wardrobe, and the small sitting area, then gave me a polite nod. I'll leave you to settle in. When the door closed behind him, the silence settled in again. I set my bag down and slowly walked around the room, my fingers brushing the edge of the bed, the curtain, the smooth surface of the table. None of it felt real. I sat on the bed and let out a long breath. After a while, I lay back, staring at the ceiling. My thoughts drifted back to Eric, his calm voice, his steady eyes, the way he had accepted my condition without hesitation or argument. A question slipped into my mind before I could stop it. Had he kept any woman here before? The thought made my chest tighten, and I stared harder at the ceiling, unsure why it bothered me so much. I took a quick shower, letting the warm water calm my nerves. By the time I stepped out and wrapped myself in a towel, a new worry crept in. What was I supposed to wear? I glanced at the robe on the chair, then at the door. I couldn't keep hiding in borrowed clothes forever. After a moment's hesitation, I walked to the intercom and pressed the button. A soft female voice answered. Yes? Hi, can I speak with James, please? I asked. One moment, Miss Elena. There was a brief pause, then his familiar, polite tone came through. Miss Elena? I was wondering, I said carefully, is there a nearby shop where I can order a dress? There was a gentle chuckle on the other end. Miss Elena, there are dresses in your closet. Oh, heat rushed to my face. I didn't realize, thank you. You're welcome, he replied, and the line went dead. I stood there for a second, feeling a little foolish, then turned toward the closet. I reached for the handle and pulled the door open. My heart simply stopped. Bored from staying in my room all day, a little idea made me smile. I picked up my phone and scrolled through my contacts until I found Eric's number saved as CEO. My heart gave a little flutter as I tapped it and dialed. Elena? His voice came through, warm, calm, but firm. Hi? I was just wondering, will you be coming home for dinner tonight? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, though my pulse had already sped up. Yes, he simply said, and just like that, the line went dead. I couldn't stop the grin from spreading across my face. I jumped out of bed, feeling a rush of excitement I hadn't felt in a long time. Dressed in one of the high-end dresses from the closet, I hardly recognized myself in the mirror. My hair was neatly done and I felt different. Excited, I grabbed my shopping list and headed out, determined to make dinner for Eric myself. Back in the estate's state-of-the-art kitchen, James lingered nervously behind me. Miss Elena, are you sure about this? He asked, frowning slightly as he watched me pull out pans and utensils. It's just a simple dish, I said, trying to sound confident as I chopped vegetables. And I'm sure he'll like it. James hesitated, lowering his eyes. Alpha Eric is very picky about what he eats. He's already fired too many chefs here. Really? I asked, a little stunned, but it didn't discourage me. I had my chopping rhythm going, now slicing meat with focus. Well, I'll just make sure it's perfect. James gave a small shrug and left, leaving me alone in the kitchen. The quiet hum of the appliances was comforting as I worked. 30 minutes later, I stepped back and surveyed my efforts. The dishes smelled amazing, and everything looked neat and ready. I moved to set the table in the dining area adjoining the main living room, carefully arranging plates, cutlery, and glasses. Just as I straightened the napkins, the doorbell rang. My heart jumped, and I smiled, quickly adjusting my apron and hurrying to the door. I expected Eric, but when the door swung open, I froze. Standing there, framed by the doorway, was the flawless, gorgeous goddess herself, Bella, Elena's POV. Hi, I greeted, trying to steady my voice and compose myself, but Bella didn't even look at me. She brushed past me with a flick of her wrist, catwalking into the room like she owned the place. I followed, my eyes fixed on her as she strode to the dining table, scanning the dishes with a sharp, critical gaze. Where's my brother? She asked, still without sparing me a glance. He's still at work, but he should be back soon, I answered calmly, keeping my tone steady despite the irritation rising in me. Her eyes landed on the desserts, lingering as if searching for flaws. I stepped forward. This is the apple tart, and that one is the chocolate mousse. She picked up my tart, spinning it between her fingers. Apple tart? This doesn't look like an apple tart to me, she said, her voice sharp with disdain. Then, without warning, she stabbed the fork into it, dissecting the middle like she was hunting for a secret. Oh, please stop it, I snapped, my hands trembling with anger. You just ruined it. Do you know how much effort went into making this? She froze and turned, her icy gaze locking on mine. Are you talking to me? How dare you? A common maid? Maid? I repeated, feeling my blood boil, but before I could retort further, she raised her hand and shouted. James! The butler appeared instantly, as if summoned by magic. Mrs. Bella, what's the problem? He asked nervously, bowing slightly. I want this thwart fired. Now! Bella barked, pointing at me like I was some criminal. James's eyes flicked between us, clearly unsure what to do. You're not listening, Bella screamed, her voice cracking. I want this girl out of this house right now. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could get a word out, the door clicked behind her. Eric stepped in, calm, commanding, and perfectly composed. He scanned the room, taking in the tension instantly. Bella, he said, his voice low but cutting through the chaos like a knife. What's the problem? The room went still. Bella's eyes narrowed at him, but even she felt the weight of his presence. My heart pounded as I stood there, unsure of how far the drama would go. Bella rushed to Eric at once, wrapping her arms around him. "I want this stupid maid fired immediately," she said sharply. "She was rude to me." "Rude?" I blurted out, stunned. "You were the one who was rude. You walked in, ignored my greeting, and ruined my dessert." Bella spun toward me, her face twisting with anger. "Did you hear that, Eric?" She raised her hand, moving to slap me, but Eric caught her wrist midair and gently but firmly lowered it. "Stop it, Bella," he said, his voice calm yet commanding. She stared at him in disbelief. "Elena is not a maid," he continued evenly. "She's my assistant, and she's my guest." Bella's eyes widened slightly. She pulled back and looked me up and down, her gaze sharp and dismissive, and I felt every inch of her judgment. Eric noticed too. "You don't walk into my house and treat my assistant with spite," he said, his gray eyes locking onto hers. "You owe her an apology." "What?" Bella scoffed. I was just as stunned. I hadn't expected Eric to defend me, certainly not like this. "You heard me," Eric said quietly, but the authority in his voice left no room for argument. Bella's lips pressed into a thin line. After a long pause, she muttered, "I'm sorry, Elena." I said nothing. Her words carried no warmth or sincerity. But the tension eased and the room finally grew still again. Eric broke the tension with a calm glance around the room. "What's for dinner?" he asked lightly. "It smells good. Shall we?" Bella didn't wait for an answer. She pulled out a chair and sat down like she belonged there, crossing her legs elegantly. I hesitated, still standing to the side. Eric turned to me. "Elena," he said, his voice steady, "join us." Something in his tone made my chest tighten. I nodded. James stepped forward at once. I slipped off my apron neatly and handed it to him. "Thank you, Miss Elena," he said softly before leaving us alone. The dining room suddenly felt warm. I took my seat carefully across the table from Eric, aware of everything. Bella's spoiled chatter, Eric taking in my 8-hour transformation through quick glances, and no comment at all. I picked at my food, unease settling in my stomach, feeling his gaze linger whenever he thought I wasn't looking. It felt like he was stripping my clothes off with his eyes. Eric broke into Bella's complaints with a calm question. "Why the surprise visit?" Bella sighed dramatically. "I wasn't in the mood to stay home. Mark and I had an argument about the prenuptial agreement. He refused to sign it. Then he walked out on me." Eric's expression didn't change. "Why wouldn't he?" She scoffed. "He said signing it was beneath him." I wasn't surprised. That was typical of Mark, always full of himself. "That's nonsense," Eric said flatly. "If he isn't ready to sign it, then you should divorce him." Bella stared at him, clearly shocked by his bluntness. After a moment, she turned to me. I had been quietly listening, keeping my thoughts to myself. "And you?" she asked. "What do you think about Mark's behavior?" I hesitated, then cleared my throat, choosing my words carefully. "Well, he should be true to his words and sign the prenuptial. A man who truly loves a woman wouldn't walk away from an important issue. He would stay and talk it through." Bella nodded slowly, a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Eric said nothing. He didn't even look at me. Dinner continued quieter than before, but the tension hadn't disappeared. It had simply changed shape. Bella picked up her fork and tasted the food with practiced elegance. She chewed slowly, eyes half-lidded, like she was judging more than just the meal. I watched her from the corner of my eye, my fingers tight around my cutlery. "So," she said at last, turning to Eric, "you're suddenly hosting assistants now?" Eric didn't look at me. "Elena isn't just an assistant." Bella hummed softly. "Interesting." Her gaze flicked to me. "You're full of surprises tonight, Elena." I didn't respond. I focused on my plate. She took another bite, then another, clearly enjoying the suspense. "For someone who claims she's not staff," Bella added lightly, "you cook very well." Eric shot her a warning look. "Bella, what?" She shrugged. "I'm being honest." She leaned back in her chair, studying me openly now. I felt exposed, like a painting under harsh light. Then, unexpectedly, she smiled. "The food is good," she said. "Very good, actually." I blinked. That wasn't what I expected. "Thank you," I said, unsure. I couldn't tell if it was acceptance or another layer of her pride, but I took it anyway. Moments later, Bella stood. "I'll leave you too. I've had enough for one night." Eric rose with her. I'll walk you out." As they left the dining room, I released a breath I didn't know I'd been holding and began clearing the table, grateful for something to do. I was stacking plates inside the kitchen sink when Eric entered. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Cleaning," I replied simply. He frowned. "I have staff for that, you know." "I know," I said, rinsing a plate. "But I messed up the kitchen myself while cooking, and I like being active. It helps me think." He watched me for a moment, then said, "You're different." I glanced at him. "Is that bad?" "No." A pause. "I didn't know you were domesticated." I laughed softly. "I'll take that as a compliment." "It is." His voice lowered. "The food was excellent." "Thank you," I said again, warmth spreading through me. Then he reached back and quietly closed the kitchen door. The click echoed. He leaned against it, blocking the exit, his gaze locking onto mine. "I hope you're prepared," he said softly. "Prepared for what?" I asked. "For tonight." His eyes held mine. "You and I are sharing a room." My heart skipped and the plate slipped slightly in my hands. I stared at him, shocked, nervous, and my pulse roaring in my ears. Emma's POV. I followed James into the elevator, my steps slow and my mind racing. I wasn't sure where we were going or why. He had knocked on my door barely minutes after I left the kitchen, telling me the Alpha had summoned me to the 5th floor, his private quarters. The elevator door slid open, and the moment I stepped out, I felt it. This floor was different. The air felt cooler and heavier, like I'd crossed into a space I wasn't meant to enter casually. Soft lights lined the hallway, reflecting off polished floors. Everything here screamed control and power. What exactly am I doing here? The question echoed in my head, and a knot tightened in my stomach. My thoughts went back to the kitchen, Eric's words replaying themselves whether I wanted them to or not. "I hope you're prepared. You are sharing a room with me." At the time, I'd told myself he was teasing, that he couldn't possibly mean what my mind had jumped to. After all, I'd made myself clear, no sexual relationship. But standing here now, on his private floor, I wasn't so sure anymore. "Please, let this not be what I think it is," I muttered internally. James stopped in front of a large oak door. "This is Alpha Eric's private room," he said politely, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. My heart skipped. "But first you are to take a bath," he added, pointing to another door nearby. "Everything you need is inside." I stared at him, confused, my mouth opening but no words coming out. He turned to leave, then paused. "One more thing," he said, glancing back at me. "Please use only the unscented products to preserve your natural scent." My chest pounded hard. My scent? Before I could ask what that meant, James was already gone. The elevator doors closed behind him, leaving me alone in the quiet hallway. My thoughts loud, my nerves stretched thin, and fear slowly creeping in. Like a robot, I did exactly as I was told. I bathed using the only toiletries in the bathroom. They had no scent at all. The nightgown hanging on the rack was plain and modest, but I didn't care. I wasn't here to impress or seduce anyone. Still, as I walked toward the heavy oak door, my steps slowed. How many other women had walked this same path? How many had stood where I was standing now and opened this door? My fingers tightened around the knob and I turned it gently. The door opened without a sound. Darkness swallowed me the moment I stepped inside. The room was pitch black and fear slid down my spine. "Stand where you are." Eric's voice came from the shadows, deep and harsh, nothing like the calm man I knew. I froze. Then my eyes adjusted slowly and I made out his shape near the bed. He was standing awkwardly as if he was fighting himself. He was only in his brief, his posture tense and shoulders tight. The air was thick with his scent, a wild and stronger blend of earth and pine. It pressed into my senses rather than making my knees weaken like his scent used to. My chest felt tight. "Don't move," he said again. I swallowed hard, obeyed and waited. "Come here," he ordered after what seemed like eternity, "and don't be slow." The sharp edge in his voice startled me. This wasn't the cold, controlled Eric I knew. This was something else, something dangerous. What have I gotten myself into this time? I thought, my heart pounding. My legs moved before my mind could argue. Step by step, I walked toward him, every nerve in my body screaming. I stopped a short distance away, my hands clenched at my sides. "Eric," I said quietly, "you're scaring me." For a moment he said nothing. The silence pressed against my chest like a heavy weight. Then his voice came, low and strained. Sit on the edge of the bed. My stomach twisted. Why now? I asked, forcing my voice to stay steady. My fingers tightened at the hem of my nightgown, but he didn't answer. Undo the buttons, now, he ordered. There was no room for refusal in his tone. I froze. Eric, remember the contract. No relations. My throat felt tight, the words shaking as they left my lips. He ignored me and moved closer, filling my space. One hand caught my chin, lifting my face so I had no choice but to look at him. Afraid? His face was shrouded in darkness, and I couldn't read it, but he was nothing like the man I had seen before. You chose this. You signed. Don't pretend you didn't know what's involved. I swallowed, pushing back with what little strength I had left. I signed to work with you. That does not mean... He moved suddenly. His grip shifted to my neck, firm but not crushing. My heart pounded so loud I could hear it in my ears. I felt his breath against my skin. The next moment, he sunk his canines into my flesh, and then pain flared. I screamed, instinct taking over as I tried to pull away, my hands pushing against his shoulders. For one terrifying second, I thought he had bitten me deeply with an intention to kill me. The pain burned sharply and deep, like fire pressed into my skin, fierce yet controlled. I gasped and trembled, my whole body shaking. What are you doing? I demanded, my voice breaking despite myself. He released me at once and stepped back, as if fighting something inside him. His eyes in the shadow seemed darker. Do you understand? He said quietly. You are bound to me now. You can't hide from me. I pressed my fingers to my neck, feeling the heat still there. My thoughts spun, fear, anger, and confusion crashing into each other. Nothing about this felt like a choice anymore. Soon, the sharp pain eased, and before I even realized it, Eric had pulled me inside the bed. He was all over me, completely ignoring my feelings and crossing the boundary I had set in our contract. It was humiliating, yet the feel of his lips on my neck, tracing down my body and leaving marks, was electrifying. I couldn't stop a gasp and a moan from slipping out despite myself. Loving it now, aren't you? He chuckled slowly. I froze, my face burning. Stop, you're breaking the terms of our contract. I managed to mutter, pushing at him. He didn't relent. Instead, his hand gripped my neck, his voice sharp and cold. Why did you use bath products that masked your natural scent, your only valuable thing? His words cut deep. I pulled back, clutching the nightgown tightly around me, my chest heaving. Get out, he hissed harshly, and I scrambled to my feet. Immediately, I noticed that the strong, earthy pine scent had dissipated. Your room is next door, he growled, just as I twisted the doorknob and bolted. I ran straight to the guest room and collapsed onto the bed, sobbing as shame and humiliation washed over me in waves. How could he? I had believed he was gentle, different, understanding, and patient. How could he take advantage of me like this, knowing I was helpless, broke, and alone? I thought I knew Eric Thompson. I was so wrong. Elena's POV. I walked into the breakfast room, still exhausted from crying the night before. Eric sat at the table, his posture calm and controlled, sipping coffee as if nothing had happened. My stomach twisted. He looked up, his piercing gray eyes locking on mine. Elena, he said, voice quiet. About last night. I flinched, unsure if I wanted to hear this. I lost control, he admitted, setting his cup down carefully. It wasn't fair to you. That side of me, my darker side, sometimes takes over, and I need you to know it could happen again. My heart pounded. You mean you could? My voice faltered. Eric's gaze didn't waver. Yes, and I don't want you to stay because you feel trapped. I'll let you end the contract if you want, no pressure. I swallowed hard, my fingers gripping the edge of the table. You're giving me a choice? He nodded. I respect you enough to do that. Stay if you want, leave if you have to. The room felt smaller and charged with tension. My pulse raced and my mind flashing back to last night, the fear, the humiliation, and the undeniable thrill I couldn't ignore. I paused, my voice barely above a whisper. I'm staying. Eric arched a brow, his lips curling into a smile. Really? Yes, I said, forcing steadiness into my tone. Not for the money. I looked him straight in the eye. I want to understand you, that side of you, even if it scares me. He leaned back, studying me as though measuring the truth in my words. You're bold, he said softly, almost approvingly, and reckless. I felt heat rise to my cheeks. Maybe, I admitted, but I won't run away. Not from you. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the tension thick and electric. I could feel the dangerous edge in him, the pull of his darkness, and for reasons I couldn't explain, I wanted more. Eric finally spoke, low and measured. Good. Then we continue, on my terms. And you need to know, being close to me, it isn't safe. I swallowed, my pulse hammering. I know. The morning air felt heavy, but somehow I didn't care. I was in too deep already. I had barely settled in the guest room, mind still racing from last night and our tense conversation over coffee, when I heard a soft knock at the guest room door. Come in, I called, unsure why I was holding my breath. The door swung open and Eric stepped inside. He didn't sit, he just stood there, tall and commanding as always, his gray eyes scanning me with that unnerving intensity. My chest tightened. I have something for you, he said, holding out a neatly folded folder. I took it hesitantly and flipped it open. Inside was a list of positions, departments, teams, and roles. Pick one, he said simply, his voice calm but charged, making the air around us thick. No interview required, just a choice. I frowned slightly, scanning the options. Finance, legal, marketing, operations. My eyes stopped at marketing. This was Mark's dream field, the one I'd lost everything trying to chase for him before. My fingers trembled slightly as I circled the choice. I'll take marketing, I said, trying to sound composed, but feeling a small surge of triumph inside. It's where I belong, and where I plan to reclaim everything I've lost. Eric's lips curved into the faintest smile, just enough to make my stomach flutter. That's my girl, he murmured. I blinked, unsure if I'd imagined the edge of warmth in his approval. Then he took a step closer, his presence closing the space between us just a little, and I felt that familiar, overwhelming tension coil tight in my chest. You know, he said, his tone low, this isn't just about the job, it's about proving yourself and surviving here. His gray eyes locked on mine, measuring. I'll be watching, Elena. Every move you make. I swallowed hard, feeling a mix of fear, defiance, and something dangerous. I'm not afraid, I said, trying to match his intensity, though my pulse betrayed me. He studied me a moment longer, then nodded decisively. Good, I like that in you. Now get ready, your first day in marketing starts tomorrow. He stepped back toward the door. I expected him to leave, but he paused. Remember, he said softly, almost under his breath, I notice everything. And then he was gone. The door clicked shut, but the heat of his presence and his gaze, the memory of it, stayed with me. My fingers clutched the folder as my mind spun. I couldn't tell if my heart was pounding from fear or from him. Mark's POV. Bella stood in front of my desk like some spoiled princess, arms crossed and chin high, with that familiar look on her face, the one that always meant trouble. Mark, I'm not leaving this office until you sign it, she said coldly. I leaned back in my chair and laughed without humor. You dragged yourself into my office for this again? This is not again, she snapped. This is still. You've been avoiding it for weeks. I shoved the file on my desk away. Because it's nonsense. That agreement is insulting. Her eyes flashed. Insulting? Protecting my family's assets is insulting? So that's what this is about? I shot back. Assets? Money? Your brother's precious fortune? Bella slammed her palm on the desk. Don't twist this. If you have nothing to hide, why are you so afraid to sign? I stood up slowly. Afraid? I scoffed. I'm your husband, not some stranger trying to rob you. Her voice dropped, low and dangerous. Then prove it. Sign. I stared at the papers, pages that screamed, you don't belong here. Pages that reminded me I would never truly be a Thompson. I won't, I said flatly. Bella's face hardened. Then don't expect me to trust you. And don't expect me to degrade myself, I fired back. Silence crashed between us, heavy, ugly. You're choosing pride over your marriage, she said quietly. No, I snapped, grabbing my jacket. I'm choosing my dignity. I didn't wait for her response before I walked out, straight past my secretary, straight into the hallway. My blood was boiling, my jaw clenched so tight it hurt. Let Bella sit there with her contracts and her threats. Let her explain to herself why I refused to be owned. My phone buzzed. Layla. What? I barked into the phone. Her voice sounded hesitant. Mark, I thought you should know. Elena is back. I stopped walking. What did you just say? She's been reinstated, Layla continued. Not just that, she was appointed directly, no interview. My chest tightened. Appointed as what? There was a pause. Then, marketing director. The world tilted. That's impossible, I said. That position is yours, Layla finished quietly. It was supposed to be. I ended the call and turned on my heel. I didn't think. I didn't breathe. I marched straight to the marketing floor, and then I saw her, Elena, standing inside the glass office in white suit, wearing a calm smile and a confident posture. Employees gathered around her like she belonged there, like she had always belonged there. Fuck! The woman I once dismissed and planned to ruin, the woman I discarded without a second thought, now glowing and looking untouchable and elevated. While I stood outside, watching, empty-handed, with Bella's voice echoing in my head, pushing and demanding I sign the damn prenuptial, stripping me of any real claim to the Thompson fortune. Mark's POV. The next morning, I was heading to my office when I caught sight of her, Elena. She stood in the lobby of the marketing department floor, dressed in an expensive black corporate suit, sleek and flawless like some wealthy heiress who had always belonged there. She was laughing and talking confidently with someone beside her. I slowed and curiosity took over. I stepped closer and stopped behind a pillar, careful not to be seen. That was when I recognized the wolf standing with her. Gary, the marketing manager. The same idiotic wolf who once made me feel like I had to bow just to get his approval. And now she was laughing with him. How dare she? What could possibly be so funny this early in the morning? I stretched my wolf senses, focusing hard enough to catch their voices. I always knew you were being wasted working under Mark, Gary said. He was exploiting your brain. The bastard. I clenched my fists, fury rising. He was only saying that to get on her good side. I know, Elena replied calmly. That's why I'm here now, to prove everyone wrong. I'll show them what I'm really capable of. My blood boiled. Who the hell was this woman? A cat with 9 lives? The Elena I knew would never speak like that, would never stand so tall and would never sound so sure. I had crushed her, broken her, and made sure she had nothing left. How did she even dare to breathe after everything I put her through? They started walking in my direction. My heart lurched and instinct kicked in. I stepped away from the pillar and rushed into the nearest elevator, hitting the button just as the doors slid shut. Inside, I stood still, chest tight and anger burning deep. Something had changed, and for the first time, I feared it wasn't in my favor. By the end of the workday, I saw her walking out of the Thompson Crest Enterprises facility. I followed her but kept my distance, blending into the crowd as Elena stepped out onto the street. She didn't rush. She didn't look lost or unsure. She walked like she knew exactly where she was going, like she belonged to this world now. Then I saw the car. A silver Rolls-Royce pulled up smoothly in front of her, its presence commanding attention without trying. My steps slowed and my breath caught. New. The door opened, and she slipped inside without hesitation. That was when it hit me, Eric Thompson's car. Eric Thompson, my brother-in-law. The alpha every wolf in the city feared or respected. The man even I could only look up to from a distance. My so-called penniless ex-girlfriend was getting into his car. The truth slammed into me like a sledgehammer. My chest burned and jealousy twisted into rage so fast I could barely breathe. I turned sharply and drove my fist into the concrete wall beside me. Par! Pain shot up my arm, hot and sharp, but I barely felt it. Blood smeared my knuckles, but I stared at it blankly, my vision dark with fury. So that's it, I muttered, teeth clenched. That's how you climb back up, bitch? Gold digger. The word tasted bitter, but it was the only thing that kept my pride intact. I watched the Rolls-Royce disappear into traffic, my jaw tight, my heart pounding. This isn't over, Elena, I growled to myself. Not by a long shot. Elena's POV. Returning to corporate life felt like breathing again after nearly drowning. My days were full with meetings, presentations, and late hours spent refining strategies. With Gary's steady support, the marketing team worked like a well-oiled machine, and for the first time in a long while, I felt valued for my mind and work. Not my past or who I'd been with. I poured myself into work. Every successful pitch and every nod of approval felt like a small victory. A way to reclaim the pieces of myself Mark had tried to shatter. I told myself this was my redemption, earned line by line and result by result. Yet, something was off. It started with a subtle feeling, the kind that made the hairs on my arms rise for no reason, the kind that made me glance over my shoulder while walking to my car, my heart beating faster, even when the street looked empty. During my commute, I'd catch glimpses of someone standing behind a wall, a shadow lingering a second behind a door, and footsteps that seemed to echo before fading away. Each time I stopped and looked properly, there was nothing I could point to. "You're imagining it," I told myself more than once. I was tired, overworking, and on edge. Still, the unease followed me. More than once, my fingers hovered over my phone, Eric's name glowing on the screen. I wanted to tell him, to hear his calm voice tell me I was safe, that he'd handle it. But he was abroad, handling business meetings, negotiations, and flights across time zones. And without a specific return date, I stayed silent. A week later, I made plans to meet May for coffee after work. My last meeting ran late, so we agreed to meet halfway instead. By the time I rushed out of the building, the rain was already pouring, sudden and unforgiving. I hugged my bag to my chest and didn't wait for it. I took a breath and ran straight into the downpour, shoes splashing and heart racing, hoping I'd reach May before I was completely soaked. Head down, I dodged puddles, my heels striking wet pavement. I was so focused on not slipping that I didn't hear him coming. A strong hand suddenly grabbed my arm. Before I could scream, I was yanked sideways into a narrow alley. My back slammed into the cold wall, and the impact knocked the air from my lungs. Another hand clamped over my mouth. "Stay quiet," his voice hissed in my ear. My heart nearly stopped. That voice. Rain dripped from the edge of a black hood pulled low over his face, but I didn't need to see him clearly. I knew him. "Mark," I whispered against his palm. He leaned closer, his grip tightening. "So you recognize me." Fear flooded my chest. I tried to push him away, but he was stronger. He lifted his head just enough for me to see his cold and angry face. "You little slut," he sneered. "I actually had some respect for you." My body went still. But the second I turned my back, he continued, bitterness thick in his voice, "You couldn't wait to crawl into another man's bed." "What? What are you talking about?" Elena's POV. Mark was looking wild and nasty. "You planned this," Mark spat. "All of it." I shook my head, but he laughed, harsh and broken. "You seduced him just to hurt me," he went on. "You wanted revenge. You wanted me to see you rise while I fall." His grip tightened on my arm, fingers digging into my skin. "And don't deny it. You're the one who put that prenuptial agreement in his head. That was you." My heart pounded. None of what he was saying made sense, yet he believed every word. "You always knew how to play smart," he sneered, "and act weak and poor, then strike." He stepped closer, crowding me against the wall. I could barely breathe. "Look at me now," he said, straightening his coat. "I have money, status, and power." His mouth twisted. "I can have any woman I want. I don't go after them. They chase me." His hand moved to my boobs, and he grabbed them aggressively. Panic surged through me. I shoved against his chest, shaking. "Get away from me." That only made him angrier. "Stop pretending to be innocent," he snapped. "After fucking Eric, you're worse than a slut, and I'm gonna fuck my round right now." Fear burned through me, sharp, and I screamed. But something snapped inside me. I raised my knee and drove it hard into his leg. He cursed, loosening his grip just enough for me to shove him back. "You don't get to touch me," I said, my voice shaking but loud. He stared at me in shock, then laughed bitterly. "Still pretending to be strong?" I straightened, even though my body trembled. "You want to talk about money?" I shot back. "You're the one marrying for it. You sold yourself the moment it benefited you." His face darkened. "You married Bella for her family, her power, and her fortune," I continued. "So don't project your shame onto me." That did it. His hand struck the wall beside my head, making me flinch. "Shut up," he roared. "You were nothing without me." I swallowed hard, refusing to look away. "I was something before you," I said, "and I'm more now without you." His words turned cruel, cutting deep. He mocked my past, my struggles, and every weakness I had ever trusted him with. Each sentence was meant to break me, to drag me back down where he wanted me. And when words weren't enough, he grabbed me again, rougher this time. I fought harder, scratched, kicked, pushed, and his anger burned hotter with every second I resisted. He wanted to shame and humiliate me, but I wouldn't give him that opportunity anymore. Just when his grip tightened again, a sharp crack split the air. Mark staggered back with a shout. May stood behind him, rain dripping from her hair, her umbrella raised high in her shaking hands. Get away from her, she screamed. Before he could react, she struck him again, this time on the shoulder. He snarled, spinning toward her. I've called the police, May said, her voice loud and steady. They're on their way, right now. Mark froze. I knew she just lied to protect us. For a second I saw it, the calculation behind his eyes, the risk, the witnesses, and the consequences. He stepped back slowly, rain running down his face and his expression twisted with fury. This isn't over, he warned, pointing at me. You hear me? This isn't over. Then he turned and disappeared into the rain, his footsteps fading down the alley. My legs finally gave out. May rushed to my side, grabbing me before I hit the ground. You're safe, she whispered fiercely. He's gone. But even as the rain washed over us, my body still shook, because I knew one thing for certain. Mark wasn't finished. May grabbed my arm the moment we stepped out of the alley. You have to tell Eric. Mark went extreme this time, she said firmly, rain dripping from her lashes. I shook my head. Elena, you have to. This isn't something you can hide, she stressed. I shook my head again weakly. He won't side with me, I whispered. Not over his family. Mark is his brother-in-law. My voice sounded small, even to my own ears. We were both drenched, my clothes clinging to my skin as we stepped onto the street. Thunder rolled overhead, the rain still falling hard. Then tires screeched. A black sedan came to an abrupt stop right in front of us. I froze when I saw it. The rear door opened, and Eric stepped out. My heart skipped painfully. He was supposed to be abroad, thousands of miles away. Without a word, he took an umbrella from the driver and moved toward me. He held it over my head first, shielding me from the rain before even glancing at May. Warmth surrounded me instantly, but it did nothing to calm the storm inside my chest. His eyes dropped to my soaked clothes, then to my trembling hands. His jaw tightened. The driver leaned forward. Sir, Miss Elena missed her pickup. She had no umbrella. We found her like this. I nodded in support. Eric's gaze snapped back to me, coldly. Lying is a bad habit, Elena, he said quietly. His voice was calm, but it cut deeper than shouting ever could. Care to explain the fresh bruises on your neck? My breath caught. I instinctively raised a hand, fingers brushing the tender skin. I hadn't even realized how much it hurt. I couldn't speak. The words tangled in my throat as his presence loomed over me, powerful and unyielding. I felt small beneath his stare, like prey caught in the open. Elena? He pressed. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. That was when May stepped forward. It was Mark, she burst out. He attacked and threatened her, right there in that alley. The rain seemed to pause. Eric didn't move. Something dark shifted in his eyes, something cold and dangerous. Emma's POV. May didn't hold back. She told Eric everything. How Mark dragged me into the alley, how he grabbed my neck, the words he used, the way I fought back, the way she arrived just in time. I stood there, soaked and shaking, while she spoke for me because I couldn't. Eric listened without interrupting. His face stayed calm, but the air around him felt dangerous, like a storm holding its breath. When May finished, he turned to her. Thank you, he said quietly. You did the right thing. He signaled to the driver of the black sedan. Please take her home safely. May hesitated, then looked at me. Her eyes were worried, but she forced a small smile. Call me when you get in, she whispered. I nodded. She left without another word, giving us space. I wasn't sure I wanted. Across the street, the Rolls-Royce waited. Eric opened the door for me. I climbed in, my wet clothes sticking to the leather seat. He followed, the door closing with a heavy thud that sounded final. The car moved. Silence filled the space between us. The city lights blurred past the window, but I couldn't focus on them. I hated the quietness. It felt like judgment. I didn't know you were back, I said softly, trying to ease the tension. If I had known... Enough. His voice was low and controlled, but it stopped me instantly. I swallowed. I was going to tell you about Mark. Silence, Elena. I flinched. He turned slightly toward me, his eyes dark on me. I need quiet right now, he said. My hands curled into my laps. The rest of the ride passed in heavy, suffocating silence. I was afraid of what waited for me when we got home. Instead of taking me to my room, Eric led me into the living room. The lights were fully on. A medical team stood waiting to examine me. My heart sank. Eric, I'm fine, I said quickly. It's nothing, really. Sit, he said without looking at me. The word wasn't loud, but it left no room for argument. I obeyed. They examined my neck, murmuring quietly as cold fingers brushed over my bruised skin. They were just minor scratches, and ointment was applied. Nothing serious, the doctor said. Eric listened in silence. When they finally left, the room felt empty but heavy. He stepped closer and his fingers lifted my chin, forcing my face up. His eyes scanned the marks on my neck and turned dark. "I'm very angry with you tonight," he said calmly. I swallowed. "I can tell." His thumb brushed near the bruise carefully. "You made a mistake. Do you know why?" My heart pounded. "Because Mark attacked me?" I asked. "Or because I didn't tell you?" "No." His voice lowered. "You didn't lie, and you didn't cause the attack," he said. His gaze hardened. "That's not your mistake." "Then what is?" I whispered. He leaned closer, and his voice dropped lower. "You allowed someone to harm you," he said slowly, "and you acted like it meant nothing." I froze. "You are under my protection," he continued, each word precise. "Without my permission, no one touches you. No one damages what is mine." The possessiveness should have frightened me. Instead, it set me on fire. "I understand," I said quietly and licked my lips. His eyes searched my face, as if wanting to be sure I really did understand. After a moment, he stepped back. "Good." I hesitated, then added, "Mark said, this isn't over. I'm afraid he may try something else." Eric's expression didn't change. "I'll handle it," he simply said. The certainty in his voice sent a chill down my spine. When he stepped close to examine me again, his presence filled the room. His scent spiked my pulse, and without thinking, I pulled my collar carelessly down, exposing my neck and more skin. His eyes flicked to my chest, and I could swear I heard him breathe faster, and a low growl escaped his wolf, but the next second, he restrained himself. "Not tonight," he said quietly and stepped away from me. "I want you well rested." He walked toward the elevator leading to his private quarters. "Go to bed, Elena." "Good night, Eric," I said with a soft voice, not taking my eyes off him. I felt him hesitate a bit, still battling with himself. Then the elevator door opened and he disappeared without casting a glance in my direction. Back in my room, I quickly got out of the wet, dirty clothes that had almost dried on my skin. I filled the tub with warm water and slowly sank into it, letting the heat calm my shaking body. As I lay there, the day replayed in my mind. Mark dragging me into the alley under the rain, the fear, May arriving just in time, and then Eric appearing when I least expected him. I slipped deeper into the water until it covered my shoulders, and his words returned to me, clear and firm. "You are under my protection. Without my permission, no one touches you. No one damages what is mine." My heart began to flutter again, just like it had earlier. There was something about his voice when he said it that made me feel weak and vulnerable. I closed my eyes. Does Eric really care about me that much? Why would a powerful, breathtaking alpha like him be so interested in someone like me? The questions wouldn't leave my mind. I had nothing extraordinary to offer. No wealth, no influence, and no hidden power. And yet, I could sense him battling to resist me, just as I was battling resisting him. Elena's POV. I moved downstairs quietly, my shoes in my hand, hoping to slip out before the house came fully alive. My head felt heavy with the memories of last night, and all I wanted was air, space, and maybe to hang out with May, just to clear my thoughts. The living room lights were dim. I didn't notice Eric sitting on the couch until he spoke. "Running away this early?" I froze. He was already dressed, a cup of coffee in his hand, his gaze calm but sharp as it fixed on me. "I wasn't running away," I said, slipping my shoes back on. "I just thought." "It's the weekend," he cut in. "You don't work weekends." "I wanted to see May," I countered, but before he could respond, the front door slammed open. "Eric," Bella called as she stormed in, her heels striking the floor like gunshots. Her eyes burned with fury as she marched straight toward him. "How could you do this?" she shouted. "Have you lost your mind?" Eric didn't flinch. "Lower your voice." "You demoted Mark," she yelled. "You humiliated him. You humiliated us." Eric stood and turned slightly toward me. "You can go." "She stays," Bella howled. I remained rooted to the spot, confused and suddenly curious. I needed to understand what was happening. "I corrected a mistake," Eric said coolly. Bella let out a sharp laugh. "A mistake? He's family. He's incompetent," Eric replied evenly. "And I won't run a company on emotions." Her gaze snapped to me. "You think I didn't notice?" she said, pointing. The person replacing Mark on the promotion list is her. My heart skipped. What? I whispered. I didn't know about that. I wasn't expecting to take over Mark's position. I don't have that much experience. Bella scoffed. Is that why she's always around you? Scheming her way inside the company? Eric's voice hardened. Enough. Elena earned her place. Mark has been here for years and still can't deliver results. Bella stepped closer to him. So you're choosing her over family? I'm choosing the company, Eric said flatly, and you need to stop interfering in things you don't understand. The silence in the room was heavy and suffocating. Then Eric looked at Bella and said coldly, Make Mark sign the prenup. If he refuses, I'll terminate him completely. Bella's face was drained of color. You wouldn't. I would, he replied, and I will. With that, he turned and walked out. An awkward silence settled back over the room. I took it as my cue to leave. I reached for the door. Stop right there. Bella's voice sliced through me. Why are you even here so early? She demanded. Don't tell me you sleep here now, too. I was working overtime, I said calmly. That's all. She folded her arms. Overtime or plotting your next promotion? I met her stare without blinking. If I was a man, you wouldn't be asking that. Her eyes narrowed. You doubt my ability because I'm a woman, I continued, my voice steady despite the tight knot in my chest. Not because of my work. For a moment, she said nothing, and surprisingly, she didn't argue again. That alone unsettled me more than her shouting. Instead, she grabbed her car keys and turned to me with a tight smile. You're coming with me. Where? I asked, stunned. Shopping, she said shortly. I need air. I barely had time to protest before we were already on the road. The mall was one of the city's most upscale. Glass walls, polished floors, and luxury stores lined up like they were meant to intimidate people like me. Bella moved through it like she owned the place. She bought everything, shoes she didn't try on, bags she didn't even look at twice, and jewelry handed to her on velvet trays. I followed behind her, silently and uncomfortable, feeling like a shadow. Then she stopped suddenly. That one, she said, pointing at a mannequin. It will look good on you. The sales assistant rushed over and pulled out a silver blue evening gown. It shimmered under the lights, elegant and unmistakably expensive. No, I said immediately. Bella, I don't need. Try it on, she ordered. I really don't think. I wasn't asking. Inside the fitting room, the fabric slid over my skin like liquid. When I stepped out, the assistant gasped. Bella looked me up and down, her lips pressing into a thin smile. You'll wear it and join me for our family dinner, she said. I can't accept this, I replied. It's too much. It's decided, she said coolly. Consider it a gift. Before I could respond, she turned away, already signaling for the gown to be packed. Before I could return to the fitting room to take the gown off, Bella checked her phone. I want coffee, she said. The cafe on the corner. Get it. I hesitated. Get it for me now and don't waste time, she said without looking at me. As I walked toward the cafe, still wearing the silver blue gown, doubt crept in. Was she finally accepting me, or was this just another move in a game I hadn't learned to play yet? I came back with the coffee tray balanced carefully in my hands. Bella was gone. Her bodyguards and her car, all gone. I turned slowly, scanning the front of the boutique, my heart starting to race. Bella, I called softly. Nothing. Before I could move, a hand grabbed my arm. Miss? I turned to see a security guard blocking my path. His eyes dropped to the silver blue gown I was wearing, then hardened. You can't leave, he said. I'm waiting for someone, I replied quickly. Miss Bella Thompson. She asked for this coffee. Miss who? He frowned. That gown cost $30,000. It hasn't been paid for. My stomach dropped. That's not possible, I said. Miss Bella paid for it. I saw her. Step away from the exit, he ordered. I didn't steal anything, I said, my voice shaking. Please, call her. Bella. Save it, he snapped. I've heard this story before. Another guard joined him. Remove the gown, one of them said. Now. I can't, I whispered. I don't even have my clothes. The first guard shoved me back and my shoulder hit the wall hard. Don't resist, he warned, or I'll call the police right now. Tears burned my eyes. I'm not a thief, I said, my voice breaking. She brought me here and she made me wear it. He raised his phone. Last chance, he said coldly. Explain yourself to the cops. As the screen lit up in his hand, one thought crashed through my mind. Bella simply set me up. She planned this to humiliate me, and I had no idea how to get out. Emma's POV. The noise of clanging doors filled the police station. I stood there, shaken, in the middle of the police station, my arms wrapped around myself, still wearing the silver blue gown. It no longer felt beautiful. It felt like evidence. I knew I was in deep trouble. The officer at the desk leaned back in his chair and looked me over slowly, from my face down to the dress. His name tag read, Caleb. "So," he said with a smirk, "you walked out of a boutique with a $30,000 gown and thought no one would notice?" "I didn't steal it," I said, forcing my voice to stay calm. "My friend, Miss Bella Thompson, brought me there. She told them to pack it. She said she would pay." "Your friend, Miss Bella Thompson," he repeated, amused. "Let me guess. She is rich, powerful, but invisible." "She's real," I said. He laughed loudly, cutting me off. Funny how all thieves have rich friends who suddenly disappear. The store clerk stood beside him, arms folded, but she wouldn't look at me. "She tried to walk out after putting on the gown," the clerk said flatly. "She knew what she was doing." "That's not true," I said. "You saw her with me. You saw Bella." The clerk shrugged. "I don't remember any Bella." My chest tightened. Officer Caleb leaned forward. "Enough stories. You girls steal expensive things to look important, then cry when you're caught." "I want to make a phone call," I said quietly. He rolled his eyes. "Who are you calling? Another imaginary billionaire?" "I have the right to call my lawyer," I said, my voice shaking now. "Please." He stared at me for a long moment, then shoved the phone across the desk. "Make it quick." My fingers trembled as I dialed Eric's beta. "Nova," I whispered the moment she picked up. "I'm at the police station." "What?" she gasped. "Elena, what happened?" "I was set up," I said, tears finally slipping free. "Please, call Eric. Tell him everything. I know he's at the Thompsons' dinner, but I'll tell him," Nova said firmly. "I'm calling him now. Stay calm." The line went dead. Officer Caleb snorted. "Thompson's dinner," he mocked. "You really believe a man like that will leave an important table for you?" He stood and gestured sharply. "Take her." Before I could speak, another officer grabbed my arm and pushed me down the hallway. "Wait," I cried. "Someone is coming for me." "Sure," he said coldly. "They always are." He opened a metal door and shoved me inside. The stench, a disgusting mix of sweat, urine, and rot, hit me. The cell was small and filthy, the floor stained and damp. A few women sat inside, with hard eyes and rough voices. I recognized them as street thugs. One of them looked me up and down and laughed. "Look at Cinderella," she sneered. "Wrong party, princess." Another whistled. "That dress costs more than this whole station." They all circled me. I backed into the corner, my heart pounding. "Don't touch me," I said weakly. They laughed harder. "Who do you think you are?" one said. "Thief in a shiny dress." Sticking to the wall, I pulled the gown around me, my teeth chattering in nervousness. I was cold and hungry, and for the first time in my life I felt completely powerless and hopeless. And as the cell door locked with a heavy click, one terrifying thought settled in my chest. What if no one comes? About an hour later, the air in the station changed as I heard heavy footsteps echoed through the hall. Every sound in the station seemed to stop. My heart raced. Then he appeared, Eric Thompson. It felt like a wave of authority had hit the station. Every officer froze. Every guard went stiff. Even the toughest men sank to their knees, powerless. Eric, the Alpha, the billionaire CEO of Thompson Crest Enterprises, a man whose presence could make anyone obey without a word, was in the small police station, and right then, all of that power was focused on me. He walked straight to my cell, eyes searching for me. My chest tightened with fear, awe, and relief all at once. Nova ran forward with the keys. "Alpha, here." He didn't even look at her. He didn't need the keys. With one smooth motion, he snapped the lock of the cell, and in 2 strides, he broke my handcuffs apart with his bare hands. The metal gave way like paper. He picked me up like a doll. "I can walk," I whispered, embarrassed and shaking. He ignored me completely. He shifted me into his arms, one arm under my back, the other supporting my legs. I pressed against his chest, feeling his scent comfort me. He carried me past the frozen officers into the station lobby, his eyes scanning the room, cold and dangerous. "Who arrested and jailed her?" he asked. The silence was heavy. Finally, Caleb stammered, trembling on his knees. I did, sir. I was following Miss Thompson's orders." Eric's eyes pierced him. Then he turned to Nova and said one word, "Proceed." I couldn't believe what happened next. Nova moved quickly and without mercy. Caleb screamed as she struck him, breaking bones with each blow. The sounds were horrifying. I froze, too shocked to look away. Then a warm hand gently covered my eyes. "I'm sorry I'm late," Eric whispered near my ear. His voice was soft and gentle, the opposite of the terrifying man I had just seen. He stroked my hair, and I felt both his protection and his power all at once. I pressed against him, my fear slowly mixing with relief, Elena's POV. I couldn't move or keep my eyes closed. My hands shook uncontrollably as I watched Nova strike Caleb again and again. The officer's screams cut through the station like knives, and I felt my stomach twist in fear. "Stop! Please, stop!" I begged, my voice breaking. "You don't have to do this." Eric's jaw was tight. His eyes were cold, unyielding, yet he finally lifted a hand and said, "Enough." Nova froze instantly, stepping back. Eric gently covered my eyes with hand again. "You don't need to see this," he murmured. "Not another second." I clung to him as he carried me toward the exit. The officers cowered in silence, every step he took radiating authority, making it clear nothing in that station mattered except him. Outside, the night air hit me with a chill. A helicopter was waiting, blades spinning furiously and its rotors whipping the air around us. "That's yours?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Nova's lips curved faintly. "He cut short the Thompson family's full moon dinner to come here. Didn't hesitate for a second to bring the helicopter." My chest tightened. I felt touched but also worried. How far would this go? Eric didn't say a word. He carried me to the chopper, his arms steady and unshakable. The helicopter lifted off, cutting through the dark night, the city lights shrinking beneath us. Finally, it landed on a mountaintop beside the mansion. I felt my legs tremble as we stepped down. But then a voice tore through the night. "Elena, you slut!" I froze. Bella's voice was sharp, angry, and venomous. "Why? Why is she screaming?" I whispered, clutching Nova's arm. The curses poured out, relentless and raw. "Stupid girl, how dare you? You think you can take everything from me? You little scum. Eric, you turned against family for that piece of shit." Her shrieks and curses echoed off the mansion walls, each word dripping with rage. My stomach churned. Nova guided me swiftly toward a side entrance. "This way. Stay close." We crept through a narrow corridor, winding stairs, and finally emerged onto a balcony overlooking the great hall. Below, Bella raged like a hurricane, pacing and shouting, fists clenched, her face red with fury. Through the sheer curtains, I could barely believe what I was seeing. Bella was restrained by two burly guards, her hair messy, strands stuck to her face from tears. Her eyes were wide, burning with rage, and tears streamed freely down her cheeks. I swallowed hard, pressing my hands to my mouth. Nova leaned close, her voice low. Her little prank today, it enraged Eric. I felt my stomach tighten. A prank? And Eric, he was furious enough to do this? Below, in the great hall, Bella was yelling, her voice sharp and accusing. "Eric, you're punishing me." All because of her. Eric's voice cut through her shouting, calm but deadly. "This is not about Elena. This is about taking responsibility for your actions." Bella's eyes flashed. "Actions? I didn't. This is unfair. You're siding with her over our family." Eric's gaze was cold, unmovable. "You crossed the line. There are consequences." I held my breath as he spoke, every word heavy and deliberate. 10 lashes and 1 month of confinement, no exceptions. Bella's mouth fell open in shock. She spun to an elder standing nearby. "Please, beg Eric. I didn't mean." "I said no exceptions." Eric interrupted firmly, his tone leaving no room for debate. Bella struggled against the guards, screaming, "You can't do this. You want to ruin my skin. You can't keep me locked up for a month." Eric didn't flinch. His calm, cold eyes met hers. "If you defy me, I will extend your confinement. 2 months. And believe me, you'll count every day." I pressed my face closer to the curtain, unable to look away. I felt sick and guilty. Bella stomped and shouted, tears and fury blending into a terrifying storm. But Eric remained unmoved, every motion controlled, every word final. I realized then just how unstoppable he could be when angered and how untouchable he made me feel in comparison. Even through the veil of the curtains, I felt both awe and fear. Eric did not bend, and he didn't negotiate. And anyone who crossed him would feel his wrath in full. My heart pounded like a drum in my chest. The moment I heard him ordered the guards to seize Bella and give her the 10 lashes right there. I couldn't stop myself. I tore myself away from the sheer curtains and ran down the stairs, barely noticing the wide-eyed servants and guards. "Wait, please. You don't have to do this," I shouted, entering the hall. I planted myself in front of Bella, her trembling form behind me. Eric's head snapped toward me. His jaw tightened and fury blazed in his dark eyes. "Who allowed you down here?" he growled, each word slicing through the room like steel. I stammered but forced myself to speak. Bella hasn't truly harmed me. 10 lashes. It's too much." Behind me, Bella sobbed in agreement, her voice shaky. "Yes, she's right." An elder seizing the opportunity and stepped forward. "And who are you, young lady?" Eric's icy gaze snapped toward the man. "Not your concern," he said, each word dripping with danger. Then, without another word, he gestured sharply. "Go ahead." My stomach plummeted. I hadn't expected him to ignore me so quickly. Before I could react, his hand shot out. He gripped my arm painfully tight, muscles hard as iron. I yelped, stumbling forward as he dragged me forcibly away from the hall. "Eric, wait." I tried to resist, but it was useless. His strength was terrifying and unyielding. He hauled me straight to my room. The door slammed behind me with a force that rattled the walls. I spun around, but before I could even step back, he had me pinned to the wall. His hand pressed against my throat, firm and dangerous, and his dark eyes burned with rage. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" he roared, shaking the very room, interfering in my family matter. I gasped for breath, fear and adrenaline coursing through me. My hands clawed at his arm, but he didn't budge an inch. I stammered, heart hammering, voice barely audible. I couldn't let her get hurt like that. His glare bore into me, powerful and unrelenting. Every muscle in my body froze under the heat of his fury. For a moment, it felt like the world had narrowed down to just him and me, his anger a physical force pressing me against the wall, Emma's POV. Eric's hand pressed hard against my neck, pinning me in place. His eyes were dark, stormy, and filled with anger I had never dared to see before. Every muscle in his body radiated authority and fury. "You don't get it, do you?" he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "You don't belong in our affairs. You have no right barging into and interfering in pack matters. You defied me." "I only meant well," I shot back, my voice trembling. "I didn't want her to be hurt. This punishment. It's too much, Eric. Please, you don't have to." He slammed his gaze onto me, cold and merciless. "You don't understand. You think you know how this family works? You think you can step in like you have any say here?" Tears welled up in my eyes. "I know I'm not one of you. I'm just trying to do the right thing. Can't you see that?" He shook his head, voice sharp and cutting. "The right thing? The right thing isn't yours to decide. You're an insignificant contractual partner and nothing more. Don't think you have any special rights, or leverage. You have no place here." I felt the sting of his words like fire. My chest tightened and a sob escaped my lips. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I only wanted to protect Bella. Eric's jaw tightened. His eyes softened for a fleeting second as he looked at my tears, but the moment passed like a shadow. His eyes darkened again, colder than ever. "This won't work," he said finally, his words slicing through me. "Your involvement, your feelings, none of it matters. The contract ends here." Before I could respond, he shoved me aside with brutal force and stormed out. The door slammed behind him, leaving only silence, emptiness, and my shattered heart. I sank to the floor, gasping, my hands shaking. I had tried to do the right thing, to protect his sister, and yet I had failed him. In the morning, heartbroken, I began packing in silence. My hands moved on their own accord, folding clothes I wasn't sure I would ever wear again. The room felt colder and emptier than before. My eyes burned from crying. Then there was a gentle knock on the door. "Miss Elena?" The butler's calm voice came through. "You may come in," I whispered. He stepped inside slowly, his face kind and almost looking sad. He looked at the half-packed suitcase, then at me. "I heard what happened last night," he said gently. "I came to see how you are." I swallowed hard. "I think I already know what comes next." He shook his head slightly. "Usually when a woman angers the alpha, she is dismissed immediately and escorted out without explanations." My heart sank further. "Then why am I still here?" "That," he said softly, "is what makes this different. I looked up at him. The alpha left instead, he continued. In all my years serving this family, I have never seen him do that. I hugged my arms around myself. He said I was insignificant, and he terminated my work contract. The butler sighed. Alphas say many things when they are angry, but actions speak louder. He hesitated, then added quietly, You are also the first woman who has ever made him smile. Truly smile. I stared at him, my chest tightening. That doesn't matter anymore. It does, he said firmly but kindly. You touched something in him no one else ever has. That is why he was angry, and that is why he walked away instead of sending you away. He bowed slightly. Rest for now, Miss Elena. The story between you and the alpha, it is not over yet. As he left, I sat on the bed, staring at my suitcase, my heart torn between pain and a fragile, dangerous hope. An hour later, I went into the kitchen to fix myself a light breakfast before leaving the Thompson house for good. James's words from earlier gave me a little comfort, but it didn't change the truth. Eric had ended the contract. There was no reason for me to stay. I lifted the cup to my lips, ready to take my first sip of coffee, when the door burst open. Bella walked in. She looked disheveled, hair unkempt, nightgown hanging loosely on her frame, her eyes puffy and red like she hadn't slept at all. She looked nothing like the elegant Thompson diva I had seen so many times. She froze when she saw me sitting on the tall stool, coffee in hand. For a moment, we just stared at each other. And in her eyes, I saw something unexpected, regret. Elena, she said quietly, about yesterday I want to apologize. I looked away. You don't have to. I don't need your apology. I'm sorry, she insisted, stepping closer. I shouldn't have set you up like that. That made me turn. I was jealous, she blurted out. My brother was giving you too much attention. You took my husband's position, and I lost control. She sounded sober, almost honest, but I refused to be fooled again. Bella, I snapped. What you did was unspeakable. Her lips trembled. You tricked me into going shopping, I continued. You forced me into a dress I didn't even want. Then you disappeared. My voice shook, but I didn't stop. I was arrested, harassed, humiliated, and thrown into a cell. She swallowed hard. Do you really think saying I'm sorry can erase that? I asked. Do you have any idea what being detained in the police cell can do to my career? She shook her head slowly. No. Her voice dropped. It was ugly, and I regret it. She hesitated, then added softly, especially after you ran into the hall to stop my brother from punishing me. You didn't deserve what I did to you. You have a good heart. I said nothing, and the silence between us was heavy. Bella broke the silence suddenly. Let me make it up to you, she said. I looked at her. Make it up how? A trip, she replied quickly. Overseas, just you and me. I stiffened at once. No, I have work and I can't leave, and you're confined. All I wanted was to just stay so far away from her. She scoffed. That doesn't matter anymore. It does to me, I said firmly. I'm leaving today. Bella's eyes flickered, then she dropped the bomb casually. Eric has approved it. My heart skipped. Approved what? The vacation, she said. He signed off on it before he left last night. Left? I repeated. He's already out of Silver Crest territory, she added. On an important mission. That didn't sit right with me. How could he authorize a vacation for me after terminating my contract? I still don't want to go, I said. Bella stepped closer, her voice softer but insistent. Elena, you have to. It's going to be fun, I promise you, and you get to meet a very special person. I hesitated. I shouldn't have listened to her. It felt like another setup. Before I could change my mind, she was already calling the driver. The private airfield was quiet and isolated, far from the city noise. A sleek jet waited on the runway, engines humming low. This is unnecessary, I murmured. You deserve it, Bella said, ushering me forward. I climbed the steps into the plane, my stomach tightening with unease. Then I saw him. Mark. He stood near the window, arms crossed, his body rigid. The second his eyes landed on me, his face darkened, rage flashing instantly. What the fuck are you doing here? He roared. The air inside the plane turned cold and my heart dropped. Elena's POV. I froze the moment I stepped into the jet. Mark? What the hell? He was standing near the cockpit, arms crossed, his face already dark with anger. My heart dropped. Yes, I knew he was Bella's husband, but I never imagined he would be part of this so-called vacation. Bella had promised me a surprise. Was this it? Our eyes met, and the air instantly turned sharp. He didn't say anything to me. Instead, he turned to Bella and pulled her a few steps aside, his voice low but furious. "What the hell is she doing here? I thought this was a private trip." Bella folded her arms. "Elena is my friend," she shot back, "and I need her with me." "You need her?" he scoffed. "For what exactly?" "So you don't have to pretend to enjoy shopping and a luxury spa," Bella snapped. "You hate all that. Elena doesn't. That's why I brought her." I stood there, pretending not to hear, even though every word hit me square in the chest. Mark glanced at me again, his jaw tight, his eyes cold. For a second, I thought he would argue more, but instead, he shrugged like he didn't care. Without another word, he walked past us and dropped into a seat. Bella turned back to me, her smile bright and reassuring. "Ignore him," she said, looping her arm through mine. "Come on, I saved you a seat." She led me farther down the plane. As I sat, I could still feel Mark's presence and his eyes, tense, watching me. My pulse wouldn't slow. This trip hadn't even started yet, and already it felt like a mistake. "Are you sure bringing me on this trip is a good idea?" I asked quietly once we were seated. I kept my voice low and glanced toward the front of the jet. "Your husband doesn't look happy at all." Bella waved it off. "Don't worry. It's not you. He's just been in a bad mood lately." She rolled her eyes. "My brother keeps pushing him to sign the prenup." I nodded slowly. "That's actually a wise thing to do. Your brother is only trying to protect you." "I know," she said with a sigh, "but we just got married. If I push him too hard now, he'll feel like I don't trust him at all." I didn't answer right away. I could see both sides, and that made it hard to speak. Part of me wanted to warn her, to tell her that Mark wasn't the man she believed he was, that beneath the charm, he was nothing more than a glorified gold digger. But I stayed quiet. I knew Bella wouldn't take it well, especially if she ever found out the truth, that Mark wasn't just her husband, that he was my ex. So I swallowed my words, forced a small smile, and kept my mouth shut. Some truths, no matter how important, could destroy more than they saved. "That's why we're taking this trip," Bella continued, leaning closer to me. "I want him to feel relaxed, to feel like he belongs. Then I'll bring it up again." "That makes sense," I said softly. "Just talk to him. If he really loves you, he'll sign it." Her face brightened immediately. "Exactly." She jumped to her feet with sudden excitement. "Come with me. I want to show you something." "Show me what?" I asked, standing up and following her. She led me all the way to the back of the jet and stopped in front of a sleek door. With a proud smile, she pushed it open. I stepped inside and froze. It wasn't just another cabin. It was a full walk-in wardrobe. Rows and rows of dresses hung neatly by color, shelves lined with designer bags, shoes displayed like art pieces. Jewelry cases gleamed under soft lighting. I stared, completely stunned. Bella laughed at my expression. "Told you I had something to show you." I swallowed hard, my mind struggling to catch up. I had officially entered a world I didn't understand at all. "You have a built-in closet in your jet?" I asked, still staring in disbelief at the endless rows of clothes. Bella laughed. "No, not a built-in closet." She said it casually, like we were talking about snacks. "I ordered the latest collections from my favorite boutiques. I didn't have time to go there, so they brought everything here for me." I slowly turned in a circle. "My gosh, this looks like a whole fashion mall." She laughed again and started flipping through the dresses, her fingers moving with confidence. "I'm very picky with what I wear." She pulled out a soft pink dress, then a cream-colored one, holding them up against herself as if already picturing the final look. I stayed where I was, feeling completely out of place, like I'd wandered into someone else's dream. Then she turned to me and pushed a red dress into my arms. "Here, try this. It'll look amazing on you." I stiffened immediately. "No, I can't," I protested. "The last time you made me try on a dress, I ended up in jail." She paused, then burst out laughing. "Okay, fair. But this is different, and I'm here to make that up to you." I shook my head. "I'll just stay in my office pants and shirt." "That's fine." "No," she said firmly. "You're not doing that. You need to look classy and chic. We are on a vacation, remember? You need to look presentable when we land." Before I could argue again, she had already started undressing, completely unbothered, and slipped into the pink dress she had chosen for herself. I hesitated, clutching the red fabric in my hands. I really didn't belong here. Not in this jet, not in this closet, not in these clothes. But under her expectant gaze, I gave in. Reluctantly, I turned away, changed out of my clothes, and pulled on the red dress she had given me, still unsure whether I was stepping into fashion or trouble. "Wow, look at you," Bella gasped when she turned around and saw me in the red mini dress. Her jaw literally dropped. "My brother won't even recognize you in this," she teased. I smiled, but inside I felt a little uneasy. Mini dresses weren't my style at all. I rarely wore anything this short. And honestly, I was glad Alpha Eric wasn't around to see me like this. I didn't want him getting the wrong idea or thinking I was trying too hard. "Now sit," Bella said happily, already pulling me toward the vanity. "Let's fix your hair and makeup." Before I could protest, she had me seated. What I thought would take a few minutes turned into almost 2 hours. She was very serious about my makeover, adjusting my hair, touching up my face, stepping back, then starting all over again. We were still in the middle of it when the door suddenly flew open. "Babe, what the hell are you doing in here?" Mark snapped as he walked in. Then he stopped. His eyes landed on me, and for a moment he couldn't speak. He just stared. "Mark," Bella snapped immediately. "Try knocking next time. You can't just barge in like that. What if she was undressing?" He looked away quickly and muttered a low apology, not really to anyone in particular. But when he looked back, his eyes were still on me. "She looks stunning, right?" Bella said proudly, clearly pleased with herself. "Tell me I did a great job with her hair and makeup." Mark blinked, then scoffed. "You did fine," he said flatly. "But let's be honest, anyone would look good wearing things that expensive." I shot him a sharp glare, my stomach twisting with disgust. He returned the look just as coldly. The air between us turned tense, heavy with things neither of us wanted to say out loud. The next minute, Bella pulled out a pair of matching heels and held them up proudly. "These will go perfectly with the dress," she said. "No way," I replied instantly. "I'm not wearing that." "Yes way," she shot back. "Please don't ruin all my hard work by pairing this dress with those flats." She glanced pointedly at my feet. I looked down. She wasn't wrong. My flats looked completely out of place. Still, the thought of wearing heels with a red mini dress made my stomach twist. What would I even look like? I opened my mouth to argue again, to suggest something lower and safer, but Bella suddenly stood up. "Mark, sweetheart," she said lightly. "Help her with the shoes. I'll get us some champagne." Before I could stop her, she trotted out of the cabin, humming to herself. The moment the door closed, the mood shifted. Mark moved fast. He was beside me in seconds, his hand closing around my wrist. His grip wasn't gentle. "What the hell of a game are you playing?" he demanded in a low voice. My heart jumped, but I forced myself to stay calm. I pulled slightly against his hold and met his eyes. "Let go of me," I said firmly. "I'm not playing any games." He didn't release me right away. His eyes searched my face, angry and sharp, like he was trying to catch me in a lie. "You just showed up on my jet," he continued, voice tight, "acting like this is all a coincidence." "It is a coincidence," I said coldly. "Your wife invited me. I didn't plan this. You must think I'm stupid, right?" Mark hissed. His grip tightened around my wrist as he shoved me back against the wall. The shelves rattled behind me. My heart slammed hard in my chest. "You think I don't see what you're doing?" he went on, eyes blazing. "First you seduced Eric and stole my job. Now you suddenly want to be best friends with my wife?" His voice dropped, sharp and cruel. "Why don't you just get the hell out of my life?" I opened my mouth to answer, anger rushing up, words already on my tongue when the cabin door flew open. "What the fuck are you two doing?" Bella snapped. She stood there, staring at us, her eyes darting from Mark's hand on my wrist to my back pressed against the wall. The air in the cabin went dead silent, Elena's POV. Mark quickly let go of my hand and stepped back. "It's nothing serious," he said, avoiding my gaze. Bella stood at the doorway, her eyebrows drawn together. "Nothing serious?" she repeated, her voice sharp. "You were practically clutching her hand, Mark." My stomach sank and a wave of panic rose. If Bella realized there was history between Mark and me, everything could fall apart. I wanted to tell her the truth, but before I could speak, she said something that caught me off guard. "Are you upset with her because the promotion at TE?" "That was purely Eric's decision, not hers," Bella said firmly. Then she turned to me, her expression softening. Elena, don't worry about him. Some people just have short tempers. You're my friend now, and I won't let him make you feel uncomfortable. I blinked, stunned. Relief washed over me, but alongside it, a flutter I couldn't name. Mark and I, our past wasn't done with us. Mark muttered something under his breath, grumbling as he spun on his heel and left the room, clearly in a foul mood. Bella shook her head and laughed. Men. Can't live with them. Can't live without them. She reached for a bottle of champagne and poured 2 glasses. Handing one to me, she added, Well, it's just the 2 of us now. Let's make the most of it. I accepted the glass, curiosity suddenly bubbling inside me. So, where exactly are we going? I asked, finally giving in to it. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Patience, Elena, you'll see soon enough. 3 hours later, the plane touched down on a remote island called the Golden Creek. A sleek black limo was waiting for us at the airport, its engine humming quietly. The ride took us along the coast, the fading sunlight painting the water gold. Soon, Bella pointed ahead, and I gasped. That's where we're going, she said with a playful wink. Before me stood a hotel, but not just any hotel. It looked more like a gigantic luxury yacht, gleaming against the shimmering water. I had never seen anything like it. Along the shore, luxury cruise boats were lined up, their polished decks glinting in the evening light. Guests in designer clothes moved elegantly, stepping on and off the boats as though they were floating in another world entirely. When the limo stopped, a sporty cruise boat awaited us. This will take us to the hotel, Bella said, her excitement infectious. It's called Paradise Lost. As we entered the hotel, Paradise Lost, a red carpet led us into a grand hall that took my breath away. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a soft glow on the marble floors. Velvet curtains framed the tall windows, and golden accents shimmered everywhere. Bella strode confidently ahead, posing and flashing dazzling smiles at the photographers lining the carpet. Come on, Elena. Smile, she called back, laughing as she turned for the cameras. I stumbled slightly in the heels she had insisted I wear. My mini dress tugged at me uncomfortably, and I kept adjusting it as I walked, trying not to trip. These shoes are impossible, I muttered under my breath. Bella glanced back with a teasing grin. You're fine. You're just nervous. Just walk like you own the place. I leaned closer to her and whispered, What sort of event is this? I mean, it feels so huge. She gave me a quick, confident smile. It's a ball. Just relax and enjoy it. Then she was gone, swept away by her friends, all waving and laughing. I felt like I had been dropped into another world. I could feel every eye in the hall on me. Conversation stopped for a split second as people turned to look. I wanted to shrink into the floor, but I forced myself to stand tall, clutching my handbag like a lifeline. Mark had already disappeared into a group of his friends, laughing and talking like he belonged here, while I stood awkwardly, trying to find a place where I wouldn't be noticed. I stood awkwardly in a corner, clutching my clutch bag, feeling completely out of place. Around me, the guests laughed and moved gracefully, dressed in gowns and tuxedos that screamed wealth and power. I felt small, like I didn't belong anywhere in this glittering world. A waiter came toward me, a silver tray full of champagne glasses in his hands. Unsure, I leaned in and whispered, Excuse me, how much is this? Before the waiter could answer, a burst of laughter rang out from a group nearby. Seriously, Bella, how dare you show up here with your Omega maid? One of them sneered, loud enough for me to hear every word. How much is it? Another mimicked, pointing at me and laughing. My stomach dropped, my face burned. I wanted the floor to swallow me up right there. I wanted to vanish, to disappear from their cruel, mocking eyes. Just when I thought I couldn't handle it, Bella appeared at my side like a shield. Enough, she snapped, her voice firm and cutting. She glared at the group, and suddenly they faltered. Show some respect. Elena is my guest, and I won't tolerate anyone mocking her. If you can't behave, leave. The group muttered under their breath, their laughter dying down. I felt my chest slowly unclench as Bella leaned slightly toward me. Don't let them get to you, she whispered. They're just insecure. I nodded, my hands still trembling a little. She handed me a glass of champagne. It's free. Everything here is free, she says. Thank you, I murmured softly, almost too quietly to be heard. She smiled and squeezed my shoulder. Relax. Stick with me, and no one can touch you tonight. I took a deep breath and straightened my back, trying to make myself appear taller, braver, but even as I did, the world of wealth, glamour, and power surrounding me still felt impossibly vast, and I couldn't shake the thought that all eyes were still on me, judging me. I tried to sip the champagne, but the bubbles felt too sharp, the glass too heavy, and the voices around me too loud. My hands shook slightly, and after a few awkward attempts, I set the glass down on a nearby counter, letting out a quiet sigh. I leaned closer to Bella, who was deep in conversation with a friend, and whispered, I think I need to leave. I'm tired. I need to rest. Bella tilted her head, studying me with a playful yet knowing smile. You want to leave already? She teased. The ball is just starting, and you haven't even seen the surprise I promised you. I shook my head. Honestly, I'm not in the mood for surprises right now. Everything here, it's too much. I just need a moment. She reached out and lightly touched my arm. Stay just a little longer, she said softly. Trust me, you'll want to see this. I hesitated. I was definitely not in the mood. My stomach twisted every time I looked around, every laugh and whisper making me feel more out of place. But something in Bella's smile made me agree. Okay, a few more minutes, I muttered, letting myself be pulled along. Just then, Mark strode across the hall, his jaw set and eyes locked on Bella. He reached her and took her hand, tugging gently but firmly. Come on, Bella, he said, his voice low and insistent. Dance with me. Bella laughed, a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, and let herself be led away. As he wrapped his arms around her, Mark cast me a sharp, almost evil look that made my stomach tighten. I stood there for a while, watching Bella and Mark move across the dance floor. His hands rested easily on her waist, his face relaxed, almost smug. I felt irritation crawl under my skin. Not jealousy, just exhaustion from his constant attitude. A voice broke into my thoughts. Were you stood up by your date? A man asked casually. I turned surprised. That was when I really saw him. He was tall, strikingly handsome, with smooth skin, blonde hair neatly styled, and eyes so blue they almost didn't look real. He smiled like he knew exactly how charming he was. Not really, I replied carefully. Good, he said at once. Then dance with me. He extended his hand. I'm Philip. I glanced at his hand, then back at his face. I'm sorry. I don't dance, I said politely. He chuckled, shaking his head. What a waste. What? I snapped before I could stop myself. He leaned closer, his smile turning sharp. A beautiful girl at a ball who can't dance? Completely useless. Before I could respond, he turned away, already charming another girl standing nearby. Rage filled my chest, my fingers curled into fists. That was it. I had reached my limit. The stares, the whispers, the insults. I was done. I lifted my hand, searching for Bella in the crowd, ready to signal that I wanted to leave. Then suddenly, the lights dimmed and music faded. Conversations died mid-sentence. A hush swept through the grand hall like a wave. I froze. Every head turned toward the entrance. Slowly and almost unwillingly, I followed their gaze. The doors opened. A tall figure, handsome and almost otherworldly, stepped inside, confident and unhurried. The room seemed to hold its breath as he walked forward. My heart fluttered painfully when I saw Eric's face, Elena's POV. Alpha Eric didn't have to speak to command the room. The moment he stepped inside, the air shifted. Conversations broke apart. Heads turned. Women leaned closer, drawn to him like gravity had changed direction. I stood frozen and unable to move. Oh my God. Alpha Eric is here, someone whispered near me. I didn't know he attends balls like this, another she-wolf gasped. My gosh, he's so handsome, a third sighed. Then his eyes found me. He stopped walking. My heart slammed painfully against my ribs. I couldn't tell if what I felt was fear or something dangerously close to excitement. My mind betrayed me, dragging up his cold voice from the night before when he pinned me to the wall. This won't work. Your involvement, your feelings, none of it matters. The contract ends here. I swallowed. Then he started walking toward me. Oh my God, he's coming this way, a woman beside me squealed. No, he's definitely here to ask me for a dance, her friend gushed. But he didn't look at them, not even once. His eyes stayed on me. I stood there, stiff and helpless, as he stopped in front of me. His face was unreadable. My palms were damp as I tugged nervously at my mini dress, suddenly feeling exposed and foolish. Elena, he said evenly, what are you doing here? My throat tightened. He cut me off. Did you follow me here? No, I blurted out quickly. I came with Bella and Mark. She insisted. Around us, the hall buzzed with quiet shock. I felt their eyes burning into me. Who the hell is she? Someone muttered. Eric's gaze swept over me slowly. My dress, my makeup, the version of me Bella had created on the jet. Shame crept into my chest. I was sure he thought I looked ridiculous, cheap, out of place. You shouldn't be here, he said coldly. I know, I replied, my voice shaking. I was just leaving. Just then, a tall, elegant woman stepped forward. She was flawless, perfect hair, perfect dress, perfect confidence. She slipped her hand into Eric's arm as if it belonged there. Alpha, Eric, she purred. Aren't we supposed to dance? She glanced at me like I was dirt under her heel. You can leave now, Eric said, still watching me closely. My chest tightened. I nodded, turned around, and began to walk away on unsteady legs. Each step felt heavier than the last. Humiliation burned behind my eyes. I almost regretted coming to this island at all. I should have stayed behind at the villa. I should have parked my stuff and left quietly. Wait, his voice cut through the hall. I stopped. When I turned, he was already close, too close. He reached out and grabbed my hand. Stay, he said firmly. Dance with me. I stared at him, stunned. My heart raced wildly. You can go, Naira, he said without looking at the woman beside him. What? She snapped, clearly offended. You'd rather dance with this. She looked me up and down, her lip curling. Thing than with me? I said leave, Eric growled. The force in his voice silenced the room. Naira stiffened, then turned sharply and stormed away, her heels clicking angrily against the marble floor. The hall was completely silent. Then the music returned. Everyone watched in shock as Eric pulled me gently but firmly toward the dance floor. And just like that, I found myself standing in the center of the room, in the arms of the most powerful alpha in the realm. Dancing had never been my thing, but with Eric, it felt effortless. He held me close, guiding my steps as if he already knew every move we would make. We glided across the dance floor, his hand firm at my waist, his other hand holding mine securely. His eyes never left mine, not even for a second. I could feel the weight of every gaze in the room. Some watched him with admiration, worshiping their alpha. Others looked at me with judgment, as if I was unworthy of standing beside him, let alone dancing with him. You look beautiful, he whispered softly. My heart fluttered foolishly at his words. Thank you, I replied with a small smile, deeply relieved that he liked this version of me, the version Bella had carefully put together. Why did you change your mind? I whispered. About what? He asked quietly. Dancing with me, when you already had the perfect partner. He glanced at me. I saw how miserable you looked when I told you to leave. I didn't look miserable, I protested softly. He chuckled under his breath. The dance felt unreal, like we were floating above the floor instead of touching it. I didn't want it to end. For those few minutes, nothing else mattered. No whispers, no rules, no past words spoken in anger. But then the music slowed and finally stopped. Eric gently guided me away from the dance floor, his hands still resting protectively at my back. As we stepped aside, Bella suddenly appeared in front of us, her face glowing with excitement. Mark followed closely behind her. Girl, Bella yelped, grabbing my hands. That dance was stunning. You literally owned the dance floor. She stared at me accusingly. And you said you don't know how to dance. I blushed, suddenly shy under her praise. Eric's tone shifted. Why are you here, Lady Bella? He asked sharply. Aren't you supposed to be grounded? Bella stiffened immediately. This ball was already scheduled, she shot back. I couldn't have missed it, and Mark had business here, so I thought it was a good opportunity. Eric's gaze snapped to Mark. You knew she was grounded, yet you brought her here anyway? Defying my orders? Mark frowned, squeezing his face in frustration. Grounded? He scoffed. You can do better than that. She's not in high school anymore, Eric. Please. Are you questioning my authority? Eric said calmly. Or do you think as the head of the Thompson family? Mark's jaw tightened. He looked furious but held it in. I wouldn't dare, Alpha Eric, he replied, his voice heavy with sarcasm. You have time to dance, Eric went on, but not to sign the prenup. The prenup is a private matter, Mark snapped, not something to discuss here. The prenup is very important because it protects the Thompson name, Eric said evenly. It keeps our property safe. Mark's face burned with anger. When he glared at me, I didn't look away. For someone so proud, this must have hurt badly. And honestly, he deserved it. Eric, please, Bella pleaded. Not tonight. Can we not fight for once? Get him to sign it or I'll get worse, Eric said coldly. He wrapped an arm around me and walked away. I glanced back and met Mark's eyes. Cold, sharp, full of hate. Fear stirred in my chest. Once we were away, I whispered, I'm scared of Mark. He hates my closeness to Bella. I think he might do something reckless. He won't, Eric said firmly. The demotion at the office and the prenup should keep him in check. I stayed quiet. Deep down, I wasn't convinced. A man with nothing left to lose can be the most dangerous of all. Emma's POV. Ping. The sound from my phone made me stir at once. I hadn't slept properly, not even with the soft queen-size bed beneath me and the luxury of the presidential wing at Paradise Lost, the yacht hotel. My room was just a few doors away from Eric's, yet sleep refused to stay with me. Mark's words from the night before kept replaying in my head. His looks, his threats. I knew he wasn't done with me. And that scared me more than I wanted to admit. I reached for my phone, my eyes still heavy, and checked the notification. An email from Thompson Enterprises. I blinked once, then twice. Promotion, marketing manager. What? I screamed. I jumped out of bed so fast my heart nearly burst from my chest. Excitement rushed through me like fire. Barely thinking, I threw a robe over my thin nightwear and ran straight out of my room. I stopped in front of Eric's door, raised my hand to knock, and the door opened. Eric stepped out, already dressed in one of his sharp, serious suits, the kind that warned the world not to test him. I've been promoted to marketing manager, I shouted, barely able to control myself. I almost threw my arms around him. He lifted an eyebrow, then smiled. That's amazing. Congratulations, Elena. I beamed. Thank you. You earned it, he said simply. I couldn't have done it without you, I blurted out, still bouncing with excitement. I thought maybe this was your way of making up for what Mark did, marrying your sister and firing me. Me? He echoed. Then he shook his head. No, I had nothing to do with that. He closed the door quietly behind him and faced me. All I did was submit your name to HR. They reviewed your work, did their checks, and approved it. That's all. Oh, I murmured, a little embarrassed but still grateful. Thank you for nominating me. He checked his watch. I have to go. I'm heading to an important meeting. All right, I said softly. Have a great day. For a brief second, I almost leaned in and kissed him. My heart jumped at the thought, but I stopped myself. Let's celebrate properly tonight, he said instead. Dinner, 8 p.m., is that okay? My smile returned instantly. Yes, definitely. Good. My PA will send you the reservation. See you then, Elena, he said, and turned and walked down the hallway, confident and composed as usual. I stood there for a moment, watching him leave, my heart still racing this time for a very different reason. After spending almost an hour in my room, rolling on the bed, daydreaming about my new job, and shamefully about Eric, I finally forced myself to get up. I couldn't waste the day floating in fantasies. If I was going to be a manager now, I needed to start acting like one. I showered, got dressed, and opened my work itinerary for the week. Reading through it with fresh eyes felt different. I wasn't just another staff member anymore. I had responsibility, authority. One name caught my attention, a prospective client from North America, old money, part of a powerful dynasty, and according to the notes, he lived somewhere close to the island. Several agents had tried and failed to get him to sign with Thompson Enterprises. I smiled slowly. Why not try it myself? It wouldn't hurt to pay him a visit and pitch the deal in person. Sometimes, showing up confidently was better than endless emails and calls. I chose a sharp corporate outfit, simple, clean, and professional. Within minutes, I was ready, focused, determined. In the cab, I pulled up his file on my phone. As I skimmed through it, one word stood out again and again: arrogant. I leaned back in my seat, unfazed. Well, I muttered to myself, I've handled arrogant people before. I straightened my shoulders as the car moved toward his estate. I wouldn't be intimidated. The cab dropped me off in front of a massive estate that seemed to stretch endlessly. Tall fences, wide lawns, and stone paths disappeared into the distance. It took me almost 30 minutes of walking before I finally reached the main gate. A bulky man opened it. He looked me over briefly, his expression unreadable. Good afternoon, I said, straightening my shoulders. My name is Miss Elena Gray. I'm here to see Mr. Arthur regarding a prospective business deal from Thompson Enterprises, Silvercrest Pack. He studied me for a moment, then gave a stiff nod. Wait here. He disappeared into the huge house, leaving me standing there under the sun. Minutes passed, then more minutes. Just when I began to wonder if I'd been forgotten, he returned. This way, he said shortly. He led me through the estate and stopped at the poolside. The water sparkled under the bright sky, surrounded by elegant loungers and tall palm trees. Please wait here. Mr. Arthur will see you soon, he said before walking away. I sat on one of the loungers, placing my bag neatly beside me. I tried to stay calm and professional, even though the silence felt heavy. That was when I noticed a man in the pool. He swam smoothly, moving back and forth with effortless grace. Lap after lap, he didn't seem to notice me, or maybe he was pretending not to. I picked up my phone and scrolled through emails, hoping someone would come to attend to me. No one did. The man continued swimming. Time dragged on. Eventually, boredom crept in. I stood up and began to pace slowly near the pool, rehearsing my pitch in my head. Suddenly, splash! A heavy wave of water hit me, soaking my dress and hair. What the hell? I blurted out, spinning around. The man had climbed out of the pool and stood at the edge, laughing loudly, clearly amused by himself. I stared at him, my face burning with anger and embarrassment. Excuse me, I said sharply, but why would you splash water on me? He only laughed harder, and in that moment I realized I wasn't just meeting an arrogant man. I was meeting trouble. You needed to cool down a bit, he teased. I blinked. What rubbish. Just then a line of Omega maids appeared, each holding trays of neatly folded towels, glasses of juice, and chilled water. One of them stepped forward. He took a towel, wiping himself dry with unhurried ease, and that was when it struck me. That face, the tall, blonde man with deep blue eyes who had asked me for a dance at the ball last night. Oh my God. The words slipped out before I could stop them. Mr. Philip Arthur? He threw his head back and laughed, a low, almost mocking sound. Now you recognize me. He walked closer, and I couldn't help noticing him properly this time. His broad frame, sculpted abs, the effortless confidence of someone who knew exactly how intimidating he was. He looked like a swimwear model who had stepped straight out of a magazine. He dropped onto one of the loungers, picked up a glass of iced tea, and took a slow sip. I hear you're here to pitch me something, he said lazily. I'm all ears. What the hell? He seriously expected us to discuss business by the poolside, while he was practically naked. I stared at him, searching his face for any sign that he was joking. Come on, he added impatiently. I don't have all day. All right, Mr. Arthur, I said, pulling myself together. I'm here on behalf of Thompson Enterprises to propose an investment opportunity in AI technology. I opened my tablet, placed it before him, the slides flashing past as I spoke with practiced confidence. I knew this project inside out. I could recite it in my sleep. Midway through my presentation, something felt off. I looked up. His eyes were closed. Mr. Arthur, I said carefully, are you with me? He opened his eyes and grinned. Are you done talking? My brows furrowed. Excuse me? When do we get to the practical pitching? He asked, his grin widening. I'm sorry, I don't understand, I said, genuinely confused. The part where you seduce me, he said bluntly. I heard that's how you close deals for Thompson Enterprises, by sleeping with your clients. What errant nonsense, I snapped, fury flaring instantly. Who told you such rubbish about me? I did. The voice came from behind me. I spun around and froze. Mark, he walked in calmly, as if he hadn't just dropped a bombshell. Philip Arthur stood up, and the two men exchanged amused glances before shaking hands. And just like that, everything clicked. What the bloody hell? Elena's POV. I didn't raise my voice. That alone surprised Mark. What are you doing here, Mark? I asked calmly. Or is following me now part of your new hobby? He blinked, clearly thrown off, before scoffing and sitting beside Philip. Following you? Don't flatter yourself. Philip is my friend. Bella and I flew in because of him. Friend. That single word tightened something in my chest, but I didn't let it show. If Mark had access to men like Philip Arthur, then this meeting was never meant to be fair. Philip leaned back on the lounger, eyes flicking between us with lazy interest. He was enjoying this. I'm here on business, I said evenly. A legitimate proposal from Thompson Enterprises. Whatever circus you came with is irrelevant to me. Mark laughed. Legitimate? That's rich coming from you. Philip's lips curved. Oh, sounds like there's history. Plenty, Mark said. She stole my managerial position. Philip's brows lifted. Stole, he turned to me. Impressive. I met his gaze without flinching. I earned it. Mark snorted. By warming beds? Philip laughed softly, eyes sharpening. He wasn't laughing because it was funny. He was testing me. I inhaled once, slowly. Mr. Arthur, I said, my voice steady and precise, you are a man who values results, not gossip. Thompson Enterprises promoted me because I closed 3 failing accounts in 1 quarter and increased regional profit margins by 17%. Those numbers are on record. Philip tilted his head, suddenly interested. Mark waved a hand. She's lying. Her strategy nearly cost the company millions. That deal was rejected before implementation, I cut in smoothly. By the board, a decision you supported in writing. Silence. Philip's eyes flicked sharply to Mark. Is that true? Mark's jaw tightened. That's not the point. No, I said softly. It's exactly the point. I stepped closer, not aggressively, but deliberately. You lost your position because you failed to adapt. I gained mine because I delivered. There was no scandal, no favoritism, and certainly no alpha involved. Philip exhaled a low chuckle. Careful, Mark. She's prepared. Mark scowled. You really believe her? Philip's smile lingered but unreadable. All right, enough, he said at last, waving a lazy hand. I hate tension during business meetings. His eyes gleamed with amusement. If you're both trying to impress me, at least do it properly. Make it interesting. Mark straightened immediately. Anything you want, he said too fast, flashing a smile that made my stomach turn. Philip stood. Let's change locations. My chest tightened. The air here feels stiff, he added casually. Wait, I'll change. And just like that, he disappeared into the house. The moment he left, Mark turned on me. You need to leave, he said sharply. I let out a dry laugh. I came here for business. If anyone's leaving, it's you. His hand closed around my wrist, hard, too hard. You don't understand men like Philip, he hissed, leaning closer. To people like him, women aren't partners. They're entertainment. Walk away now before you get crushed. I didn't flinch. Funny, coming from a man who discarded me like trash and treats his wife like a bank account. His face twisted. So this is jealousy? I stared at him, stunned. You're hanging around Bella because you still want me, he went on quietly and confidently. And honestly, I've thought about you too. Bella's spoiled and empty. She never made me feel what you did. Something inside me snapped. I yanked my wrist free and shoved him back. You're disgusting. This isn't about you. I'm here to win a deal, fairly. He laughed under his breath. You really think you stand a chance? I won't know unless I try, I shot back. Asshole. Our eyes locked, both of us breathing hard. Then Philip returned. Wow, he yawned, draping an arm over Mark's shoulders like they were old buddies. Still at each other's throats? He grinned. Relax, it's time for fun. My stomach dropped. I expected a boardroom, lunch, something professional. Instead, he led us straight into a strip club in broad daylight. The doors closed behind us, drowning us in neon lights and bass-heavy music. Half-naked women moved across stages. Men lounged like kings. I froze. I was the only woman there fully dressed. That's when it hit me. This wasn't a meeting. It was a test, and Philip Arthur had just changed the rules. The music throbbed through my bones, loud and invasive. I stood still, forcing myself to breathe, refusing to let the place intimidate me. Philip glanced at me sideways, amused. Relax, Miss Gray, he said. This is where men like me think clearly. Mark chuckled. Told you she wouldn't last. I ignored him and met Philip's gaze. If this is your idea of clarity, then I hope your contracts are better structured than your leisure choices. Philip paused. That got his attention. We took a seat in a private booth overlooking the stage. A dancer slid past, perfume thick in the air. Philip leaned back comfortably. Mark looked pleased. Too pleased. So, Philip said, folding his arms, convince me. Right now. No slides, no rehearsed lines. I straightened. Thompson Enterprises isn't selling fantasy, I said calmly. We sell leverage, market dominance, future-proof investments. Mark scoffed. You sound like a brochure. Philip lifted a finger. Quiet, I didn't ask you. Mark stiffened. I continued, my voice steady despite the chaos around us. You're already wealthy. You don't need fast money, you need smart money. AI-backed systems that predict demand before it exists. Thompson already controls 3 major regions. Partnering with us gives you access to data your competitors can't touch. Philip studied me closely now, not my body, my mind. And what do you get out of this? He asked. I didn't hesitate. Results. I don't chase favors. I build portfolios that speak for me. A slow smile spread across his face. Interesting. A dancer approached, resting a hand on Philip's shoulder. He waved her away without looking. Mark's smile faded. I'll be blunt, Philip said, leaning forward. Most women who walk in here use charm before competence. You're doing the opposite. I don't need to perform, I replied. If my work isn't enough, then I'm not your person. Silence stretched. Then Philip laughed, low and genuine. I like that, he said. You remind me of someone who doesn't know when to quit. Philip leaned back, eyes glinting with amusement. Let me be honest, he said slowly. I don't usually give deals this easily, and I'm not even a fan of Eric Thompson. I held his gaze. Then say what you want. His smile widened. One small favor, Miss Gray. Do it, and the deal is yours. Mark straightened, clearly curious. What kind of favor? I asked calmly. Philip's eyes dragged over me, unapologetic. Strip, he said. Dance for me, right here. Then I'll sign. The words landed, heavy and ugly. The booth went quiet. Even the music felt distant. Mark didn't react. He just watched, like this was a test he expected me to fail. I stayed still for a long moment. Then slowly, I slipped off my jacket. Philip's lips curved in anticipation. I stepped closer, closer still, until I was right in front of him. Leaner closer, like I was going to sit on his lap, I picked up the full glass of beer from the table, and without blinking, I tipped it over his head. The liquid drenched his shirt, splashing down his chest. Here, I said evenly. Let's start with a cool-off, asshole. The music cut off. Every head in the club turned. Strippers froze. Laughter died. Mark's face went stiff with shock. Philip stared up at me, stunned, beer dripping from his hair. I straightened, my voice calm but sharp. I came here to sell intelligence, not my body. If that's the only currency you respect, then keep your signature. The silence was deafening as I picked up my jacket and bag to leave. Elena's POV. I was just about to step down from the executive booth when a loud gunshot cracked through the air. The sound was sharp, too close. My feet locked in place. My whole body went cold. Screams erupted around the club. Chairs scraped. People ran in every direction, shouting, panicking, trying to escape. The music was gone. All I could hear was chaos and my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then Philip stepped in front of me. His shirt was still soaked from the beer I had poured on him. His face was calm, but his eyes were dark, dangerous. Do you have any idea what you've just done? He asked quietly. I couldn't speak. My throat felt tight. I only swallowed. I could kill you right now, he continued, his voice flat, almost bored. My breath caught. Elena, apologize, Mark snapped suddenly. Apologize to him right now. I turned slightly, surprised to see Mark standing so close. His face was tense, his eyes sharp. I opened my mouth to obey, but something inside me broke. No, I said. They both looked at me. I lifted my chin and forced my voice to stay steady. Mr. Arthur, I meant no disrespect. I came here only to pitch a business deal. I didn't deserve to be mocked or humiliated. If you weren't interested, you could have just said so. My hands trembled, but I tightened my grip on my bag. Since this thing has gone too far and guns are being fired, I'm leaving before someone gets hurt. I took a step forward. Stop. Philip's voice cut through the noise. I froze again. He studied me slowly. You're either very brave, he said, or very foolish. Maybe both, I replied quietly. But if you were called a cheap whore in front of a room full of people when all you do is work so hard, you'd react that way too. Philip laughed softly, not amused but more of surprised. Not a cheap whore, he muttered, a useless bastard. Yeah, I'm used to worse. He went silent, staring at me for a long moment. Then he held out his hand. Give it to me. I blinked. Give you what? The contract, he said. I like your courage. I'll sign. My heart skipped. What? Mark burst out. Philip, are you serious? You're signing it for her? I didn't wait. I pulled the document from my bag with shaking fingers and handed it to Philip along with a pen. He signed without hesitation and returned it to me. I folded the papers quickly and tucked them back into my bag. Thank you, Mr. Arthur, I said, managing a small smile. Mark's face twisted with anger. He looked furious and almost ugly with it. How could you do this to me? He shouted at Philip. I thought you'd sign with me. This deal meant everything to me. Philip glanced at him coolly. I didn't hear you pitch anything. You didn't say a word. She defended the project, stood her ground, and earned it. I thought we were just warming up, Mark yelled. Like we always do. Philip's eyes hardened. Are you yelling at me? Mark stiffened. No, he muttered, looking away. Good, Philip said. It's my money, and I can do business with whoever I choose. You don't get to question that. Then he smiled and placed a hand on my shoulder. Now, let's all go back and have a drink. He guided me back toward the booth. As we walked, I felt Mark's stare burning into my back. And I knew this wasn't over. We returned to the VIP booth, and almost instantly, the club came back to life. Music thundered through the air, lights flashed, and strippers resumed their shows as if nothing had happened. Philip was clearly in a better mood, laughing, relaxed, and careless. He ordered round after round of champagne, shaking the bottles and spraying it into the air while women crowded around him, cheering and dancing. The whole scene felt unreal, too loud and too wild. Across the booth, Mark sat stiffly and silent, watching me. His eyes were dark, bitter, and filled with something ugly. After a while, I needed air. I slipped away toward the bar and ordered a drink for myself. My hands were still shaking slightly, so I opened my bag and pulled out the contract again just to be sure. There it was, Philip Arthur's signature, real and clear. A smile tugged at my lips. I did it. This deal would change everything. It would announce my arrival as the new marketing manager at Thompson Enterprises. No one would ever doubt me again. Suddenly, a hand clamped around my wrist. I gasped and looked up. Mark, you've done it again, he slurred, his breath heavy with alcohol. You seduced him, didn't you? What are you talking about? Let go of me, I snapped, trying to pull free. You were right there. You saw me pitch. You saw everything. He laughed bitterly. All I saw was you acting innocent. Shaking your boobs and butt, using what you've always used. That's not true, I yelled, and you know it. I shouldn't have dumped you, he went on, his voice rising. If I hadn't, you wouldn't be throwing yourself at every powerful man you see. Something inside me snapped. You're insane, I shouted, yanking my hand from his grip, but as I stepped back, my heel slid on the smooth, slick floor. My balance vanished, and the world tilted. Elena, I heard Mark scream. Then there was nothing, only air rushing past me as I fell from the high platform. Elena's POV. Screams filled the air as I fell. My top caught on a metal railing, jerking me mid-drop and stopping me from crashing all the way down. Still, I hit the floor hard. A sharp, burning pain tore through my leg as my ankle bent the wrong way. I cried out, clutching at the ground. Before I could even process what had happened, Philip was beside me. He dropped to his knees and carefully gathered me into his arms. Are you all right? He asked urgently with a worried expression. I was shaking, my breath uneven. I don't know. My ankle hurts so bad. I think I twisted my ankle. He raised an eyebrow slightly. From a fall like that? He said lightly. I'm surprised it's not worse. I'm not sure it's not, I groaned, biting back another cry. Mark rushed over then, his face drained of color. He crouched and reached toward my foot. Damn it, are you okay? Philip immediately knocked his hand away. Did you try to kill her? Philip asked, his voice suddenly sharp. Everything froze. What the hell are you saying? Mark snapped. I'm asking if you pushed her on purpose, Philip replied calmly. If you tried to kill her. No, Mark shouted. Are you insane? Why would I do that? Philip slowly rose to his feet, still holding me securely. The playful edge he'd had earlier was gone. His expression was cold and dangerous. You said this deal meant everything to you, Philip said evenly. Elena got it. You didn't. Maybe you thought killing her would help you get it. For God's sake, Mark yelled. If I wanted her dead, I wouldn't shove her off a balcony. I'd poison her drink. Philip glanced toward the spot where I had fallen. She landed less than half a meter from that statue, he said quietly. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop. A decorative statue stood there, a sword raised in its stone hands. He was right. Just a little closer, and I shuddered. My thoughts were a blur. Mark hated me, yes, but not enough to want me dead. I wanted to say that, to defend him, but I didn't have the strength. The pain in my ankle was unbearable, sharp and relentless, drowning out everything else. I wouldn't murder someone over a stupid contract, Mark growled. Do you really think I'm that sick? I saw you shove her, Philip said flatly, and I don't touch women, so why did you? Mark's face turned red. His jaw clenched hard. After a tense moment, he muttered, "Believe whatever you want." Then he sneered. "But seriously, Philip, why are you acting like her savior? She's Eric's woman, not yours. You barely know her." Philip shrugged. "I felt like stepping in, and I can save whoever I want to save." Then his tone hardened. "Stay away from her." He paused briefly before adding, "Or I'll tell Eric about this, and trust me, I'd rather not." Mark looked like he was seconds away from exploding. Philip turned back to me and bent slightly. "Should I take you to a hospital?" he asked. I nodded and tried to push myself up, but pain shot through my leg again. Without hesitation, he lifted me into his arms with ease. Outside, a black luxurious Lamborghini waited by the curb, its engine already humming. Philip lowered me gently into the passenger seat, making sure my injured leg was settled before closing the door. He got in and pulled away smoothly. "Hold on," he said. "We'll be there soon." The city rushed past us in streaks of light. After a moment, I broke the silence. "Mr. Arthur, thanks for backing me up and for the contract." He kept his eyes on the road. "You earned it. I just signed." I hesitated, then asked, "I thought you and Mark were close. Wasn't that risky for you?" He let out a dry laugh. "Mark likes to pretend he has connections. That doesn't make them real." That almost made me smile. Mark had always clung to powerful people like proof of his worth. Philip went on, his voice firm. "And connection or not, I don't excuse bad behavior, especially when someone gets hurt." I frowned slightly. "You're making it sound worse than it is. Mark is awful, yes, but he wouldn't actually try to kill me." Philip glanced at me briefly. "You landed inches away from a blade." I swallowed but shook my head. "That was an accident. He's spiteful, manipulative, cruel even, but murder? No, that's not him." Philip was quiet for a few seconds. Then he said, "People don't wake up monsters. They become dangerous when desperation takes over." He looked at me again. "You trust too easily. That's not something I expected from someone close to Eric." "Oh my God," I screamed suddenly. Philip swerved, narrowly missing another car. "What the hell?" I ignored him and looked down at my wristwatch. My heart dropped straight into my stomach. "No, no, no," I whispered, panic flooding me. Then I looked at him. "I was supposed to meet Alpha Eric at 8. Philip frowned. "And? It's past 8, I blurted out. "I missed our dinner." My voice cracked. "Please, turn around." He burst out laughing. "You stood Eric Thompson up?" He shook his head. "Wow, that's a first." "This isn't funny," I cried. "Please, forget the hospital. Just turn the car around." "Absolutely not," Philip said firmly. "You don't get to give me orders. I'm not your chauffeur." "Please," I begged, clutching my bag. "He's my boss, and if I upset him, I'm dead." Philip glanced at me again. Really looked at me this time. My hands were shaking. My eyes were already filled with tears. He sighed sharply and slammed the brakes. "All right," he said. "Where is this dinner?" Relief rushed through me. I quickly pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling as I opened the unread messages. Nova's text stared back at me, sent 6 hours ago. I read out the address softly. As Philip drove off in the new direction, I bit my lower lip hard. Eric is going to kill me tonight. I kept urging Philip to drive faster, begging him to push past the speed limit, but the traffic was unbearable. Cars crawled forward inch by inch, horns blaring from every direction. My heart pounded harder with every passing minute. By the time we finally reached the restaurant, I was already 2 hours late. "Oh God, I'm finished," I whispered as I climbed out of the car. I ignored the sharp pain in my ankle and forced myself to limp toward the entrance. Philip stayed behind, watching from his seat while I went inside to ask. The answer came quickly and crushed me. "Yes, Alpha Eric was here," the hostess said politely. "He arrived earlier but left about 2 hours ago." My chest tightened. "Thank you," I murmured, turning away. Outside, the night air felt heavy. I walked back toward Philip's car, my steps slow and my thoughts racing. "Well?" Philip asked as he stepped out of the car. I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. He came, he waited, and then he left. My voice broke at the last word. Philip frowned softly and placed a hand on my shoulder. "Hey, that's not on you. You tried." I pulled in a shaky breath, but my panic wouldn't settle. "There's no point staying upset all night," he continued gently. "Why don't we go somewhere else? Relax a little." He moved closer, his arms sliding around me. No, I said quickly, pushing against his chest. Please let go. I can't. I barely finished speaking when tires screeched loudly across the street. Before either of us could react, a car swerved out of nowhere and smashed straight into Philip's vehicle. Metal screeched, and glasses shattered. What the fucking hell? Philip shouted as we both spun toward the impact. My heart stopped as a tall figure stepped out of an SUV. The night had gone from bad to terrifying in a single second. Elena's POV. Elena, Eric said sharply, his voice cold as ice. His eyes never left Philip. Get in the car. Now. Then he turned fully to me, his expression dark and unreadable. So this is where you were, he said quietly. With Philip, while I waited for 2 hours. Easy, Philip cut in, sounding far too relaxed. She got delayed. Business, remember? He laughed under his breath. She came to see me for a contract. She really worked hard for it. My stomach dropped. We had a couple of drinks, he continued mockingly. Music, dancing. There was even a little accident. I carried her out myself. He smirked. I see why you chose her. I pulled away from him, trembling with fury. Stop it. Why would you lie like that? Eric moved before I could say anything else. In one swift motion, he grabbed Philip by the front of his shirt and shoved him back against the car. The sound of metal rattling echoed through the street. Everyone froze. I had never seen Eric like this. This wasn't irritation or jealousy. This was pure rage. Philip tried to straighten up, but Eric struck him again, fast and controlled. Someone caught my arm and pulled me back. Philip laughed weakly, wiping his mouth. Wow. Eric leaned in, his voice low and dangerous. Say one more word. For once, Philip stayed silent. Without looking back, Eric seized my hand and pulled me toward his car. Pain shot through my ankle with every step, but I didn't protest. I didn't dare. Behind us, Philip's voice rang out, loud and mocking. Next time, Eric Thompson, I might just fuck her. You just made her more interesting to me. Eric didn't turn around, but the air around him felt like it could shatter at any second. He slammed the car door shut and stepped hard on the gas, and the engine growled as we sped off. I curled into my seat, my heart pounding. The air inside the car felt heavy, almost choking. I barely breathed. So, he said after a long silence, his voice calm but sharp, how long were you with him? His eyes stayed on the road. His face was stiff and unreadable. Long enough to finalize the contract. I paused. I'm sorry, I said softly. I was focused on the deal. I lost track of time. You shouldn't have gone anywhere near Philip Arthur, he snapped. I didn't know you had history with him, I said evenly. I went there to work, Alpha, to do my job as a marketing manager, and I did exactly that. You drank with him, Eric continued. You danced with him. You let him get close. His grip tightened on the steering wheel. Philip Arthur is dangerous, he said coldly. You think he'll walk away because you got the contract? He won't. He always expects something in return. I shook my head slightly, steadying my nerves. No, that's not what happened. I walked in, I pitched the deal, I walked out. Nothing unprofessional happened, and I won't apologize for being competent at my work. He exhaled slowly, anger clear in his tone. Your job also includes keeping me stable, he said, not making my life harder. That hurt more than I expected. So what do you want? I asked. To hide in my room? Do nothing? Be there whenever you're upset so you can take it out on me? If that keeps you safe, he said flatly, then yes. My chest tightened. So I'm just something you control? He didn't answer. Instead, he drove faster. I am still the marketing manager of Thompson Enterprises. I make decisions, I close deals, I represent this company. Helping you stay calm is just part of the contract I signed with you, not my entire life. The car cut through traffic at high speed, making my stomach twist. By the time we reached the hotel, I felt like puking. The car stopped. I pushed the door open, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and stepped outside without looking back. The short ride in the cruise boat taking us back to paradise. Lost was done in silence. I avoided looking at him. Once finally at the hotel, I stepped into the elevator. Eric followed. His presence filled the space, heavy and tense. No one spoke. The silence felt like it might break. At the top floor, it was just us. Our rooms were right next to each other. Good night, I said stiffly and turned toward my door. He didn't say a word, but I could feel his gaze searing into my back. I swiped my key card and pushed the door open, my hand steady despite the ache in my ankle. I barely had time to step inside when I heard the heavy click of his footsteps behind me. Before I could react, his hand shot out, gripping my arm. In one swift motion, he spun me around and pinned me against the wall. My back pressed against the cool surface, and I could feel the intensity radiating from him. "Don't dare think this ends here," he growled. I met his eyes, refusing to shrink. "Alpha, Eric," I said, my voice calm but firm. "This doesn't give you the right to treat me like—" Before I could finish, he pressed his lips hard against mine, rough and hungry, stopping my breath. My heart fluttered wildly in my chest, my legs trembling and giving way. Just as I was about to fall, he caught me and lifted me like I weighed nothing. I clung onto him like a lifeline as he carried me toward his room, his lips now trailing down to my neck. "Did he kiss you like that?" he asked as he sniffed the sensitive part on my neck. No, I said. "Philip didn't touch me. He spanked my butt hard like he was punishing me." "And Mark Dalton?" "No, he never touched me like that." I whimpered as his lips traced my jaw. He pushed his door open with his elbow and carried me in. I woke up to the sound of voices. At first, I lay still, trying to make sense of them. Then I realized the space beside me was empty. Eric had already left the bed. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I got up and freshened myself quickly. Quietly, I tiptoed toward the living room to see what was going on. Eric was already dressed, sitting on the couch, looking as composed as ever. Across from him were Bella and Mark, deep in conversation. I froze, unsure whether to retreat, but before I could move, Bella's eyes landed on me. "Elena," she squealed, her face lighting up. I groaned inwardly. Sneaking away quietly was clearly not an option. I walked over and eased onto the couch, sitting right next to Eric. My movements were careful, deliberate. I didn't want to give away how flustered I really was. Bella's eyes flicked between us, full of mischief and curiosity. "Elena, seriously, what happened last night?" she asked, grinning. I forced a small smile and shrugged. "Nothing," I said lightly, trying to sound casual. Eric's gaze softened slightly as he noticed me fidgeting. "Your top," he said quietly, tilting his head toward me. "It's half-buttoned." Heat rose to my cheeks. I glanced down and quickly tried to fix it, fumbling with the buttons. That's when I felt the faint, dark marks on my neck and chest. My heart skipped. Memories of last night flashed through my mind, but I forced myself to exhale slowly, pressing my hands against my thighs to steady myself. "Keep calm, Elena. Just act normal." I sensed a sharp, heavy weight on me and turned slightly. Mark's eyes were locked on me, dark and stormy, like I was some criminal caught red-handed. I ignored him. "We were just talking about the deal with Philip," Mark said, his voice low and sharp as he looked straight at me. I turned to him calmly. "And what about it?" "He was drunk when he signed," Mark replied coldly. "Once he sobers up, he'll deny everything. To protect the company, we should revoke the contract." I almost laughed. "That's not true," I said firmly. "Philip was perfectly sober when he signed, and why would we cancel a deal that clearly benefits Thompson Enterprises?" Mark leaned forward. "This is about professionalism, Elena. The way you handle deals, crossing lines, getting personal, it puts the company at risk." That did it. I laughed outright. "Nonsense. You don't even know what you're talking about," I shot back. I gave a solid pitch. He liked it. Nothing inappropriate happened, and you know that. I tilted my head, meeting his glare. "You're just bitter because you lost." His face tightened. He opened his mouth to respond, but Eric spoke before he could. "We are not revoking the contract," Eric said calmly. "Philip called this morning. He's eager to move forward." The room went quiet. I couldn't help it. I smiled. Not loudly, not smugly, just enough. Mark saw it anyway, his jaw clenched, his eyes burning with restrained anger. Sore loser, I thought. Sensing the tension, Bella suddenly clapped her hands, her cheerful voice cutting through the heaviness. "Okay, enough business talk. I have an announcement." She beamed. "Mark and I are planning a little getaway to the summer house. I want you both to come with us." My stomach tightened immediately. A vacation with Mark? The thought alone made my skin crawl. His resentment toward me had turned poisonous, and the last thing I wanted was to be trapped in the same space with him. Eric shook his head at once. "I'm busy." "Oh, come on," Bella pleaded, moving closer to him. "Make a little time for your sister. It'll be fun. You'll enjoy it." She softened her tone. "When was the last time we even spent real time together?" Mom and Dad always said we should stay close. She smiled at me too, and it'll be a good chance for you to get to know my husband better. I almost scoffed. Eric actually did. Knowing Mark better? He muttered. I think I'm good. Bella laughed and kept pushing, refusing to give up. After a few moments of back and forth, Eric finally sighed. All right, he said. 3 days, that's it. Nothing more. Bella squealed in excitement, jumping to her feet. Yes, she grabbed my hand happily. Let's pack, Elena. It's vacation time. I forced a smile, but inside my thoughts were racing. 3 days, one house, and Mark's hatred simmering just beneath the surface. This wasn't going to be a vacation at all. Just like that, in less than 4 hours, we flew across continents and landed in a place called Hart Vale. I knew the Thompsons were wealthy. Everyone did, but their summer house here was on another level entirely. It didn't feel real. The lawns were perfectly trimmed, the stone pathways polished until they shone, and elegant arches curved over walkways like something out of a fantasy movie. The house itself was grand and tasteful, with European-style designs that whispered old money and quiet power. I had to steady myself as we were welcomed by a neat line of Omega staff. For a brief moment, I felt painfully aware of myself, the only human standing among werewolves who belonged here. I lifted my chin anyway. I wasn't going to look small. Once we settled in, Eric disappeared almost immediately, phone pressed to his ear as he stepped outside to take calls. Mark did the same not long after. That left me alone with Bella. She was more than happy to fill the silence. She dragged me around the house, chatting nonstop as she showed me everything. The living areas, the glass halls, the massive balcony overlooking the lake. I can tell you and my brother had a major breakthrough last night, she said casually, but her eyes were sharp with curiosity. I hesitated. It wasn't anything serious, I replied weakly. Right, she said with a knowing smile. You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. She nudged me playfully. I always knew you were more than just his assistant. I smiled, but kept quiet. Some things were better left unsaid. Then her mood shifted. She sat down, suddenly serious, her playful tone gone. Elena, can you help me fix things between Mark and me? My heart tightened. What's exactly wrong? I asked carefully. She groaned and dropped back against the couch. It's a mess, a total nightmare. She rubbed her temples, looking exhausted. He came home last night in a horrible mood. I tried to talk to him, but he snapped at me. He broke something and stormed out, didn't come back until after midnight. My stomach sank. I beat him at his game yesterday, I muttered to myself. And this morning, she added quietly, I found out he lost a major client. It's a pity, I said softly. It's fine, she replied, shaking her head. I just don't know what to do anymore. We've only been married for a few months, and it already feels like the spark is gone. Her voice cracked. He's always irritated and moody. No matter how hard I try, I can't reach him. Because he doesn't love you, I whispered internally, but I swallowed the thought. Maybe it's just a rough phase, I said gently. Every relationship has its hard moments. She gave me a small, tired smile. Yeah, maybe. A maid appeared just then with tea and pastries, breaking the heaviness in the air. As we sipped and talked, Bella slowly brightened. She laughed while telling stories about her life before marriage, fashion shows, luxury cars, European vacations. For a while, she looked like the confident socialite the world adored. About an hour later, Eric returned. Mark followed soon after, looking irritated, probably dragged in by Bella. Aren't we eating? Mark complained. I'm starving. Dinner will be ready soon, Bella replied brightly. Then her eyes sparkled with sudden excitement. Oh, you know what would be fun? A strange feeling settled in my chest. Let's play Truth or Dare, she announced, all 4 of us. My heart sank. This trip had just begun, and already I could feel the storm coming. Truth or Dare? Mark scoffed. What are we, kids? Please give me a break. Oh, relax, Bella laughed, clapping her hands. It'll be fun. We've never done this together. Then she looked at me with a teasing smile. And I'm sure Elena would love to know more about my brother. I hesitated. Truthfully, I was curious about Eric, but I knew he protected his privacy. I wouldn't want to intrude. But Eric stunned me when he agreed before anyone else could argue. Fine, he said calmly. I'm in, then dropped onto the couch. I sat beside Bella while Mark joined us last, clearly annoyed. A maid brought drinks as Bella quickly explained the rules. I spin the bottle. Whoever it lands on chooses truth or dare. Easy. Just start already, Mark muttered. Bella did. The bottle spun and stopped, pointing straight at Eric. Truth, Eric said without pause. Bella's face lit up. Good. Okay. Have you ever slept with more than one person at a time? I almost choked on my drink. Who asks their brother that? Yes, Eric answered calmly, like it was a normal thing to do all the time. Bella made a dramatic face. Wow, Elena, are you sure you want to hang around such a player? I forced a small smile. I knew women liked to flock around Eric. It wasn't shocking. Still, I also knew he had a past, but I was curious to know how much of that past he'd never shared. Eric spun the bottle next. It landed on me. Bella gasped. Ooh, ask her something spicy, like when last she had a good sex. I almost choked on my drink. Truth was, what Eric and I had last night wasn't real sex, but it was good as one. My cheeks turned pink just thinking about it. Eric doesn't look at me, but Mark glared at me as he noticed my reaction. No, I said, quickly shaking my head. He can't ask me that. Ask something else. I glanced at him. His eyes were already on me, dark and unreadable. All right, Bella said eagerly. Go on, Eric. He didn't hesitate. Why did you break up with your ex? Every eye turned on me. Because he met a rich girl, I said evenly. He said I was too poor and couldn't help him grow, and that no man would want to be stuck with someone that poor. Bella's mouth fell open. That's horrible. How could someone treat someone like that? It's a regular trend, I replied quietly, letting my eyes flick around the room for just a second longer than necessary. A lot of people are like that, even the ones close to us. I said, hoping she could catch the joke, but she didn't. That's bad, Elena. I'm sorry about that, Bella said sympathetically. I hope you don't talk to him ever again. Mark's jaw tightened. That's enough, he snapped. It's one question at a time. Bella frowned but nodded. Fine. I spun the bottle. It landed on Mark. I smiled lightly. I'll let Bella ask. Mark's expression darkened. No. Oh, I said calmly. What does the judge say? The judge allows it, Bella said firmly. Then she turned to Mark, her voice serious. When are you finally going to introduce me to your parents? I blinked. They were married, and she hadn't met his parents? Mark looked irritated. Is that really what you want to ask? Yes, Bella said. You always avoid it. Do they even know about me? Of course they do, he replied stiffly. They're just busy. You told me they always travel around Europe, Bella pressed. Well, we're in Europe now. Let's plan a visit. I laughed before I could stop myself. Bella turned to me sharply. What's funny? Mark shot me a warning glare. Sorry, I said quickly, lifting my drink. I choked. Mark's parents travel around Europe, my foot. I know his parents. His mother works at a grocery store while his father is an addict and is confined at a rehab. His only sibling, Celine, ran away from home at age 12. Rumor says she works in the Red District, but she parades herself as corporate staff at one company. Change the question, Mark snapped. Or I'm done. Fine, Bella said reluctantly. Then answer this. Who was your first love, and why did you fall for her? My body went stiff. Mark slowly looked at me. I quickly looked away. Don't. Well, Mark drew out the word and looked straight at me again. I quickly turned my face away. Stop it, Mark. My first love was a quiet, gentle, and beautiful girl, he went on. We were both broke, trying to survive in the city. We had nothing, but we had each other. My chest tightened. We used to dream about the future, he added. Getting married, kids, a small house outside the city, and a lawn. A dog, too. We even argued about what kind of dog we'd get. My heart stumbled. Those memories hit hard. I hated that he still remembered them. I hated even more that I remembered them, too. On weekends, he continued, we would search flea markets for old vinyl records. She sounds amazing, Bella said softly, a hint of jealousy slipping into her voice. You two must have been really close, Mark shrugged. Maybe. But then she became a greedy bitch, he said flatly. She left me for a richer man. Well, I don't regret it. My fingers tightened around my glass. Liar. Bella laughed lightly and kissed his cheek. Of course you don't. You've got me now. Mark spun the bottle again. It landed on Eric. I've got nothing to ask, Mark said. I'm sure Elena does, Bella teased, turning to me. I did, but I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. Do you still talk to your ex? I finally asked. Eric didn't hesitate. Yes. My heart sank and I didn't know why. I knew he had a past, I waited for him to say more, talk about her, tell a story, why they split, but nothing came. "Oh," Bella smiled brightly. "How's Sarah doing?" So that was her name. "She's fine," Eric replied. "Busy running her modeling school." "That's nice," Bella said cheerfully. "Next time she's in Silver Crest, I'd love to see her." "I'll tell her," Eric said calmly. It felt like something stabbed my chest. "Why, Elena? Don't be ahead of yourself." Eric spun the bottle again. It landed on Mark. "Dare," Mark said quickly. Bella clapped. "Great, show us a picture of your ex." Everyone, Mark, Eric, and me. That was too risky. "No," Mark said sharply. "You can't refuse," Bella argued. "That's the game." "I don't have her pictures," he snapped. "Then search her online," Bella pushed. "You remember her name, don't you?" Mark stood up suddenly, glaring at her. "She's not on any social media." "Wait, why are you so obsessed with the past?" Bella stood too, her tone hardening. "Why wouldn't I? When you're always acting suspicious. What are you hiding? Are you still seeing her?" She crossed her arms. "Now I really want to know who she is." Elena's POV. "You're insane. Completely obsessed," Mark snapped. "I'm done with this stupid game." He got to his feet and walked away. "Mark, come back here." Bella jumped up and shouted after him. "You don't just walk out on me." But he was already gone. Bella stood there for a few seconds, breathing hard, staring at the space he'd disappeared into. Then her shoulders dropped. She sank back onto the couch, covered her face with her hands, and broke down in tears. Eric shot up from his seat. "Is that how he treats you?" he growled. "Like you're nothing?" Bella didn't answer. She just cried harder. "You're a Thompson heiress," Eric went on, his voice shaking with anger. "No one gets to treat you like that. I won't let him get away with this." "No," Bella snapped, looking up suddenly. "Don't you dare. This is not your business." "Not my business?" Eric shot back. "I'm your brother. I'm protecting you." "Stop," Bella cried. "Stay out of my marriage." "Eric, I can handle it myself." Her voice cracked. "You've controlled my life since we were kids. It has to stop." Eric stared at her in disbelief. "You're letting him disrespect you like this, and you think that's okay?" "Enough," Bella yelled. "What do you know about relationships anyway? Your own marriage didn't work out, so stay out of mine." She turned and stormed off. I sat there frozen, unable to move. Eric dropped back onto the couch, breathing hard, rage rolling off him in waves. One thought kept spinning in my head. What really happened between Eric and Sarah? "Elena," he said suddenly. "Yes," I answered quickly. "Please," he said, rubbing his face. "Go after Bella." "Okay," I replied. I stood up and followed the direction Bella had gone, my mind still buzzing, caught between worry for her and the growing curiosity about Eric's broken marriage. I followed the path Bella had taken and found her on the wooden walkway by the lake. She sat at the corner, knees drawn close, still crying. I approached slowly, then squatted beside her and rested a hand on her shoulder. "Take it easy, Bella," I said softly. She didn't look up. She didn't say a word. "Alpha Eric was just being protective," I continued carefully. "He didn't mean to make things worse." "Are you here to defend him?" she snapped, lifting her head. Her eyes were red and swollen. "If you are, don't bother." I paused, choosing my words. "No," I said gently. "I'm not defending anyone." She looked away, hugging herself. "I know things aren't right between you and Mark," I went on. "His mood swings, the way he shuts you out, the fact that he still hasn't introduced you to his parents, that kind of uncertainty can wear anyone down." Her lips trembled, but she stayed silent. "But don't put all of that on your brother," I added. "He reacted badly, yes, but it came from fear, not control. He cares about you, deeply." Bella swallowed hard, staring at the dark water ahead. "For someone who grew up protecting you," I said quietly, "letting go doesn't come easy." I squeezed her shoulder, staying with her in the silence, letting her cry it out because right now she didn't need arguments. She needed someone who would stay. Finally, Bella lifted her chin and looked at me. Her eyes were tired, as if she had been crying for far too long. "Maybe you're right," she said quietly. "I honestly don't know how to deal with Mark anymore. Sometimes I'm starting to believe he doesn't really love me." It's not hard to see, I thought, but I kept that to myself. She took a shaky breath and began to talk. Really talk. "I've done so much to make him fit into the Thompson family," she said. "I fought my parents for him. I defended him in front of the council. I made space for him in my life, my home, everything." Her voice cracked. but he's always moody, distant, like he's somewhere else even when he's with me. I listened quietly as she went on. When Mark moved in, he brought a box that contained so many of his ex's things, Bella continued. Gifts she gave him, clothes, watches, even little souvenirs. I asked him to get rid of them, Elena. Not all, just some. He refused. She wiped her cheeks angrily. And the password on his phone, she added bitterly. It's still his ex's birthday. I begged him to change it. He said it was meaningless. If it was meaningless, why keep it? Her hands trembled in her lap. I think he's still in love with her, she whispered. My heart skipped. For a moment, I felt like the air had left my lungs. I don't think so, I said quickly, too quickly. My heart was pounding hard against my chest. Bella looked at me. How can you be so sure? Because if he was, he wouldn't have dumped me for you, my mind screamed. Because he chose you. But I didn't say that. Because, I said slowly, he married you. He chose you as his wife. That has to mean something. That has to count for love, even if he doesn't show it well. Bella went quiet, staring at the lake again. The water shimmered under the fading light, calm, so different from the storm inside her. I continued gently, you should focus on you and Mark for now. Stop digging into his past. Don't pressure him about his ex anymore. Let what's gone stay gone. I looked at her. If you keep fighting ghosts, you'll lose the man standing in front of you. She nodded slowly, like she was trying to convince herself. After a while, Bella stood up, wiped her face, and straightened her shoulders. I'll go find him, she said softly. I watched her walk away, her figure disappearing into the trees. I stayed behind on the walkway, breathing in the cool air, taking in the beauty of the lake and the quiet landscape. But my thoughts were restless, because the past Bella wanted to forget was standing right here, before her very eyes. I stayed by the side of the lake long after the sky went completely dark. Going back to the house felt harder than staying. Inside the villa were too many emotions I didn't want to touch. Bella's pain, Mark's temper, and Eric's past. Out here, at least, nothing demanded answers from me. The night was warm, thick with the scent of water and leaves. I stepped closer and tested the lake with my foot. The water welcomed me. It wasn't cold at all. On impulse, I slipped out of my clothes and left them on the shore, then waded in wearing only my underwear. The lake wrapped around me like a living thing, warm and friendly. I swam without purpose, letting my body move while my thoughts drifted somewhere far away. The tension I'd been carrying all day slowly loosened its grip. Eventually, I stopped swimming and lingered near the edge, half floating, half standing and breathing in the quiet. The villa felt like another world. Trees stood tall and close, hiding everything human. No voices reached me, no lights. Just darkness, water, and the soft night sounds. I didn't hear anyone approach. I only sensed something was wrong when the water near me shifted. I felt a presence, not a sound, but more like a warning. My body understood before my mind did. I turned slightly, confused. That was when it happened. A sudden force slammed my head downward. I was pushed under before I could react. Water filled my mouth and nose instantly. I gagged, kicked, clawed, but the grip on me was relentless. I tried to scream, but the lake swallowed it. My body jerked violently as survival took over, yet nothing I did mattered. Whoever held me down had no hesitation, no mercy. My lungs burned. Pain tore through my chest as I fought for air that wasn't there. The world narrowed to pressure, darkness, and the terrifying certainty that this wasn't a threat, it was an ending. I struggled harder, then weaker. My movements lost strength and turned clumsy. My limbs felt distant, like they no longer belonged to me. Panic gave way to something heavier and slower. I forced my eyes open, desperate to see my attacker. The water blurred everything into shifting shapes, but a figure loomed above me, faceless and distorted, watching. Then the pressure disappeared. I sank. My body drifted downward, helpless, as the surface moved farther away. Through the haze, I sensed the person step back, pause briefly, then leave. No rush, no fear, just indifference. The lake closed around me, quiet and cold, and I fell into it, Emma's POV. Just as the darkness was about to take me completely, a sound broke through it. Elena! My name cut through the water like a blade. Then splash! The lake exploded around me, waves churning wildly as something moved fast, urgent and powerful. I felt the water shift, felt myself being reached for. Strong arms wrapped around me. I was pulled upward with force, the surface rushing closer until I burst out of the water, gasping. The next thing I knew, I was on solid ground, my body heavy and useless against the shore. Hands pressed firmly against my chest, again and again until my body reacted. I coughed. Water poured out of me in painful gulps. My lungs burned as air finally forced its way back in. When my eyes fluttered open, everything was blurry at first. Then slowly one thing came into focus, a pair of gray eyes staring down at me, wide with fear and relief. A handsome face hovered above mine, tense and pale. Eric. The moment I realized it was him, my chest tightened. I drew in a shaky breath, then broke down completely. Tears spilled freely as my body began to tremble. Eric lifted me off the ground and crushed me against his chest, holding me so tightly it felt like he was afraid I might disappear if he let go. I almost drowned, I sobbed into his shoulder, my voice breaking. I know, he whispered, his arms tightening around me. But you're safe now. I've got you. He kept holding me, steady and protective, as if the world had nearly taken me and he refused to let it try again. I heard Bella crying before I fully understood what was happening. She stood a few steps away, Mark's arms wrapped tightly around her as if she might collapse. Her face was streaked with tears. "Oh my God, Elena," she sobbed. "You scared us to death. All of us." Her voice shook as she clutched Mark's shirt. "If Eric hadn't insisted on coming to look for you when you didn't return to the house..." She couldn't finish the sentence. Only then did I notice how crowded the lakeside had become. Villa staff stood in a loose circle, whispering anxiously. Guards scanned the darkness with tense expressions. Even doctors were there, kneeling nearby with medical kits, their faces tight with concern. It felt unreal, like I was at the center of a nightmare I hadn't fully woken from. Then my eyes landed on Mark. Something flickered across his face, not just shock, not fear, guilt. Our eyes met. For a split second he froze, then he looked away quickly, as if he'd been burned. A cold chill slid down my spine. "Elena," Eric said softly, his arms still wrapped around me, grounding me. "Tell me what happened." My throat tightened. "Someone tried to kill me," I said hoarsely. A collective gasp rose from everyone around us. Shock rippled through the group like a sudden wave. "That's impossible," Bella said, shaking her head wildly. "You just got here. No one even knows you. Who would want to hurt you in my family's house?" "I don't know," I murmured. My body still felt weak and my thoughts scattered and heavy. Eric's jaw tightened. "How did it happen? Did you see anyone?" I swallowed hard. I was swimming. Then I decided to rest by the edge of the lake. That's when I felt someone behind me, a presence. My hands began to shake. Then a hand, a very strong hand, pushed my head under the water. Not by accident, but on purpose. My voice broke. I fought back. I tried to see him, to get away, but he was too strong. Tears spilled down my cheeks. He knew I wasn't a werewolf. He knew I couldn't survive being held underwater. Low whispers spread through the crowd. Fear thickened the air. Eric's expression darkened instantly. "Security," he growled. "Check the surveillance footage. Now." One of the guards stepped forward, his face tense. "Alpha, I already checked. There's nothing. No suspicious movement. No one appeared on camera near the lake." Silence fell. And in that silence, one terrifying thought settled deep inside me. Whoever did this hadn't just planned it. They had made sure not to be seen. Philip's words suddenly rang loud in my head, something he had said to me in his car the night before. "Underestimating people you think you know is dangerous. They're the ones who know exactly where to hurt you." I took a shaky breath and looked straight at Mark. He was already staring at me. His face was dark and tense. When our eyes met, he stiffened, then snapped. "Why the hell are you looking at me like that?" My heart hammered in my chest, but I didn't look away. "Where were you when I was drowning?" I asked. His face turned red. "What kind of question is that? Are you accusing me?" "I asked a simple question," I said firmly. My hands trembled, but my voice didn't. In my mind, there was no one else who had a reason to hurt me. Mark had a motive. Too many reasons. Bella gasped. "What are you saying?" She held Mark tight. "Babe, calm down." Then she looked at me desperately. "Elena, you're just shaken, right? You don't really mean this." I ignored her. "Elena," Bella pleaded, her voice breaking. "Are you seriously saying my husband wanted you dead?" "I'm not the only one who's thought this," I said, my voice starting to shake. "Philip asked him the same thing last night. At the bar, when he pushed me. Mark's eyes widened. I fell, I continued. I almost fell on the sword display. If I hadn't been lucky, I could have died. That was an accident, Mark yelled. This is insane. You and Philip are both insane. Then answer me, I said quietly. Where were you minutes ago? Bella exploded. Are you out of your mind? You think my husband tried to kill you? For what? She laughed harshly. Who do you even think you are? I can't believe I ever called you my friend. My chest tightened. I may not matter much to you, Bella, I said softly, but my life doesn't deserve to be snuffed off like that. Enough, Eric growled. No, Bella screamed. She turned on him, shaking with rage. Eric, tell your little slut to shut up. Mark is my husband. He's a Thompson. And she thinks she can accuse him of murder because she wants attention or some stupid contract? Please. He doesn't even want that deal. I said enough. Eric's alpha aura burst out like a storm. The air crushed down on everyone. Guards staggered, staff bent in pain, Bella went pale and finally fell silent. Eric's voice was ice cold. Answer her question, Mark. Mark clenched his jaw. Before he could speak, Bella defended him. We were together, in bed, she said quickly. From the moment I left Elena until you came looking for her, Mark was with me the entire time. So yes, are you satisfied now? My chest tightened. That meant it wasn't Mark, so someone else wanted me dead. Who could that be? Bella folded her arms and glared at me. This is ridiculous. It was probably some stupid act. She sneered. Just another way to get Eric's attention. I almost lost my life, I whispered, stunned. And you think I faked it? Please. Please, she scoffed. I've seen women do worse to get my brother's attention. Shut it, Eric hissed. He turned to security. Double patrols tonight. Guards at every exit. Outside every room. Expand the search. I want answers. Yes, Alpha. Without another word, Eric lifted me into his arms. I tried to protest, but my body was still shaking. Omega maids hurried after us as he carried me across the wooden walkway and into the villa. Behind us, Bella shouted angrily, You have to apologize to Mark? I shivered and tried to climb down, but Eric whispered, Don't. He carried me into the bedroom and gently laid me on the bed. The maids quickly came to help me change and dry off. Eric turned to leave. I grabbed his hand. You think I faked it too? I asked quietly. He brushed my hair back gently. No. Maybe I was wrong about Mark, I whispered. Maybe I should apologize to Bella. You had every right to suspect him, he said calmly. Don't blame yourself. But if it wasn't him, my voice trembled, then who was it? Someone tried to kill me, and I didn't know who or why. Don't worry about it, Eric said softly. I'll find them for you, Elena. Go to bed. Mark's POV. I slammed my foot on the gas, and the Ferrari Bella bought me only days ago shot forward, gliding over the road like it barely touched the ground. The engine purred smoothly, obedient, expensive, perfect. Normally, I would have enjoyed every second of it. Hell, I loved this car. But tonight, my head was a mess. Elena's face wouldn't leave my mind. The way she had looked straight at me and said I wanted to kill her. Kill her? I scoffed, gripping the steering wheel tighter. Did she really believe that? Did she honestly think I hated her that much? No, never. I wouldn't lay a hand on her, not even when she drove me insane. And God knew she did most of the time. Still, I had always felt something for her. That part hadn't gone away. Maybe it never did. Bella's voice suddenly echoed in my head, loud and sharp, just like earlier. Can you believe what that bitch said? She had ranted as we walked back toward the house after the mess at the lake. She actually accused you of trying to kill her. She's disgusting. I can't believe I ever called her my friend. She had been right behind me, going on and on, her words piling up like noise in my skull. I hadn't replied. I was too angry, too tired of everything. I'll never forgive her, Bella continued. That's the worst kind of betrayal. Now I finally understand why you can't stand her. That was when I snapped. Will you just stop talking? Bella froze. She looked shocked, then hurt, then angry, all at once. Why are you yelling at me? She demanded. I'm defending you. Defending me, I shot back bitterly. What good does that do when your big brother looks at me like I'm some kind of murderer? I hadn't waited for her response. I turned and headed straight for the garage. Wait, where are you going? She called, rushing after me and stepping right into my path. I shoved past her, harder than I meant to. I'm getting out of this crazy house. I'm done with all of you damn Thompsons. And stay away from me before you start thinking I'll actually kill someone next." She yelled something after me, but I didn't listen. I was already out the door. Now, as the road stretched dark and empty ahead of me, I knew exactly where I was going. I needed to see that lunatic, and I needed answers, right now. By the time I reached the town, the sun was already sinking low. The drive had taken about 40 minutes, and my nerves were stretched thin by the time I pulled up in front of the bar. It was the same rundown place as yesterday. Dim lights, cracked windows. At least it wasn't crowded yet. I stepped inside and went straight to the counter. "Where is he?" I asked. The bartender paused, looked up, and recognized me immediately. Without a word, he tilted his head toward a small inner room. That was enough. We had both been here just the night before. He knew exactly who I meant. I walked in and spotted Angus right away. He was slumped in a dark corner, a half-empty bottle of beer hanging loosely in his hand. He looked terrible, worse than yesterday. Unshaven, clothes wrinkled, eyes dull. No one would ever believe this man used to be a top executive at Thompson Enterprises. We drank together, vented our frustrations, and cursed our luck. Elena and Eric, both of them had turned our lives upside down. I'd lost my job, my standing, everything. Angus, he'd lost even more. His executive position, his penthouse, his car. Nobody would hire a man with a harassment record. Now he spent his days scrubbing floors in some Filton bar. They had destroyed everything we had worked for. I couldn't even remember exactly what I'd said that night. Probably a lot of angry, reckless words. Maybe even something as insane as wishing she was dead. But it was just the booze talking. Who could take that seriously? "Angus," I said sharply. He stirred, squinting, as he looked up at me. Then his face broke into a crooked grin. "Hey, man," he slurred. "You're back." He lifted the bottle weakly. "Come on, sit. Let's celebrate." "Celebrate what?" I asked, not moving. He didn't answer. His gaze dropped to the floor. Something cold twisted in my stomach. "Angus," I snapped, grabbing him by the collar and hauling him upright. "Look at me. What did you do today? Where did you go?" He laughed under his breath, like it was all a joke. He tried to bring the bottle to his mouth. I knocked it away, and it shattered on the floor. "Answer me," I shouted. "What did you do?" His smile faded. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I did what you wanted," he said slowly. "I handled her for you." My blood ran cold. "What?" My grip tightened. "What are you talking about?" "That woman," he said, sneering. "Elena, I took care of her." My heart slammed against my ribs. You pushed her into the lake?" My voice shook. "You almost killed her. Why would you do that?" He frowned, confused. "Almost?" He stared at me. "Wait, she's alive?" "Yes," I yelled. "She's alive because Eric got there in time. If he hadn't," I swallowed hard, "she would be dead. Do you understand that?" Angus scoffed. "You're mad at me for that?" he said. "You said you hated her. You said you wished she was gone. I was helping you." "I never told you to hurt her," I roared. "I never asked you to touch her. God, Angus, you almost killed her for me." He blinked, then laughed again, softer this time. "For you?" he muttered. "Come on, she's Eric's woman now. Don't tell me you still care." "Shut up," I snapped. "Just shut the hell up. You have no idea what you've done. You shouldn't have touched her. Eric will find whoever did this, and he won't stop until he does." Angus snorted, leaning back. "Let him try. So what? I'm not scared of him." I let out a dry laugh, sharp and dangerous. "Not scared? You really think you can say that? Eric isn't just strong, he's connected. Every alpha in this territory answers to him. You step wrong, and it won't take long before he's on you." Angus went quiet. The color drained from his face as he looked at me, throat bobbing when he tried to swallow. "So that's it?" he said sharply. "You're cutting me loose now? Don't rewrite history. You're the one who kept talking about wanting her gone. I just did what you couldn't." "Enough," I said, my voice low and tight. I shoved a thick envelope into his chest. "New papers, cash, everything you need to disappear. Take it and go. Get out of this territory before they close in." I shoved past him and headed for the door. "She deserved it," Angus shouted after me, his voice slurred with rage. I didn't look back. Outside, I slid into my car and shut the door, the noise of the bar disappearing behind me. I erased the GPS trail without hesitation, then leaned forward, elbows on the wheel, breathing through the pressure crushing my chest. When my hands finally steadied, I turned the key and drove away. By the time I reached the estate, it was late. The gates were still lit, but the driveway was quiet. I rolled down the window. Open the gate. A guard stepped forward. "Where have you been, sir?" "I'm your master," I snapped. "Open it." He didn't move, just stared. My jaw tightened. From the shadows, a tall figure emerged. "Eric." "Step out," he said, his tone sharp. I hesitated for a moment. Part of me wanted to stay in the car, to delay the inevitable. But I knew there was no choice. I opened the door and stepped down slowly, my hands flexing at my sides. "I just went to grab a drink," I began, voice shaking slightly. "It's been a crazy day. Elena almost." Before I could finish, his fist hit me square in the face. Pain exploded through my skull, and I stumbled backwards, slamming into the pavement. I tried to get up, but his boot pressed into my chest, pinning me down. The air was forced from my lungs. Panic clawed at me. I tried to shift, to escape, but a low, terrifying howl ripped from him. The alpha energy rolled outward like a storm, freezing everything in place. The guards didn't move. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. He leaned close, his presence pressing down on me. His smoky gray eyes, now completely black, drilled into mine. "Who did you go to meet?" he demanded, voice a growl that vibrated through my bones. Every muscle in my body screamed to lie, to run, but I couldn't. "Nobody," I whispered, my voice small. Eric's expression didn't change, but something monstrous stirred beneath it. "I'll ask you once," he said, "and once only. What do you know about what happened to Elena?" At that moment, Eric didn't look like a man. He looked like death itself, Mark's POV. The night smelled cold and damp, the concrete floor pressing hard against my back as I tried to breathe. My chest hurt, and every movement sent fire through my ribs. I groaned, feeling the blood in my mouth. Eric's shadow loomed over me, and I could feel the weight of his presence before he even spoke. "You think I don't know what happened tonight?" he said quietly, his voice cutting through the silence like ice. I tried to push myself up. "I don't know what you mean." I managed to gasp, but my words sounded weak, even to me. He didn't respond. Instead, he moved closer, and his gray eyes locked on mine. There was no warmth in them, just control, power, and something that made my stomach twist. "You were part of it," he said slowly. "I know you met someone tonight. Tell me who." I shook my head. I didn't meet anyone. I would never hurt Elena," I said, coughing as I tried to speak. "Never hurt her?" His tone was almost gentle, but the threat behind it was sharp. "You think I don't know that you followed her, you cornered her, you pushed her, you put her in danger, and you thought no one would notice." I felt my hands clench into fists, trembling. I didn't. Eric didn't flinch. He grabbed me by the collar and slammed me against the wall. Pain exploded through my chest, and my vision blurred. "Do you think you can fool me like you fool Bella?" "You had more than one reason to want her out of the way," he said. "And the real reason?" He paused. "You're scared she'll open her mouth and expose who you really are." My throat tightened. For a second, I almost lost control. Then a dry laugh slipped out of me. "You're wrong," I said hoarsely. "That's not the worst part." I lifted my head and looked straight at him. "I never stopped wanting Elena." The air shifted. Before I could blink, his hand clamped around my neck. "You married my sister," he said, his voice low and furious. I struggled for air, coughing, but I still forced a smile. "And you think that makes you better?" I rasped. "You act like you're Elena's savior, but she's just entertainment to you, something you picked up because you could." I swallowed painfully and continued, my voice shaking but sharp. "She and I had history. We shared something real, a life before all this power and money. That's something you'll never touch." His grip loosened slightly. "I'll tell Bella everything," he said flatly. I laughed, even though my chest burned. "Do it. She won't believe you. And don't forget, she's already unhappy with you. Push her one more time and she won't forgive you." Eric stared at me for a long moment. His face was unreadable, cold, empty. Then he turned his back. "Get him out of here," he said. "Take him to the warehouse." Before I could react, hands seized my arms. I thrashed violently. "Let go of me," I shouted. "Eric, are you insane? Eric!" Something rough was shoved into my mouth, cutting off my words. My screams turned into broken sounds as they dragged me away. The doors slammed behind us. The echo rang through my skull. They threw me onto the concrete floor. Pain shot through my body. I ripped the cloth away and yelled into the empty space, my voice cracking with rage. What do you want from me? Then he dropped something in front of me, a pen and a piece of paper. I looked at it. My heart sank. The prenup. You will sign this, he said simply. I laughed bitterly. No, never. He crouched slightly to look me in the eye. You married Bella for the wrong reasons. You don't get anything from the Thompson family, and this makes it official. I felt a surge of rage. You think just because of your name you can control everything? You're lucky you were born into it. If I were a Thompson, I'd be better than you, 10 times over. He smiled, slow and cold. But you're not, and signing this is your only choice if you want to keep your hands intact. I hesitated, my hand trembling over the pen. The pain in my wrist from earlier throbbed, but it wasn't enough to make me break. I wanted to fight, to scream, to burn this paper to ashes. Sign it, Eric repeated, his voice sharp as a knife. I hesitated. My chest heaved. I could feel my world collapsing, everything I worked for slipping away. But deep inside, I knew he was right. This wasn't just about money anymore. It was about survival. Trembling, I picked up the pen and wrote my name, my hand shaking so badly I thought it might fall off. Eric's gray eyes met mine, unflinching. He nodded, then handed the paper to a guard. Take it to the lawyer. Activate it immediately, he ordered. I fell back to the floor, gasping. My body was exhausted, bruised, broken, but my mind was racing. I clenched my fists, trying to ignore the pain. I wasn't finished. Not yet. I would rebuild. I would get back everything I lost, and I would make sure everyone paid for underestimating me. With a groan, I forced myself to my feet, blood dripping from my face and wrist. Every step hurt, but anger pushed me forward. I knew where I had to go. I needed to see Bella. I reached her door, pushing it open slowly. Her scream stopped me for a second. Mark, oh my God, I collapsed into her arms. She held me tightly, panic in her eyes. What happened? Who did this to you? I forced a weak smile through the pain. I need to tell you something, I whispered, cupping her face. Something I've never told anyone. Her eyes widened. What is it? I took a deep breath, my voice low. It's about your question when we played Truth and Dare. Elena's POV. I ran as fast as I could, my chest burning, my breath tearing in and out of me in ragged gasps. Behind me, someone was chasing me, someone who wanted me dead. I didn't know his face. I didn't know his reason. I only knew that if he caught me, I wouldn't survive. The villa came into view like a miracle. Alpha Eric's home, tall, solid, and safe. I screamed his name as I ran toward it, my voice cracking with terror. Eric, please help me. He appeared on the second floor. He heard me. He saw me. He didn't move. His gray eyes were cold and empty, as if I meant nothing at all. I stopped beneath the building, shaking, crying, and begging him with every breath I had left. Still, he turned away, refusing to come to me. That was when I felt it, the presence behind me. Too close. Ah, I screamed. I jerked awake, my body drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. A sharp gasp tore from my throat before a strong arm wrapped around me, pulling me into a solid chest. Elena, he murmured. Was it a nightmare? Yes, I breathed, still trembling. I heard you calling my name, he said quietly. What did you see? I hesitated. The fear was still lodged in my chest, raw and heavy. But he lifted my chin gently, forcing me to look at him, his touch grounding, steady. I swallowed and told him everything, how I was being chased by the killer, how I ran to his villa, how I called for him to save me, and how he stood there and did nothing. He went silent. For a long moment, he only watched me, his expression unreadable. Then his finger brushed my lips, traced slowly down my neck, resting over my heart as if he could feel how fast it was still beating. He pulled me closer and kissed me, deep, sure, anchoring. It wasn't just passion, it was reassurance. It was his way of telling me without words that he would never abandon me. I held him tighter and kissed him back, pouring every unspoken fear and hope into that moment. My fingers dug into his shirt as if letting go would make him disappear, because I knew the truth. It wasn't the faceless killer in my dream that terrified me. It was the fear that one day when I reached for him, he wouldn't be there, that I would call his name and he would turn away, not out of cruelty but indifference, that I wouldn't matter enough to be chosen, that I was temporary to him, something he would grow tired of, something easy to discard once the novelty faded. You were right, he said softly, breathing warm against my ear. Mark is tied to what happened to you yesterday. My chest tightened. Are you saying he wanted me dead? Eric shook his head. Not with his own hands, but he knows about it. I caught him leaving the estate tonight. He wasn't careful. I already have people following his trail. His hold around me grew firm, almost possessive. He won't get near you again. So it was true. Mark wasn't innocent after all. I didn't want to sit with that thought. Whatever he had become, I was too tired to give him space in my head. I pressed closer to Eric, letting his warmth drown out everything else, the fear, the questions, the past. After a moment, I spoke again. Do you think I should talk to Bella? Maybe explain myself? She looked really hurt earlier. No, Eric said flatly. She's protecting the wrong man. That's her mistake to face. He brushed his palm over my eyes, shielding me from the world. Enough thinking. It's not morning yet. Sleep. He kissed me gently. The tension inside me finally loosened, and I fell back to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, the room was bright and calm. Eric was still beside me. I somehow knew he hadn't rested, yet he looked untouched by exhaustion. I need to leave today, he said. I rubbed my eyes. I know it's sudden. You can stay here if you want. I've stationed guards around the villa. I'm not staying behind, I said without thinking. A faint smile crossed his face. Start packing. We fly this afternoon. I got out of bed, feeling stronger than I had in days. His scent lingered on me, steady and grounding. Should we let Bella know? I asked while pulling clothes from the closet. There's no point, he replied. She and Mark left earlier. I froze for a second. Relief came first. I wouldn't have to face Mark again. But Bella leaving without a word felt wrong. As I packed, I sent her message after message, asking if we could talk once things settled. There was no response. By the time we returned to Silver Crest, exhaustion clung to me, but so did relief. Crossing 2 continents had drained every ounce of energy I had, yet the moment the estate came into view, something inside me settled. I was home. Butler James was already waiting at the entrance, posture straight as ever. Welcome back, Alpha Eric. Miss Gray, he greeted with a respectful nod. I'll be in my study, Eric said, taking the stairs without pause. I stayed behind, falling into step with James as we headed toward the kitchen. How was the journey, Miss Gray? He asked. Unforgettable, I replied lightly. I reached into my handbag and handed him a small parcel. He opened it right away, his face brightening. Flavored honey, he said with approval. I thought it would be perfect for your baking. I told him. He chuckled. That's perfect timing. I was just about to prepare Alpha Eric's favorite buns. Would you like to help? I'd love to. He passed me an apron, and soon we were side by side in the kitchen. As simple as it was, measuring ingredients and working beside James in Eric's kitchen gave me an unexpected warmth, a quiet sense that I belonged here, more than I ever thought I would. Elena, can I see you for a moment? Eric's voice sliced through the kitchen just as I was kneading the dough. The firmness in his tone made my hands pause. Yes, I answered, lifting my head. I searched his face, but it was unreadable. Is something wrong? I asked, already rinsing my hands at the sink. Come with me, he said shortly, turning away before I could say anything else. I looked at James. He only shrugged, just as confused as I was. My heart began to race as I replayed everything I'd done since we arrived. 30 minutes. That was all. I was sure I hadn't offended him. At least, I didn't think I had. Go, James murmured, taking the apron from my hands. I'll handle this. I followed Eric down the hall, my steps quick to match his long strides. He stopped at the guest room, my room, and stepped inside. That only deepened my confusion. I forced myself to stay calm as I entered after him and quietly shut the door. For several seconds, he said nothing. He just stared at me, his brows slightly raised, his gaze sharp and assessing. I met his eyes, waiting. Finally, his attention shifted past me. What's that? He asked, nodding toward the packed bag by the wall. I followed his gaze. My things, I replied simply. Then realization hit me. Oh, I said softly, I see. I took a breath. That was before Bella suddenly invited me to travel with her. I packed then because you were angry with me. You said the contract was over. As I watched him, his expression darkened. His jaw tightened, and the air around us subtly changed. His scent thickened and covered the room, heavy and dominant. Instinctively, I stepped closer. I wasn't planning to leave on my own, I said quickly. His eyes dropped to mine. I'm the one who decides when that contract ends. I understand, I replied quietly. So, what were you doing in my room? I asked, trying to lighten the tension that had settled between us. My voice was soft, almost teasing, though my heart still raced. Eric's sharp gaze softened slightly, and a slow, almost dangerous smile curved his lips. I brought you something, he said, his voice low and deliberate. Before I could react, he gently spun me around, his hands brushing my sides as he fastened something around my neck. The contact was electric, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I stepped toward the vanity mirror and froze. Resting against my collarbone was the most exquisite piece of jewelry I had ever seen. A silver chain held a smooth, green jade pendant, cool to the touch, perfectly polished, reflecting the soft light of the room. It looked impossibly delicate, yet powerful, as if it had been made for me alone. My breath caught, and I couldn't move for a long, silent moment. His voice cut softly through my thoughts. You don't like it? I turned to face him, cheeks flushed, lips slightly parted. What? No, yes, it's breathtaking. I love it, I admitted, my fingers brushing the pendant lightly, almost as if I couldn't believe it was real. He stepped closer, the warmth radiating off him, and I felt it deep in my chest. His hand lingered near mine, not touching, yet I could sense his control, his dominance. But there was tenderness there too, the way he held me in his attention alone. Do you want to see me wear nothing but this? I asked, tilting my head, a mischievous spark lighting my eyes. My voice was soft, Elena's POV. I never thought I would be that bold, standing there in front of him and wearing only the jade necklace he gave me. The cool stone rested against my skin, and my heart pounded so hard I was sure he could hear it. When I lifted my eyes and smiled at him, something changed. His gray eyes darkened, but with something deep and something intense. The air around us shifted. His earthy pine scent filled the room, warm and heavy, wrapping around me like an invisible embrace. I prayed I wouldn't get addicted to this. I slept better than I had in a long time. Sometime in the night, I felt him shift slightly, his breath warm against my neck. He breathed me in slowly, almost unconsciously, the same way I found comfort in his scent. It made me smile in the darkness. That night, I dreamt for a second time of a massive black wolf letting me ride on his huge back as he prowled around the woods. When I woke up, Eric wasn't beside me. That didn't surprise me. He always woke up early. Earlier than everyone else, like the day couldn't start without him approving it first. I got up quickly and went back to my room to get ready for work. I was halfway dressed when I realized I'd forgotten my bag, so I stepped into the living room to grab it. And there he was, standing there with a cup of coffee in his hand. I stopped short. That was new. By this hour, he was usually already buried in meetings at the office. He noticed me immediately and glanced at his wristwatch. Aren't you late today? He asked. No, I said, shaking my head. This is my normal time. Then I frowned. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be at work already? I was waiting for you, he said simply. He placed the cup down and walked straight toward the door. I'm driving you today. I blinked and followed him outside without thinking. His Rolls-Royce was already waiting. Wait, what? I stammered. You're driving me? He opened the driver's door and looked at me like I was the strange one. Is that a problem? No, it's just... I hesitated as I climbed into the passenger seat. Where's your driver? I gave him the day off, he said calmly. Seatbelt. I just sat there, putting on the seatbelt, stunned. Alpha Eric, personally driving me to work. It felt unreal. As we pulled onto the road toward Thompson Enterprises, I slowly reached for his free hand and laced my fingers with his. He glanced at me briefly. That's dangerous while I'm driving. I didn't answer. I just smiled. He didn't pull away. We drove like that the entire way, hands linked, silence comfortable. When we reached the turn before his usual parking area, I spoke up. Stop here, please. He frowned slightly. Why? I don't want anyone seeing you drop me off, I said gently. It's better if we keep things professional at work. He didn't argue. He just stopped the car. But before I could open the door, he leaned over and kissed me. Quick, firm, unexpected. I gasped and immediately looked around, my heart racing. See you at home, I whispered, already halfway out of the car. Then I shut the door and hurried away, my lips still burning and my smile impossible to hide. The moment I stepped onto the marketing floor, I knew something was wrong, or right. Everyone was standing, all of them. Before I could even ask what was going on, Applause exploded around me, loud, excited, endless. I froze at the entrance, my brain struggling to catch up. Congratulations, Elena. Marketing manager, you did it. I covered my mouth with my hand, completely stunned. What, what is happening? I laughed, my voice shaking. Sammy walked forward, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. Don't act surprised, he said. You earned this. He raised his hand and the clapping slowed. Everyone, meet our new marketing manager, he announced proudly, and the woman who secured the Philip Arthur AI deal, a deal this company has chased for years and failed to get. The room erupted again. My eyes burned. Oh my God, I breathed. You guys, thank you. I honestly didn't expect this. A girl from content rushed over and hugged me. You're officially a legend, she said. Philip Arthur doesn't sign deals easily. Another added, he doesn't sign them at all. Do you know how many people failed before you? I laughed nervously. Trust me, I'm still shocked. One of the female staff leaned in, lowering her voice dramatically. Okay, be honest. What's the secret? Yes, another chimed in. Did you hypnotize him? Or threaten him? Someone joked. Please tell me you didn't sell your soul. I shook my head, laughing. Nothing dramatic. I just did my homework and refused to give up. Sammy cleared his throat loudly. Enough harassing the boss already. Boss, that word hit me hard. He gestured down the hall. Come on, let me show you your new office. I followed him, still floating. When he opened the door, I stopped again. A private office, glass walls, a large desk, fresh flowers, my name already printed on the door. I turned to him slowly. Sammy, this is insane. He smiled warmly. We're equals now, Elena, same rank, and I couldn't be happier for you. Thank you, I said softly, for believing in me when others didn't. He nodded. You proved yourself, not just to the company, but to yourself. As I stepped into my office, the applause followed me one last time. I looked around, heart full, hands trembling. Impossible had just become possible, and I was only getting started. The attention didn't end after the applause. At break time, when I went to the cafeteria like I always did, the whispers followed me there too. Heads turned, voices dropped, eyes lingered. I was just reaching for a tray when a sharp voice cut through the noise. Don't act innocent, Stacy hissed behind me. I'm not stupid like the rest of them. I know exactly how you got Mr. Arthur to sign that deal. I turned slowly to face her. Of course it was Stacy, Mark's loyal shadow, his mouthpiece, his little spy. I folded my arms across my chest, calm on the outside. Oh, really? I asked. Then enlighten me. How did I do it? She didn't even hesitate. You slept with him. That's your trick, isn't it? Seduce rich men and use them. The cafeteria went quiet. People stopped eating. Chairs scraped. A small crowd formed instantly. I smiled, cold and sharp. Is that what Mark told you? I shot back. Because if it's that easy, why don't you try it yourself? Go find a powerful man and seduce him into signing a deal for Thompson Enterprises. Her face twisted. Shameless girl. Before I could reply, a deep, familiar, and commanding voice sliced through the tension. What is going on here? The air changed instantly. Everyone froze. Alpha Eric. His aura rolled through the cafeteria like a storm. My skin prickled. I lifted my head and saw him standing on the upper level, overlooking the hall. He wasn't alone. His PA, secretary, and several directors stood behind him. His gray eyes swept across the room, dark and unreadable. I will not tolerate disrespect or unprofessional behavior in my company, he said coldly. Anyone who repeats such nonsense will face serious consequences. A chorus followed immediately. Yes, Alpha. Silence fell again. Then his gaze locked onto me. Miss Gray? Yes, Alpha, I replied, lifting my chin to meet his eyes. For a brief second, something passed between us. His stare was intense, heavy. Then his expression shifted. Congratulations on securing the Arthur deal, he said clearly. My heart skipped. Thank you, Alpha, I said, smiling. Whispers erupted again, softer this time. Shocked, awed. Eric didn't say another word. He turned and walked away, his presence still heavy in the hall long after he was gone. I turned back to Stacy. She didn't look at me, but the animosity lingered. A few minutes later, I finally sat down with my lunch. I hadn't even taken my first bite when chairs scraped around me. Girls from the marketing department pulled closer, smiling too much, eyes bright with curiosity. So, how did you really do it? One of them asked, pretending it was just professional interest. We just want to learn, another added quickly. You're a big deal now, someone whispered. Even Alpha Eric knows your name. I smiled but said nothing. If only they knew why he knew my name. If only they knew about the contract that tied us together. Then my phone buzzed on the table. Eric, are you okay? My fingers paused before I typed back. Me, yes, Alpha. Thank you for stepping in. The reply came almost immediately. I have a free moment. Use the code for my private elevator. You still have it. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Was that an invitation to his office? My heart started racing as I stared at the screen. This day just kept getting more unbelievable. Elena's POV. I forced myself to calm down, even though my heart was racing like crazy. Going to Alpha Eric's office during break time wasn't something that happened every day, or ever. In fact, the last time and only time I had stepped into that office, it had been one of the worst days of my life. Mark had just fired me, denied my severance, and made sure I was publicly embarrassed. I had followed Alpha Eric into his private elevator back then, almost like a lost puppy, begging for justice. That day still burned in my memory. At least things had changed since then. The HR manager who had helped Mark pull that stunt was later fired. That alone still felt unreal. Sorry girls, I have to go, I said quickly to the small crowd still hovering around my table. Something just came up. Ah, one of them groaned. You can't even give us one full lunch break? We were really hoping you'd share some notes with us, another said dramatically, especially about the Arthur deal. Yes, please, the third added. We need to learn your secrets. I rolled my eyes inwardly. This Arthur thing was seriously getting out of hand. Maybe next time, I said lightly. I have a client to attend to. That shut them up, barely. I hurried away before anyone else could stop me. Keeping an Alpha waiting was not something I planned to try. Using the code for Eric's private elevator came naturally now. The receptionist noticed me approaching and smiled politely. I was grateful no coworkers were around. I really didn't need anyone seeing me step into the CEO's private elevator and starting another round of gossip. The elevator moved smoothly all the way up to the penthouse floor, where the entire level belonged to Eric's office alone. As soon as the doors opened, I almost bumped into Nova, his PA. Hi, Elena, she said warmly. You're here to see Alpha Eric, right? I smiled back, even though the answer felt obvious. Yes. He's in his office, she said, stepping aside to let me pass. I walked in quietly. The space was massive, sleek, and intimidating as always. Eric was seated behind his desk with an earpiece on, clearly in the middle of a Zoom meeting. When his eyes lifted and met mine, he gave a small, calm look that told me he'd seen me. I nodded slightly and moved carefully to a chair, taking a seat without making a sound. My heart was still beating fast, but I kept my face neutral as I waited. Whatever this was about, I had a feeling it wasn't just small talk. I felt like I'd been sitting there forever. Eric kept talking and focused, his voice steady as he discussed numbers, projections, and things that flew right over my head. I tried to follow. I really did, but after a while, all the words blended into noise. My legs got tired. My mind got restless, so I stood up. I moved slowly, quietly, exploring his office like I didn't belong there, which, honestly, I still wasn't sure I did. My fingers brushed the edge of his desk, the shelves, the smooth glass walls. Everything screamed control, power, him. I didn't know when I ended up behind him. I just knew I was suddenly aware of how broad his shoulders were, how solid he looked even sitting down. His jacket was off, draped over a chair, leaving him in a crisp white shirt that fit him a little too perfectly. Without thinking, I reached out my hand. The moment my fingers touched him, he went completely still, like I'd shocked him. My heart jumped into my throat. I pulled my hand back instantly, already bracing myself for a sharp warning or worse. But he didn't turn around. He kept talking, kept his eyes on the screen. That should have been my cue to stop. Instead, something reckless took over. I touched him again, more carefully this time, my fingers tracing the line of his muscles through the fabric. I felt the tension there and the strength he always kept locked down. My pulse went wild. This was insane, completely insane. I leaned closer, wrapped my hand around his shoulder, my boobs pressed on him and my breath brushing his ear. Then I pushed my tongue inside his ear. That was when he snapped. God, I screamed as he, in one swift motion, grabbed me and pulled me around. The meeting interrupted. The world tilted and suddenly I was on his desk, sprawled out, glass cold beneath my palms, his presence overwhelming, dangerous, and looming over me. The look in his eyes told me I was no longer just a distraction. He pushed me back against the glass table with one hand and reached out with the other to mute the meeting. "You've gotten bold," he said calmly, but his eyes had darkened. My heart jumped hard. I tried to move, suddenly nervous, but his hand kept me pinned. "I didn't mean to distract you," I said quickly. "I'm sorry." He didn't answer right away. He just looked at me, like he was weighing something in his head. "It won't happen again, Alpha," I added softly. Before I could say more, he leaned down and kissed me. His other hand trailed under my skirt and moved straight to my pussy. My legs were wide apart, and he stood in between them, so he had free access. The kiss wasn't soft or slow. It was firm, rough, and full of warning. My breath caught, and for a second, I forgot where I was. I moaned softly as my body responded immediately to his touch. As he kissed me hard, his fingers caressed my clit. I wanted more. I wanted his fingers in, but as if sensing my need, he didn't go further even when my juice soaked the thin fabric of my panties. "You need a good fuck to behave, Elena," he said quietly. "And don't push your luck too far, because the contract forbids me from doing it." Then he lifted me easily and sat me down on his lap, steady and controlled, like he was reminding me who was in charge. My heart was still racing when he finally loosened his hold. "You've had enough freedom in this arrangement," he warned calmly. "Don't think I'll always be this patient." I pouted, heat creeping into my face. "I'll behave," I muttered. "If you ever change your mind about that silly rule of yours," he added, "let me know." "I haven't," I said firmly. He laughed. "I can see your coworkers are already losing their minds over the Arthur contract," he said, smoothly changing the subject. "I've suddenly become some kind of office superhero," I replied, and we both laughed. "Sammy even said I'll represent the department at the upcoming shareholders meeting," I added, my chest swelling with pride. "Can you believe that?" He chuckled. "There's more." I frowned. "More how?" "My parents will be attending." "What?" I blurted out, jumping off his lap, nerves and excitement crashing into each other. "I'll be speaking in front of them?" "No, ooh." I groaned and dramatically flopped onto the couch. He laughed at me. The elder Alpha Thompson and the Luna of Silvercrest weren't just powerful. They were legends, the kind people whispered about, seen rarely, always distant, always intimidating. "Can I pretend to be sick that day and not show up?" I asked hopefully. He laughed even harder. "You'll show up, Elena. You can do this. I know what you're made of." I hesitated. "Do they know about us?" "No," he answered immediately. "Of course not." That settled it. I wasn't his girlfriend. I wasn't anything official, just a plaything. I walked around the office, grounding myself and reminding myself why I was really here. "You'll be there, right?" I asked. "For moral support?" "No," he said. "I'll be out of town for another important meeting." I licked my lips and nodded slowly. So I was on my own, still. This was my chance, to prove myself, to stand tall. "But," he added, stepping closer, "I can boost your morale another way." Before I could react, he slipped a card into my jacket. I pulled it out, a black card. "Money won't boost my morale," I said. "It'll armor you," he replied. "The right clothes, shoes, jewelry, confidence matters." I thought about it. He wasn't wrong. "Take the rest of the day off," he said. "Get what you need for your first shareholders that speech and take a good rest." He pressed a light kiss to my forehead. "My meeting is waiting." I smiled. "Thank you." I walked out quietly and closed the door behind me, my heart pounding, but this time with determination. As I walked out of Thompson Enterprises, only one person came to mind to help me shop for the right outfit for the shareholders meeting. Bella. I pulled out my phone and sent her a text. "Hey, I'm back in town. Do you mind coming shopping with me?" I waited. Minutes passed. No reply, just like the other messages I had sent the day before. I stared at my screen for a moment, my excitement dimming slightly. It felt strange, being surrounded by people all day, yet suddenly feeling alone when I needed someone the most. I slipped my phone back into my bag and took a deep breath. If Bella didn't reply, then I'd figure it out myself. Elena's POV. Going to the mall alone wasn't funny but necessary, so here I was, stepping into luxury territory by myself. The black card in my pocket felt unreal, like it didn't belong to me. The moment I walked into the boutique, I felt it. The judgment. Too many eyes. Too much watching. The sales attendants pretended to be busy, but I could tell they were tracking my every move, like I might grab something and run. It messed with my focus. I couldn't even enjoy looking around. Then I paid. The second that black card touched the counter, the atmosphere flipped. Smiles appeared out of nowhere. Madam replaced the cold stares. Chairs were offered. Drinks appeared. Suddenly, I was worth their time. I didn't spend all day there, just enough to get what I needed. When I was done, they treated me like some important figure. Bags carried, doors opened, security walking me out, and straight into a waiting cab. I almost laughed. I checked the time and realized the day was still young. Instead of heading home, my thoughts drifted to the one place that grounded me. I leaned forward and gave the driver a new direction. The hospital. I was going to see Grandma. The hospital smelled the same, clean, cold, and heavy with memories. I hadn't even reached Grandma's ward when someone nearly tackled me from the side. "Elena," May squealed. "You're back." She hugged me so tight I almost laughed. May worked part-time as a nurse here, and luck or fate had put her on shift today. "I missed you too," I said softly. "How's Grandma today?" Her smile faded. She exhaled and turned, already walking. "You picked a hard day." She led me to the small lounge beside the ward and stopped near the glass wall. I followed her gaze. Grandma sat by the window alone, her body there but her mind clearly somewhere else. She stared outside like she was waiting for a life that never came back. My chest tightened. I walked in slowly, afraid that even my footsteps might break her. "Hey, Grandma," I said gently. "Did you miss me?" She didn't respond right away. Her cloudy eyes studied my face, searching. Then suddenly her hand shot out and grabbed mine with surprising strength. "You're back," she gasped. "Maureen, you're back." My heart cracked. Maureen was my mother. "No, Grandma," I whispered, squeezing her hand. "It's me, Elena, your granddaughter." Her face twisted, anger flooding in where recognition should have been. "Maureen, you heartless girl," she shouted. "You ran away. You married that useless drunk and thought only of yourself." She shook me hard. "You wanted freedom, but what about your baby? Did you even think of Elena?" "Grandma, please, Mom isn't here," I said, panicking. But she was already crying. "You left her with a monster," she sobbed. "My poor Elena, she suffered because of you." Then she pulled my hair, screaming my mother's name like it was a curse. Everything happened fast after that. May rushed in with 2 nurses. They tried to calm her, then wheeled her away as she kept screaming. I couldn't move. I slid down onto a chair, curled into myself, and cried until my chest hurt. A moment later, May came back with paper towels. "Hey," she said gently. I wiped my face, my hands shaking. "She's worse, isn't she?" May nodded slowly. "She's not improving. The doctor says, if this continues, they might recommend a bigger facility." I closed my eyes. That meant more money and hard work. I didn't mind. For Grandma, I will work and even slave. She was all the family I had. "I'll work on it," I said quietly. May hesitated, then asked, "How's everything? Alpha, Eric?" I sigh. "Same cycle. When it's good, it's perfect. When it's bad, it's hell." She frowned. "Elena, be honest with me. Do you really see a future with him? Those rich men don't love like normal people. You need someone who stands by you, not someone who controls you." I didn't answer out loud, because the truth was simple and ugly. There was no future, no promises, just a contract. But I needed the money, for Grandma, for survival. "I can't leave yet," I finally said. "Not until I'm strong enough to stand alone." When I left the hospital, my chest felt heavy, but my mind was clear. Back at Eric's villa, I buried myself in work. I rewrote my speech again and again, practiced until every word felt natural, until I could stand in front of anyone, even his parents, and not break. If this world was going to chew me up, I would make sure it choked first. The day didn't creep up on me. It slammed into me. By noon, the city's most expensive hotel had turned into a fortress. Black luxury cars clogged the entrance, engines humming softly like restrained beasts. Armed security stood shoulder to shoulder, scanning every movement. Inside, money walked, power breathed, and egos filled the air thicker than perfume. This wasn't just a shareholders' meeting. This was Thompson Enterprises reminding the world who ruled it. I arrived alone. The blush pink dress I'd chosen hugged just enough to look sharp without crossing the line. Clean cuts, soft color, professional but not dull. I needed confidence today, and if fabric could give it, I'd take it. Elena! Sammy hurried toward me, grinning like he'd already won something. He shook my hand with both of his. You look incredible. I'm serious. You're going to destroy that stage. I laughed nervously. Let's hope not literally. The whole department's rooting for you, he added. Then I leaned closer and lowered my voice. Have they arrived? Sammy didn't need clarification. He nodded and pointed. They were early. Family privilege. My eyes followed his finger. They sat apart from everyone else, in the most dominant spot in the ballroom, surrounded by guards and assistants like a royal court. The elder Alpha Thompson looked unreal. Silver cane, tailored suit, posture sharp enough to cut glass. He didn't move much, didn't need to. Power settled around him naturally. And beside him, the Luna. She was terrifying in the quietest way. Perfect skin, blood-red lips, cold gray eyes that reminded me instantly of Eric's. Except where his gaze sometimes softened, hers never would. My throat tightened. As if sensing me, she turned. Her eyes locked onto mine from across the room. It felt like a slap. No, worse. Like being weighed, judged, and dismissed in a single second. I broke eye contact fast. Yikes, Sammy muttered. Yeah, don't stare. They believe everyone else is an omega inconvenience. Noted, I said, forcing a breath. But even when she looked away, the pressure didn't leave. Forget them, Sammy added. Focus. If you're lucky, you might even impress them. Lucky. I nodded, but inside I knew the truth. I wanted that. Badly. They were Eric's parents, and stupid or not, I wanted them to see me, to approve. The ballroom filled fast. The noise rose. Then a staff member appeared and motioned for me. Miss Gray, please get ready backstage. You're first. Perfect. Standing in the shadows beside the stage, I whispered my opening lines under my breath. My fingers brushed the jade necklace at my throat without thinking. It grounded me. Like he was there. Like I wasn't alone. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the host announced, his voice rolling across the ballroom, please welcome the lead for the AI Innovation Project, Miss Elena Gray. I stepped onto the stage. The spotlight hit me full on, white and blinding, and for once, I was thankful for it. I couldn't make out faces, couldn't see who was judging, who was doubting, who was waiting for me to fail. There was only light, silence, and the steady sound of my own breathing. Thank you, I began, surprised by how calm my voice sounded. It's an honor to stand here tonight and introduce a project that will redefine how Thompson Enterprises integrates artificial intelligence into its future. Something shifted inside me. This wasn't just another assignment. This was my work. I moved through the presentation smoothly. Algorithms, adaptive systems, long-term scalability, the Arthur partnership. The numbers lined up. The logic was solid. Heads nodded. Screens changed. The room listened. With every slide, my nerves melted away. My shoulders squared. My voice grew firmer. I stopped reading notes and started speaking with confidence. When applause broke out, real applause, I felt it land in my chest like electricity. I was no longer surviving the stage. I owned it. By the time I reached the final slide, a smile had settled naturally on my lips. Many people have been asking how Thompson Enterprises managed to secure this AI partnership, I said, steady and clear. And I can finally answer that. It happened because a sharp, ugly voice tore through the ballroom. Because you are a filthy bitch. The room froze. The lights suddenly felt unbearable. I froze, my words caught in my throat. The spotlight hit a tall figure striding onto the stage, and my stomach dropped. It couldn't be, could it? Her eyes burned with rage, her perfect features twisted into something unrecognizable. Bella, I whispered, disbelief choking me. Before I could say another word, her hand swung. Smack! The sharp slap rang across the microphone and bounced off the walls. Gasps filled the room. My cheeks stung, but worse was the heat of humiliation crawling up my body. She pointed at me, her voice slicing through the stunned silence. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. Her words thundered. She's a manipulative little liar, a woman who will seduce anyone for a deal, my husband, my brother, anyone she wants. The ballroom was frozen. I could feel every eye on me, every judgmental stare. My chest tightened. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I had prepared for investors, for shareholders, for a flawless pitch. But this was chaos, personal and humiliating, right in front of the entire city's elite. Elena's POV. I froze. My heart stopped. Why was Bella on stage? And why was she pointing at me like I'd done something unforgivable? Seriously, Elena? She barked, her voice sharp enough to slice through the murmurs of the ballroom. After everything, this is how you repay me. What, Bella? Wait, this isn't. I tried to speak, but my words faltered. Don't you dare try to explain, she hissed, stepping closer. Her eyes blazed, her hand shooting out before I could react, and slap! The sound rang through the hall, amplified by the microphones. Every head turned, gasps filled the air. You're nothing but a liar, a cheat, a manipulator, she shouted. First, Mark, now my brother, how many men have you ruined for your own gain? No, that's not true, I yelled, my voice shaking, but she cut me off. Oh, it's very true, she sneered, and the proof is right here. She clicked the remote. The screen behind us shifted instantly. The AI project slides replaced with photos and videos of me and Eric, intimate moments, trips, even me sitting on his lap in his office. The room erupted in murmurs. Whispers ran like wildfire. My chest tightened. How did she even get these? You knew about us, I whispered, almost to myself, trembling. And you still... Bella's glare was icy. That was before I realized what a shameless little slut you really are. You'll sleep with anyone to get ahead. And you dare call yourself my friend? He's lying to you, I snapped. Mark told you something. Don't believe him. Save it, she yelled, pressing the clicker again. The screen changed to videos of me and Philip, standing close at a bar, him with his arm around my shoulder. Want to know how she got this deal? Bella screamed. She slept her way to the top. Look, proof. No, you're twisting everything, I cried. I worked my ass off for this. Philip gave me a ride home after drinks. That's it. I didn't. Nothing else happened. I am not that person. The crowd was against me now. Faces that had cheered me on just days ago twisted in disgust. Whispers grew louder. She slept with everyone to get ahead. Even Alpha Eric? That's disgusting. Mark couldn't even help her do it without using her body. Then the first object hit me, a box of condone, then a dildo, and a notebook. My forehead stung, blood trickling down as the chaos escalated. Enough! Sammy's voice cut through the chaos. This is a professional event, not a witch hunt. Stop it! Bella didn't flinch. She stood at the center of the stage like she owned the room, chin lifted, eyes sharp. This concerns the company, Sammy, she said flatly. She compromised its integrity. Sleeping her way into a deal is grounds enough. As of now, her contract is terminated. My vision blurred with rage. I wiped the blood from my forehead and stared at her down. You don't get to do that, I said hoarsely. You don't have the authority. This project brings massive value to TE. Killing it out of spite makes no sense. Bella smiled, but it wasn't warm. It was calculated. I'm not killing anything, she replied. I'm resetting it. Once you're out, we'll assign someone respectable to handle Mr. Arthur. This time, negotiations will be transparent, clean. I laughed, bitter and sharp. Respectable? I scoffed. You mean Mark? Her eyes flashed. Let's not pretend, I continued, stepping forward despite the guards hovering nearby. When I worked under your husband, I carried him. I wrote his proposals. I built his presentations. He couldn't explain this project if his life depended on it. That's a lie, Bella shouted, her composure cracking. Then prove me wrong, I shot back. Call him. Bring him here. Let him explain the AI framework, the scalability model, the security architecture. Let the shareholders decide who actually understands the deal. Silence spread like wildfire. Mark, that coward, still hiding, still letting her bleed for him. Bella's hands curled into fists. He doesn't need to be here. You're not worth his time. I stepped closer, my voice low. Or maybe he's afraid, because the second he opens his mouth, everyone will see how empty he really is. She looked ready to lunge at me, but then the room shifted. A deep, authoritative voice cut through the tension. Mrs. Thompson wishes to address the room. Instant silence. Every whisper died, every movement stopped, all eyes turned. They sat untouched by the chaos. Alpha Thompson and his Luna, regal, unmoved and distant, like gods watching mortals tear each other apart. The butler stepped forward, voice echoing across the ballroom. Elena Gray, he announced, you are to be detained immediately. My heart slammed against my ribs. Detained? I cried. For what? I haven't committed any crime. Guards climbed the stage before I could react. Hands grabbed my arms, wrenched them behind my back. Cold metal snapped around my wrists. I struggled. This is insane. You can't just... The former Luna didn't even look at me. Not once. Her indifference hurt more than the cuffs. The butler spoke again, calm and merciless. You have insulted the Alpha's family, and within this territory the Thompsons define order. Remove her. No, wait. My voice broke. Alpha Eric, I searched the room desperately. Help me, please. As they dragged me away, the ballroom blurred into noise and shadows, and one thought screamed in my head louder than anything else. This wasn't justice. This was power. Eric's POV. The hum of the private jet did nothing to soothe the storm inside me. My hands gripped the armrest so tight my knuckles whitened. On the screen of my tablet, the shareholder meeting played live, every second a knife twisting in my gut. Elena. My Elena was on the stage. Slurred accusations, a hostile mob, humiliation broadcasted for everyone to see. My chest burned, my vision sharpened and darkened, eyes flicking to black as anger swallowed all rational thought. Across from me, Kevin shifted in his seat, uneasy. He knew the norm, knew what happened when I snapped. Everyone knew. But even then, he tried to speak. Alpha, maybe you should just... I didn't look at him. Shut it, I hissed through clenched teeth. My voice, low and lethal, filled the cabin. Call Nova. Now, tell her to contain this disaster before it spirals further and turn this jet around. Kevin swallowed, then spoke again, nervously. Yes, Alpha, but are you sure it's worth it? That girl, look at what she did. And the footage with Philip, she doesn't exactly. The tablet exploded in my hand before I even blinked. Glass and metal scattered across my lap. Kevin's eyes widened. I didn't move immediately. I just stared at him. Black eyes, pupils fully dilated, storming with a fury that didn't belong to the human side of me anymore. Silence crushed the cabin. Kevin's mouth went dry. You heard me, I growled, voice low and dangerous. Turn this plane around, now. Yes, Alpha, he choked out, going to meet the crew at the cockpit. The rage inside me didn't subside, it sharpened at. Bella had no idea what she'd just stirred. No one touched Elena but me, and anyone standing in the way would pay. Elena's POV. The first thing I noticed was how quiet everything suddenly felt. The ballroom chaos was gone, the shouting, the staring. Even my own panic seemed far away now. I was still surrounded by soldiers, but the noise inside my head had softened. That was when Nova appeared. She just stood beside me, calm and steady, like she belonged there. Don't be afraid, Alpha Eric knows, she said softly. He's on his way. For a moment I forgot to breathe. He knows. I didn't ask questions. I didn't doubt her. Those words alone were enough. The fear that had been choking me loosened its grip. Whatever came next, I wouldn't face it alone. The soldiers moved again. I didn't fight them. There was no point. They pushed me into a car, sealed the doors, and cut me off from the world. The windows were blacked out. Time stretched. I lost track of how long we drove. When the car finally stopped, the air felt different. I stepped out and lifted my head. The building before me wasn't just big. It was overwhelming. Dark stone, sharp edges, towers that seemed to scrape the sky. It didn't feel like a home. It felt like hell where power lives, I thought. Inside, everything was too perfect and too clean. Every step echoed, every breath felt loud. I was led into a wide sitting hall where a small group was already waiting. They didn't look surprised to see me. Bella sat stiffly, her posture proud, her eyes burning. Mark was beside her. He didn't even try to meet my gaze this time. The old Luna spoke without raising her voice. She didn't need to. Authority clung to her naturally. Why has she been brought here? Bella answered right away. I'm not done with her yet because she deserves more than embarrassment. Luna's expression didn't change. And you thought my home was the place for that? Bella's jaw tightened. She shamed us. She needs to be dealt with. I don't care what you do to her. No, the woman said flatly. Just don't stain my floors. Bella screamed. I want her to suffer. I want her to feel everything she's done. She rushed toward me like a demented woman. Her fingers twisted into my hair, yanking my head back. My neck burned as she forced me to look at her face. You sat beside me, she cried. You listened to me talk about my marriage, about my fears, about Mark's past. And all that time you were enjoying it, watching me make a fool of myself. I didn't enjoy anything, I said, breath shaking. I actually pitied you for becoming a victim of his devilish schemes. I stayed quiet because I didn't know how to tell you the truth. She laughed, sharp and broken. The truth? You don't even know what that word means. Yes, I dated Mark before you, I said quickly, but it ended. He actually dumped me because of you. because of your money. And ever since then, he's been twisting things. He's been trying to hurt me." She shook her head violently. "You're still lying. You're the one who wanted revenge. He left you, and you couldn't accept it." I turned toward Mark. My chest felt tight. "What have you done?" I shouted. "What did you say about me?" He looked at me like I was nothing. No anger, no guilt, just empty. Bella grabbed my face again. "Don't look at him. Don't speak to him. I know exactly what you did. You came after me to get to him, and then you went after my brother. You used Eric to crush Mark at work. You played everyone." I stared at her in disbelief. "Those are all lies. He's the one who won't let me be." My voice trembled. "He tried to kill me, and when he failed, he made himself the victim. Mark followed me after we broke up. He blocked me from getting jobs. He begged me to come back, to be his secret lover, but I refused. And you know what he said about you?" I shouted. "He said he was tired of pretending, that he only stayed because of your family name." Her hand came out, and she slapped me. My ears burned. "Stop it," she cried. "Stop lying." "Why would I lie? Think about it," I said, forcing the words out. "Why wouldn't he sign the prenup? Why does he keep pushing you away from your brother? He wants control. That's all he's ever wanted." Mark finally spoke. "Don't listen to her," he yelled. "She's trying to destroy us." Then the doors burst open, and the room changed instantly. The air pressed down on everyone, heavy and sharp. A powerful presence filled the space like a storm breaking loose. Eric had arrived. He stepped inside with soldiers at his back, his expression dark, his eyes glowing with fury. The pressure of his alpha aura made people stagger. Glass shattered above us, raining down in harmless fragments as everyone froze in fear. The guard restraining me screamed as his weapon turned around and chopped out his hand. "Eric!" the Luna shouted. "Have you lost your sense?" He didn't answer her. He came straight to me. In one swift motion, he lifted me off the floor and broke the cuffs like they were nothing. His hands were steady. His voice wasn't. "Are you hurt?" he asked. I'm okay," I whispered. My legs felt weak. His scent surrounded me, grounding and overwhelming all at once. Bella screamed behind us. "Eric, look at me. Are you really doing this? Are you choosing her over your own blood?" Scat, he didn't turn around. Then Bella lost it completely. "Answer me, Eric," she screamed. "Look at me. Have you finally gone crazy?" Eric turned slowly. I swear the room dropped a few degrees. There was nothing familiar in his face anymore. No warmth, no calm. His eyes were fully dark, like all the light had been swallowed whole. "Crazy," he said quietly. His voice didn't rise, but it cut deep. "You're the one who stormed a public meeting, dragged my woman away in front of everyone, and locked her up like a criminal." His jaw tightened. "If I had arrived a moment later, you would have marked her for life. So tell me, who's out of their mind here?" Bella froze for a second. Then her eyes snapped to me. "Your woman?" she yelled, pointing. "You cannot be serious. Look at her. She was nothing before you. She was broke. She had nowhere to go. And you're the alpha of Silvercrest." Eric laughed. It wasn't loud. It wasn't friendly either. "That's rich," he said. "Coming from someone who married a parasite. Keep letting that man poison your head, Bella. One day when he's taken everything you have, he'll walk away without looking back." Her face was drained of color. She shook, fists clenched, voice breaking as she screamed at him. "You hate seeing me happy. You want my marriage to fail because yours did. You're destroying my life." Eric didn't react. He didn't even look at her. He turned slightly and spoke over his shoulder. "Remove Lady Bella and her husband." "Yes, Alpha," the soldiers replied. Bella snapped. "Try it," she shouted, her body tensing as her wolf pushed forward. Her eyes glowed, her teeth sharpened. "You think you can punish me again? I'm a Thompson too. You don't get to touch me." The air felt heavy, thick. I barely breathed. I stayed close to Eric, terrified they would tear each other apart right there. Then a deep voice cut through the tension. "That's enough." The old alpha stood up at last. "Eric, Bella, I want both of you with me. Now, alone." "I don't have time for this," Eric shot back. "You'll make time," his father said calmly. "Let's not involve the elders. That won't end well for anyone." Eric's lips curled slightly. "Is that supposed to scare me?" "No," the old alpha replied. "It's a father asking his son to talk. You're not truly ready to tear this family apart over her, are you?" Silence followed. Then Eric stepped away from me. My chest tightened instantly. Panic rushed in. "No, Don't leave me. Before I could move, he placed me firmly in Nova's care. Don't let her out of your sight, he said. Yes, Alpha, Nova replied. Eric didn't look back as he followed his parents deeper into the castle. Bella threw me one last hateful glance before storming after them. Mark stood up quickly. Maybe I should go too. No one answered him. And for the first time since this nightmare started, he looked scared. The room felt smaller once they were gone. It left just the two of us. I crossed my arms and looked straight at him. Guess it's finally quiet, I said. No one left to hide behind. Mark shifted in his seat. His eyes kept darting toward the hallway, like he was hoping someone would suddenly call his name and save him. It was almost funny. Keep staring, I said flatly. You really think they'll invite you into that discussion? You're not family to them. You're just a pest. His jaw tightened. You think you're better than me now? I let out a dry laugh. No, I think you're exactly what you've always been. He snapped. Just shut up. His voice shook, even though he tried to sound tough. You don't get it. I was cornered. If you and Eric hadn't pushed that prenup so hard, I wouldn't have had to do any of this. I stared at him in disbelief. You ruined my life because of paperwork? You forced my hand, he shouted. I shook my head slowly. No, you made your decision. You always do. You just don't like owning it. We locked eyes. There was nothing left between us but anger and old damage that had finally rotted all the way through. This isn't over, I said quietly. Eric won't pretend this never happened. Mark's lips curled into a thin smile. Careful, Elena. You might be giving yourself too much credit. Men like him don't stay loyal forever. I didn't argue. I didn't need to. Eric turned his plane around from me, and that was enough. Eric's POV. The room felt colder the moment the door shut behind us. No guards, no audience, just my family. My father didn't waste time. He rested both hands on his cane and looked straight at Bella. Your husband crossed a line, he said. His voice was calm, but it carried weight. And you let him. Bella stiffened. So now this is my fault? You brought a circus into a boardroom, he replied. A public one. Our name was dragged through the dirt. And don't insult me by pretending you didn't know who planned it. Her lips pressed into a thin line. She said nothing. He went on, slow and deliberate. You shower him with money, very expensive watches, cars, and property. You hand him power he hasn't earned. That ends now. Bella snapped. He's my husband. I can spend my money however I want. You can, my father agreed, but you don't let him steer this family. You don't let him touch pack matters. And you don't let him make decisions that affect us all. That is final. She exhaled sharply, then turned on me. And what about him? She pointed straight at my chest. He almost killed my husband over that woman. Are you just going to ignore that? My father shifted, about to speak. I didn't let him. Watch your mouth, I said. My voice was low and controlled, especially when you're talking about her. His brows drew together. Eric, I'm Alpha, I cut in. You don't get to lecture me like I'm still a boy. The room went quiet. Even my father wasn't used to that tone from me. Then my mother finally spoke. She didn't raise her voice. She never had to. Tell me something, she said, eyes fixed on me. What is that girl to you? I didn't hesitate. She's under my protection. She's mine. That's not what I asked, she said. Is she temporary, or is she something you plan to stand beside you? I felt everyone watching and waiting for my response. She continued, would you ever claim her publicly? Would you ever make her Luna? I paused. No. The answer landed exactly where they wanted it. My father relaxed slightly. Good, then you know what to do. Handle this quietly, and when you're finished with her, let her go. I don't need instructions, I replied. My mother turned to Bella. And you, stop letting your emotions embarrass this family. We don't chase chaos. We control it. Bella muttered, fine. My father straightened. This meeting is over. I turned toward the door. Bella followed me into the hall, her heels sharp against the floor. Eric, she said, don't think this ends here. I stopped and faced her. You're walking on thin ice. She lifted her chin. I've spent my life staying quiet for you, because you were stronger, smarter, alpha material. Her eyes hardened. But I'm done shrinking. If you stumble, I'll step in. I have Thompson blood too, and a claim. I studied her for a moment. Then I smiled, slow and cold. That explains why Mark suits you so well, I said. Same greed, same lack of sense. Her mouth opened. I turned away before she could finish. Some threats don't deserve answers. Elena's POV. I kept pacing, then stopping, then pacing again. Every few seconds, my eyes went to the closed doors where Eric had disappeared with his parents. I didn't need to imagine what they were saying. People like them always say the same things about people like me. She's trouble. She's not worth it. Cut her loose, but what scared me wasn't their opinion, it was his. Nova stood beside me, calm as ever. She leaned closer and spoke softly. You're safe. Alpha Eric won't let anyone touch you. I nodded, though my chest still felt tight. Thank you. She hesitated, then added, he was meant to be in another pack today. Huge meeting. He turned his jet around when he heard what happened. I've never seen him do that for anyone. Normally, that would have made my heart flutter. Instead, a name slipped out before I could stop it. Then what about Sarah? Nova went still. Her fingers tightened around her tablet. For a moment, she looked genuinely afraid. Who told you that name? So it was real. My stomach dropped. She was his wife, right? Why does no one talk about her? Nova lowered her voice. That name isn't something you should say out loud, especially not to him. The weight in my chest grew heavier. I wanted to ask more. I really did. But the doors opened. Eric stepped out first. Bella followed, her face stiff. Mark jumped up immediately and rushed toward her. So? He demanded. Is she gone? Are we finally done with her? Bella didn't look at me. Not yet. Mark's grip tightened on her arm. What do you mean, not yet? You promised. We'll deal with it later, she said quietly, brushing his cheek like she was calming a child. Eric didn't spare them a glance. He came straight to me. Before I could speak, he bent down, lifted me into his arms, and turned away. Eric, I gasped. He didn't answer. We moved fast, past the doors, past the waiting car, past the castle grounds. The cold night air hit my face as we crossed the lawn and reached the iron gates. Then everything changed. In one terrifying second, his body shifted beneath me. I screamed as the world tilted, and suddenly I wasn't in his arms anymore. I was clinging to thick black fur. The wolf ran. Trees blurred. The wind roared in my ears. His body was massive, powerful, and familiar in a way that made my heart twist. This was the wolf from my dreams. I knew it. Eric, I shouted, barely able to breathe. Stop! He didn't. The ground shook under his paws. My hands burned from gripping his fur. My stomach churned. I'm going to be sick, I screamed. Still nothing. Then he jumped over a big log. The world dropped away beneath us. I screamed until my throat hurt. When he finally stopped, I flew off his back and hit the ground. Soft moss broke my fall, but my body still ached. I crawled to a tree and threw up, shaking. He shifted back and knelt beside me. His hand brushed my hair from my face. Cool and steady. What is wrong with you? I groaned weakly. He looked almost annoyed. You can't handle speed. I'm human, I snapped between breaths. Not some trained warrior. He didn't reply, just kept touching my face, his eyes dark and unreadable. After a moment, I asked quietly, what did your parents say? You don't need to know. The words stung. Why not? I pushed myself upright. Your sister had me dragged away like a criminal. My career is in ruins. Everyone thinks I slept my way to the top, and I'm not even allowed to ask? He stood, the moonlight wrapped around him, sharp and cold. You follow my lead, he said. I'll protect you. My heart sank. What does that mean? Tomorrow you're moving to another branch, he said flatly. Far from Mark. I stared him. No. His eyes hardened. No? Yes, no, I said, anger bubbling up. They framed me. Now I should run? I hide? Why should I disappear and let them win? I'll silence the rumors, he said. But this chaos ends now. Distance is the solution. I shook my head. All that does is make their lies look real. He didn't argue, and somehow that hurt the most. Elena's POV. Keeping me away from Mark? Maybe it's convenient for you, I said quietly. My hands were shaking now. But do you even bother about what I want? He didn't answer right away. I swallowed and kept going, my chest tight. Even Bella fights for her husband. She stands up for him no matter what. And you, my voice cracked, you won't even support me in this. In the next second, his hands were on my shoulders. He pushed me back until my spine hit the rough bark of a tree. Don't compare yourself to him, he said harshly. At least he's fucking married to her. He's tied to my family. You? His eyes were cold. Who the hell are you to me, Elena? The question landed harder than the shove. Who was I, really? Everyone around him kept whispering that I mattered, that I was different. But this didn't feel like how you treat someone who matters. So that's it, I said, my voice barely holding. I'm just something convenient. His jaw tightened. His fingers dug into my shoulders. If that's what you finally understand, good. The words hurt more than anything else tonight. I felt stupid. Stupid for believing the soft moments meant something, for letting myself dream every time he was gentle and treated me nicely. That's not true, I said, tears spilling before I could stop them. You turned your jet around for me. You came back when you didn't have to. You stood up to your family. You saved me. He looked away, irritated. None of that meant what you think it did. Yes, it did, I cried. You gave me that necklace because you said it fit me. You chose it because you cared. Don't tell me you didn't. He laughed, short and sharp. What do you want me to say? That you're everything to me? That I'm lost without you? His eyes hardened. Stop being delusional. It's just a fucking arrangement. You give me what I need. I make sure you're taken care of. End of discussion. Something in me snapped. Then let's end it, I said, my voice trembling. Let's terminate the contract. I don't need it anymore. The forest went still. His pupils shrank, and for a second the rage in his face scared me. Then he threw his head back and let out a powerful howl. Birds exploded into the night sky, wings beating in panic. You don't get to decide that, he thundered. I flinched. He dragged a hand through his hair, breathing hard. I've been too soft with you, he said coldly. That ends now. Stop dreaming about things that will never happen. Then he stepped away from me. Before I could say anything else, he turned, shifted, and disappeared into the darkness on 4 powerful legs. I slid down the tree and hit the ground, my knees pulling to my chest. My sobs came fast and ugly. He was gone, just like that. Now I was alone, lost in the middle of nowhere. I didn't even know how I was supposed to get out of there. By the time I stood up, my eyes burned and my chest felt hollow. Crying hadn't fixed anything, but staying on the ground wouldn't either. I wiped my face with the back of my hand and tried to focus. Trees, darkness, silence. I had no idea which direction led home, but I had to start moving. That was when the sound reached me. A deep, steady hum, not from the forest, from above. I froze and looked up just as a beam of light swept across the trees. A helicopter circled slowly, like it was searching. Then a voice broke through the noise, calling my name. I stepped into a clearing without thinking. I raised my arm, weak but desperate. The helicopter came down minutes later. Nova was already moving toward me before the blades fully slowed. Alpha Eric sent me, she said, her voice careful, almost apologetic. He didn't want you out here alone. I didn't say a word. Inside the helicopter, I folded into the seat and hugged my knees. My whole body felt tired. Not just tonight, everything. He was worried about you, she said. Please don't, I said finally. He made himself clear. He told me to stop fantasying and I'm done. Nova hesitated. I could feel her watching me, choosing her words. He didn't mean. Yes, he did, I cut in quietly. He said it was all just a deal, that nothing he did turning around his plane, saving me, mattered. The helicopter lifted into the air. The forest disappeared beneath us. After a long silence, Nova spoke again. I know it's not my place, but Alpha Eric is very lonely. He's been hurting for years. We all hoped someone would reach him. We thought you might be that person. I stared out the window. Well, obviously I wasn't. The truth didn't hurt as much as I expected, maybe because I'd already felt it for a long time. Eric was complicated, always restless, always distant. Some days he was warm and cool. Other days he looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. There was something broken in him, or the curse he mentioned before the contract, but he never let me in. He never trusted me enough to let me understand him. Instead, he reminded me again and again how small I was to him. Maybe he'd open up to his wife, Sarah. Maybe she belonged in his world and I didn't. Maybe because I wasn't a she-wolf. And I was done trying to force myself into a place I was never welcome. That night, Nova dropped me at the villa. The house was eerily quiet. Eric never came back. But then again, this was only one of his many homes. Not returning here and staying away from me was probably the easiest thing he'd ever done. I went inside the guest room, knowing this time I was just on my own. My alarm rang at exactly 8. For a while, I didn't move because I was clueless about the day. I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the floor, letting the sound drill into my head. 5 minutes passed, maybe more. I thought about staying home, about leaving Eric's villa. Then I remembered something simple. I needed my job, and I needed to earn a living. So I stood up. Walking back into TE felt like stepping into a storm I couldn't see. Yesterday, security had dragged me out of the shareholders' meeting at the luxury hotel like a common criminal. But no one had fired me or filed any charges against me. That meant I was still a staff member here. And honestly, I didn't care about the gossip. I'd survived worse in my life. I'd been so broke I almost slept on the street. What people thought about me didn't scare me anymore. The building was loud when I arrived, phones ringing, chatters and laughter. But the second I walked through the doors, everything stopped. Silence hit like a wall. People stared. Some were curious, some cruel, and some openly amused. "Good morning," I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. No one answered. I walked toward my desk anyway. Someone stepped in front of me, a woman from my department. She wore a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Maybe today isn't the best day for you to come in," she said softly, like she was doing me a favor. I looked at her. Just days ago, she'd been all over my desk, asking how I landed the Philip deal, calling me smart, calling me a friend. "I think I'll decide that myself," I said. Her smile slipped. "After what happened yesterday, everyone saw it. The former Luna had you dragged out. People are talking." "If I'd done something illegal," I replied calmly, "I wouldn't be standing here." She crossed her arms. "And if this place keeps you around, what does that say about us?" I laughed out loud, but there was no humor in it. "You don't care about my life," I said, "so don't expect me to care about your image. Move." I brushed past her and opened my office door. Then I stopped breathing. Everything was ruined. Drawers ripped open, files torn apart, papers scattered like trash. My computer screen shattered. And on my desk, spray painted in red so bright it burned, was one word: war. For a moment, my mind went empty. I turned around slowly and walked back out. The common workers' floor fell quiet again. "Who destroyed my office?" I asked, my voice loud. No one answered. Some people looked away. Others smiled like they were enjoying a show. "I'll ask once more," I said. "Who went into my office to ruin my stuff?" Still nothing. "Fine," I continued. "I'll pull security footage and I'll call the police." Someone laughed. "Call them for yourself?" The room broke into laughter. Then it dawned on me. They were all in it. They had all conspired against me and wanted me gone. "Seriously, Elena," the same woman said, rolling her eyes. "This is an office. Stop making a scene and pack your things and leave already." I stepped closer to her. "You trashed my office?" She shrugged. "And what if I did? What if I was authorized to do it?" I grabbed her wrist. Gasps filled the room. "We're going to HR," I said, my voice low. "Now." She panicked. "What? Let go. I didn't do anything." "But you just boasted you did it," I replied. "And if it wasn't you, I'll keep going until I find who it was." The room erupted, booing, shouting. Then a door slammed open. Sammy stepped out. His face was dark with anger. "What is wrong with all of you?" he barked. "This is a workplace." She rushed to speak first. She came in yelling and accusing everyone. Sammy didn't even look at her. "Sit down," he snapped. "I'm not blind." Then he turned to me. "My office. Now." I released her wrist and walked past her without a word. Her skin was already red where I'd held her. I didn't care. Inside his office, the door shut quietly. Sammy rubbed his face. "Why does it look like you were about to start a war?" "They destroyed my office," I said simply, "and I was going to find out who did it." He studied me for a long moment. "You're strong-willed," he said finally, "and I know that, but you're standing alone right now, and that's dangerous." "I didn't come here to fight," I said. "I just want to work and keep busy." He exhaled slowly. "It's not that I don't want you here," he said. "It's just—" Elena's POV. He was interrupted by the loud sound of clicking heels before the door flung open. Bella walked in, wearing a tight face. She came in dressed in black, sharp from head to toe, with several staff members trailing behind her. No softness, no pretending. She looked like she was here to collect something she believed already belonged to her. "Since everyone's already here," she said, "let's make this official." I leaned back in my chair, silent. "I've just been appointed Vice Director of Marketing," she continued. "And as of this moment, Elena Gray no longer works at TE." That finally got my attention. "Did Eric sign off on that?" I asked. Her head snapped in my direction. "Don't hide behind him," she shot back. "I don't need his approval. I'm part of this company now." She gestured toward the mess around me. "Clean out your office. Turn in every document you touched, anything tied to Mr. Author especially." I laughed under my breath. She noticed. "What's funny?" "I'm surprised," I said. "I thought you already took everything you wanted." Her lips tightened. "Some things are still missing, and I'll hold you accountable." I was lost for a while. What the hell is she talking about? Then it hit me. The budget report. I hadn't uploaded it to the company's system. It was still on my laptop. Without it, Philip's deal was stuck. I laughed louder this time. "You're scheming for him?" I said. "He's stuck without those numbers. Since he's that efficient, why does he need my work? He should have worked it out himself." Bella's hands curled into fists. "That report belongs to the company. Hand it over." "You take my work and still fire me?" "Yes," she said bluntly, "and there's nothing you can do about it." "Sure, I can't report you to anyone since you are the law yourself," I replied. "But I can call Mr. Author and explain why his project suddenly has no budget." Her confidence cracked. She turned and left without another word. The room felt lighter after she was gone. I looked at Sammy. "Am I allowed to work, or would I be escorted out again?" He rubbed his face. "You know they'll crush you if you stay." "I know," I said, "but I won't leave without a fight." Back in my office, I cleaned just enough to sit down. The word on my desk stayed where it was. I stopped trying to erase it. I searched for the budget file in my PC and found it. I fixed a couple of things in it, saved it twice, backed it up, then deleted it from the system. If Bella came back for it, even if she insisted on carrying my personal computer, she wouldn't see it. I buried myself in work after that, file after file, document after document. This project lived in my head. I knew every clause, every number, and every weak spot. If anyone thought they could replace me, they were fooling themselves. By early afternoon, everything was ready. Reports sorted, timelines updated. I even wrote a short opening speech for the first formal meeting between both companies. Before closing my laptop, I sent Arthur a careful email. I didn't accuse anyone. I just explained my role and made it clear I was still fully prepared to lead the project. Whether he replied or not didn't matter. The paper trail mattered. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the ceiling. All the proof was there. The only thing missing was power. My fingers hovered over my phone. Eric. The thought alone made my chest tighten. Last night still burned in my memory. His cold voice, his sharp distance, the way he shut me out like I was nothing. He had protected me, yes, but only up to a point. His family came first. I knew that now. If I reached out, I'd be the one breaking the silence. I hated that, but I hated losing my work more. By the time the lunch hour was almost over, I stood up. Decision made. Pride wouldn't save my career. Influence might. Laptop in hand, I headed for the private elevator. The receptionist noticed me immediately. Her eyes followed every step, but I pretended not to care. I typed in the familiar code, but it was wrong. I frowned and tried again. Same result. "Miss Gray?" the receptionist said gently as she approached. "The access code was changed this morning." My stomach dropped. Of course it was. He didn't even want the chance of seeing me. "So could you tell Alpha Eric I need to speak with him?" I asked, forcing my voice to stay steady. She shook her head. "I'm sorry. I was told not to pass along any messages. That was it. No call, no meeting, no door left open." I stepped away from the elevator, my thoughts spinning. Without him, Bella would win easily, and he knew it. Avoiding me was the cleanest way to end this. "Elena," I looked up. Nova was hurrying toward me, slightly out of breath. "Trying to go upstairs?" I nodded before thinking. "Yes." "I can take you," she said quickly, then paused. "But the Alpha isn't here today." Hope rose, then sank just as fast. "Where did he go?" I asked, though I already felt the answer wasn't mine to hear. She avoided my eyes. "Do you want me to tell him something?" I inhaled slowly. "Tell him I want to stay on the Arthur project. I built it from the ground up. No one else understands it, not Bella, not her husband." Nova sighed. "Everyone knows that, but Lady Bella already decided to give the project to Mark, and the Alpha doesn't want another fight with her." "So that's it?" I whispered. "They ruin it, and no one cares?" She nodded sadly. "To them, it's just another deal." My hands tightened around my laptop. "It's not just a deal to me. It's my work, my future. I need this. I looked at her. Please, I know you understand. You've worked hard your whole life, too. You're the only one who can help me. She stood quiet for a moment, then muttered, Damn it. She met my eyes. All right, I'll help you, but you need to speak to him yourself. Relief hit me so fast I almost laughed. Thank you, really. So where is he? Her mouth pressed into a thin line. I can tell you, she said softly, but you're not going to like the answer. Elena's POV. The street was almost too quiet for somewhere so expensive. I located the place according to Nova's direction, my heart thumping in my chest. At the very top of the tallest building, I saw a private club only for exclusive members. The doorman looked me over as I handed him Nova's card. Are you sure about this? Not exactly a place for someone like you, he said, raising an eyebrow. I shrugged, trying to hide my nerves. I'm here to see Alpha Eric, I said, forcing my voice to sound steady. He gave me one last suspicious glance before pressing the elevator button. I stepped inside and felt the sudden bass hit my chest, the kind that made the floor vibrate. When the doors opened, chaos hit me. The club was alive, bright, flashing lights cutting through the dark interior. Music blared, people were everywhere, dancing, drinking, some more than just dancing. What in God's name was this? I screamed in my mind. I stumbled forward, trying not to look at the obscenity around me. My chest tightened. What was Eric doing here? He didn't belong here. I kept walking, guided only by instinct, until I spotted a small door at the back that looked like a private room. I pushed it open, and someone grabbed my arm before I could say a word. Hey, are you the girl we're waiting for? A stranger barked, pressing too close. Let go, I snapped, yanking my arm free. I'm here to see Alpha Eric. Only him. The man stepped back, blinking at me, finally letting me in. Then the world tilted as I looked at a corner. I froze and my stomach dropped. On a large bed like a couch, Eric was... I couldn't believe it. He was on top of a woman. My mind couldn't catch up. No. This couldn't be Eric, my elegant and always composed Alpha. My Prince Charming. It was grotesque, wrong, wild, and yet somehow he was there, banging the girl and having the fun of his life. At that moment, he looked like he belonged there, with the harem. Just then, without holding it back, I bent forward and threw up. Hey, don't puke on me, one of the men scolded. Before I could react, he grabbed me, dragged me across the floor, and tossed me in front of the couch. What should we do with her, Alpha? Undress her and let her join in? He laughed, eyes glinting with lust. No, I screamed as I tried to crawl away, terrified. His dark eyes met mine. He didn't look human. He looked like a demon. And then his hand shot out, gripping my wrist, and pulled me toward him. You just threw up, he said, low and dangerous. Do I disgust you? This isn't you, I cried, my voice trembling. Not me? He snarled, tightening his grip until pain shot up my arm. What do you know about me? Who did you think I was? A noble, decent alpha? Wrong. This is me. This is who I am and how I lived my life before you intruded into it. I shook my head and covered my face with my free palm, not wanting to look at him. I warned you about Philip, his voice roared. He's an asshole, but look at me now. I'm worse. Are you disappointed? No, this isn't you, I barely breathed. He shoved me back with enough force and I stumbled backwards. Then tell me, why are you here? I wanted to protest. I had the right words, arguments, and every reason to demand respect. I felt weak. The whole room seemed to watch me like I was a spectacle. Alpha, your toy is in shock, someone whispered, and laughter echoed around me. She came for you, Alpha. She thinks you belong to her, a girl teased, wrapping her arms around my shoulder. Poor silly thing. Nobody can own Alpha Eric. Better give up before you hurt yourself. Get lost. I pushed her off and took a shaky breath. I need to talk to you in a decent place. Please. The room erupted in laughter. Dissent? Oh, she wants Alpha all to herself, one of the men sneered. What makes her think she's special? She's a smart one, another cackled. Better watch out, Alpha. She might make you fall when you least expect it. Eric didn't move from the couch. One arm lazily draped around the woman next to him, fingers threading through her hair. His smirk was sharp, cutting me down with a single look. You heard them, he said calmly. Talk here, or get lost. My eyes stayed on him, but my heart felt like it was sinking through my chest. Anger burned there too, thick and painful. All right, I said at last. The word tasted bitter. I didn't come here to beg. I came because I deserved to finish Philip's project. I built it from the ground up. I know every part of it. If you care about results, I'm your best option. Mark will ruin it." Laughter broke out around us. It stung more than I expected. Eric raised his hand and the noise slowly died. His expression didn't change. "So this is what this is about?" he asked coolly. "You're really willing to humiliate yourself just to stay close to Philip?" That hit me hard. "Don't twist this," I snapped. "This has nothing to do with him. This is my work, my reputation." He looked at me like he was already bored. "Sounds like demands to me," I swallowed. "I need you to back me on this." He leaned back, eyes sharp. "And why should I?" I didn't have a clean answer. All I could think of was the man he used to be, the one who listened, who noticed small things, who made me feel safe. Standing here, I couldn't tell if that man had ever really existed. "You promised," I said quietly. "When we signed the contract, there was a list of things I was entitled to. This is just a small part of it." A short laugh left him, cold and humorless. "You pick only the part that pleases you. I said I'd give you what you wanted. After you gave me what I needed, my breath caught. And I haven't. Have you?" He stood up. "Let's see." Before I could step back, he closed the distance between us, forcing me down onto the couch. Panic rushed through me as the room seemed to tighten, every eye turning our way. "Stop," I cried, trying to push him away. "Let me go." His voice dropped low and cruelly. "Look around you. Every woman here would do anything for my attention. So tell me, what makes you different?" Rage burst through the fear. "Get away from me," I shouted. "I was too easy on you," he said, like he had already decided my fate. "That was my mistake." I barely heard him. I could feel the weight of the room pressing in, the stares, the judgment. My hands were shaking. "You said you'd respect me," I whispered, desperate. "I told you from the start we wouldn't cross that line, not without marriage." He looked down at me, eyes hard. "And you think you're worth that?" Elena's POV. My hand moved before my mind caught up. The sound echoed sharp and loud, and his head snapped to the side. A red print bloomed on his cheek almost instantly. I noticed it, stunned, that I even had such energy. "No," I said, my voice shaking but firm. "I'm not worth that, and you're not worth me either. You're sick. You're a fucking monster." A low chorus of growls rolled through the room. The air thickened. Several of them shifted halfway, bodies lowering, teeth flashing. "She struck the alpha," someone snarled. "Let us handle her. She deserves punishment." A she-wolf rushed forward, grabbing at me, trying to pull me away. Before I could scream, Eric spun around. A powerful snarl tore from his chest, loud enough to shake the walls. "Enough!" He planted himself in front of me, arms braced on either side of my body, eyes blazing as he faced them all. Silence dropped like a heavy curtain. One by one, they retreated. Only then did he straighten. He reached for a shirt from the couch and pulled it on, covering the marks on his skin. I studied him and noticed how wild his hair was, and with a blank expression, he looked outer-worldy. I couldn't help wondering, how could someone who looked this divine be so broken inside? Without another word, he grabbed the nude woman beside him and kissed her hard. She laughed softly, clinging to him like she belonged there. "We're done," he said flatly, scanning the room. "This place is ruined." I was still trying to breathe when he turned to leave. "So what now?" I said aloud before I could stop myself. "Meaning what?" He paused and looked back, his eyes empty. "What's left between us now? If they are treating you so nicely, why keep me at all?" His jaw tightened, anger flickered across his face. "Why don't we just terminate the contract and free ourselves?" I desperately prayed he would. It was obvious he didn't need me, and I wasn't capable of fixing whatever that was broken in him. He laughed sharply. "You want me to end it so you can go straight back to Philip?" I stared at him. "You're sick." His voice dropped, cold and final. "You're going home. Nova will handle your assignments, and from now on, you stay away from Philip and his project. If you don't, I'll make sure neither of you ever recover." Then he turned and left, the others following him. The room felt empty the second the door closed. I sank into the couch, gripping my head. How did everything fall apart so fast? I had signed that contract believing my life was about to change for the better. I never imagined it would trap me in something this cruel. "Miss Gray." 2 guards stood at the doorway. "The Alpha wants you taken home." I laughed bitterly. So I'm not even trusted to walk out on my own now. Please, one of them said, don't cause trouble. I wiped my face and stood. I followed them outside. A car was parked there, and Nova stood by the side. That's fine, she told the guards. I've got her. They hesitated. We were told to escort her ourselves. Nova raised a brow. And who usually fixes Alpha's messes, you or me? They exchanged looks and stepped back. Good choice, she said lightly, then pushed me into the car and slammed the door. The engine roared to life, tires screeching as she sped away. I leaned back against the seat, exhausted, wondering when exactly my dream had turned into a nightmare. I leaned back against the seat, exhaustion weighing on me. Thanks for getting me out of there, I said quietly, but it didn't change anything. He hasn't softened. Nova met my eyes through the mirror. Maybe not, but giving up this fast doesn't sound like you. I frowned. What are you talking about? There's a party tonight, she said calmly. Lady Bella made it public. The author project is officially under their control now. Mark is set to address the guests, and he's already been named vice president. My stomach dropped. Was this a joke? Did she really think the company was her personal toy? And Eric agreed to all this? I asked sharply. Nova hesitated. When Alpha isn't stable, the old Luna steps in. She signed off on Mark's promotion. So the rumors were true. The Thompsons didn't care about the project at all. Money like that meant nothing to them. What mattered was power and destroying people beneath them. Then I'm finished, I said, my voice low. There's nothing I can do. Nova's lips curved slightly. I can take you to the event. What happens after that is your decision. I want to go, I said instantly. Take me. She smiled in approval. That's what I thought. Hold on. Half an hour later, we reached the hotel. The entire street was clogged with luxury cars, flashing lights, expensive suits, and glittering gowns. Bella had clearly invited every elite name she could think of to parade her victory. Nova dropped me off somewhere far from the entrance. Armed guards were everywhere. My heart raced. Did I have a real plan? No. But I knew one thing: I had to get inside. When I finally found a chance to sneak in, the doorman stopped me. Hey! I ignored him and walked faster. Miss! Then he stepped out, caught me by my shoulder, and spun me around. Your invitation, please, he said. Now. I'm staff, I said quickly. I'm unning an errand. He snorted and pulled the cap off my head. Nice try, Elena Gray. Lady Bella told us you'd show up. My jaw clenched. Where is she? He laughed. Busy celebrating. She doesn't deal with pests. We're keeping you here until the party's over. Pests? I snapped. You really don't know your reputation, he sneered. Project thief, man-stealer. First Mr. Dalton, then Alpha Eric. People are talking. You've made quite a name for yourself. I struggled. Let go of me. You can't hold me here. He grabbed my arm harder. Watch me. Before he could twist it, another hand closed around his wrist. Why are you rough-handling a pretty woman? The voice was smooth, lazy, and dangerously calm. The guard stiffened. Who are you supposed to be? A familiar figure stepped into view, eyes amused, and a sharp smile. Philip Arthur, he said. The guest you're all here to impress. He slid an arm around my shoulders like it was the most natural thing in the world. And she, he added lightly, is with me. Elena's POV. My lungs locked the moment I heard his name. Philip Arthur. For a second, I thought my ears were lying to me. Even the guard froze, clearly caught off guard. Mr. Arthur, he stammered, straightening at once. Of course, you're welcome inside, but this woman isn't permitted to enter the... Philip didn't even let him finish. Since when do I need permission to choose who walks in with me? The guard paled. No, sir, I didn't mean it that way. Good, Philip cut in flatly. Because Lady Bella and her husband practically begged me to attend this circus, and if you annoy me now, I'll happily turn around and leave. That did it. The guard stepped back immediately, nodding too fast, already pressing his mic as he hurried inside. No doubt he was warning Bella and Mark. I leaned closer to Philip and whispered, What are you doing here? He shrugged like this was the most normal thing in the world. They invited me and begged me to come. But I saw you emailed me. You sounded desperate. I figured something ugly was going on. I winced. Desperate? He smirked. Like a kitten stuck in the rain. I groaned. Please don't ever say that again. He laughed softly. Relax. If I thought Mark stealing your work was acceptable, I wouldn't be here. I looked at him properly then. Thank you, I said honestly. I mean it. He didn't answer. Instead, he slid an arm around my shoulders and turned me away from the entrance. Come on, we're leaving. I blinked. Leaving? What about the party? There's something we need to do first, he said. If we're going in there together, then we need to be prepared. Before I could argue, he was already pulling me toward a bright red sports car parked out front. But it already started, I protested as he closed my door. He smiled as the engine roared. They won't dare begin without me. He took me to a private boutique I'd only seen in magazines. The staff were waiting outside like royalty was arriving. The store closed instantly. Every worker focused only on me. How do I repay you for this, Mr. Arthur? I muttered as he flipped through options. Philip laughed. First, cut out with all formality. Philip is fine with me. And you might want to see the prices first. He showed me, and I nearly fainted. This is not necessary, Philip. I can do with what I have. I said quickly, this is insane. He waved it off. What's the point of having money if one cannot spend it for fun? The dresses were unreal, beautiful, dangerous, and I must say he had good taste in fashion. One cream-colored gown barely qualified as clothing. The slit went so high I felt exposed just standing still. When I stepped out, covering myself awkwardly, Philip went quiet. Then his eyes lit up. This is perfect, he said. This simply states, don't mess with me, he says and grins. I look scandalous, I whispered. You look powerful, he corrected. Then he pulled out his phone. Don't, please. Too late. The camera clicked. Philip, I rushed to him, hoping he wasn't sending it out to whoever. Who did you send that to? He turned the screen toward me. To Eric. My blood turned cold. Please delete it now before he sees it. He shrugged. Already delivered. I clenched my fists. I'm not scared. You're shaking, he said calmly. Did he seriously forbid you from being around me? I didn't answer. Philip's jaw tightened. So he warned you, painted me as the villain. He's my boss, I said quietly. I can't afford to upset him. Philip scoffed. He doesn't treat you like an employee. He treats you like his property. I stayed silent. Philip cursed under his breath. All right, enough. Tonight isn't about him. Tonight, you get your win. I gave in. We headed back to the venue. On the drive back, curiosity got the better of me. I opened the company's social media page on my phone, and there he was, Mark Dalton. Front and center. My stomach twisted as the video loaded. He looked flawless, tailored suit, confident posture, and calm smile, like a man who believed the world belonged to him. He stared straight into the camera, speaking slowly, deliberately, like every word mattered. He talked about being overlooked, about betrayal, about rising anyway. Each sentence felt like a slap. He claimed the deal with Philip was his achievement, not just a success, but a turning point, a legacy. He spoke about leading TE to new heights, standing beside Bella, praising her strength and vision. Together, he said, they were ready to reshape the company from within. Real leaders, fighters, survivors. I let out a sharp laugh. What a load of crap. My hands shook as I lowered the phone. Betrayed? Him? That was rich. The person who actually built the project wasn't even mentioned. And that talk about rebuilding the company, it sounded less like ambition and more like a takeover. That bastard, I muttered, then turned to Philip. It's almost 10. You really think the party's still going? Philip didn't even glance at my phone. A slow, confident smile crossed his face. Trust me, they wouldn't move an inch without me. Minutes later, the hotel came into view. He was right. Outside, everything stayed the same. Cars still lined the street. The party was still alive. Philip stepped out first, and just then, the doors burst open. Bella rushed out, glowing and tense. Mark closed behind her. They met us by the red sports car. Philip, she said brightly, we heard you came and left. I was worried. He smiled easily. Nothing dramatic. I just went to get my date. He turned and reached for my hand. I stepped out of the car in that cream dress and heels I never thought I could wear, with my head held high. Good evening, I said calmly. Lady Bella, Mr. Dalton. The silence that followed and the looks on their faces were delicious. At that point in time, I knew I wasn't powerless anymore. Elena's POV. Bella froze the moment she saw me. For a second, she looked like she was staring at a stranger. Mark's reaction was slower but worse. Surprise flickered across his face, then something like lust took over. His gaze slid over my dress in a way that made my skin crawl. He wasn't the only one who noticed. A few other men nearby were already staring too. Bella recovered first. "What is she doing here?" she snapped, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. Philip didn't even flinch. His arms stayed firm around my shoulders. "She's with me." Bella let out a harsh laugh. "Absolutely not. She's not stepping into my event. You have no idea what kind of woman she is, Mr. Arthur." Philip tilted his head, clearly bored. "You mean the stories you've been spreading? Funny thing is, none of them concern me." "She's inappropriate and shameless," Bella insisted. She enjoys male company?" Philip interrupted lightly. "That's what you told people, right?" He smiled. "Honestly, I find that refreshing. Maybe next time, she'll include me." A few people chuckled under their breath. The sound only made Bella's face darken further. I dug my fingers into Philip's arm, warning him silently. This was supposed to fix things, not pour gasoline on the fire. He cleared his throat, suddenly businesslike. "Now, are we going inside, or do you plan to block the entrance all night? Even your brother wouldn't insult me like this." Bella's glare snapped back to me, full of pure venom. I met it calmly. She knew the truth, just as well as I did. This party meant nothing without Philip. The tension stretched. Then Delilah finally spoke, her smile stiff. "Fine, if Mr. Arthur insists." Philip's face brightened instantly. "Perfect." He offered me his arm. "Careful, sweetheart." We moved toward the entrance together. Cameras flashed. Guests lined the red carpet, whispering openly. I could feel eyes judging, measuring, and tearing me apart piece by piece. But walking beside Philip changed things. Power does that. When you stand next to the man everyone needs, the stares lose their bite. Still, one thought wouldn't leave me. Eric. If these photos reached him, me on Philip's arm, wearing this dress, there would be hell to pay. Then again, Philip had already sent him the worst. I lifted my chin and kept walking. Whatever came next, I'd face it later. The moment we entered the hall, Philip was surrounded. Guests came from every direction, smiling too hard and laughing too fast. The Arthur family didn't show up in public often, and when they did, people treated it like a rare event. Everyone wanted his attention. Philip handled it easily, calm, polite, in control, and every single time someone new approached, he made sure I was included. He would pull me closer, his hand firm at my waist, and say casually, "This is Elena, she's with me tonight." Each introduction came with the same reaction: polite smiles, curious looks, and raised brows that said they'd already heard the rumors. Bella's rumors. I felt it, the judgment hanging in the air. One man, clearly tipsy and too bold for his own good, laughed awkwardly after Philip introduced me. "Well, Miss Gray doesn't exactly need an introduction. We all thought she was still, with Alpha Eric." Philip looked genuinely amused. "Is that so?" he asked. "Did I miss the announcement?" The man cleared his throat. "Not officially. No, not really." Philip smiled wider. "Then why should I care?" His hand tightened slightly on my waist. "Eric doesn't own her, and I don't see why I shouldn't admire a beautiful woman when I meet one." He glanced down at me. "Right?" I hesitated for half a second, then nodded. "He's my boss, that's all." The doubt in their eyes didn't fade, but before anyone could push further, the sound of a microphone cut through the room. Bella had taken the stage. She stood tall, glowing under the lights, smiling like she'd already won. "Thank you all for coming tonight," she said sweetly. "This evening is very special to us. My husband has worked so hard on this project, and I think it's time we let him share his vision with you." Applause filled the hall. Mark walked up like a man stepping into his crown. The lights dimmed until only he remained under a bright spotlight. He started talking about strategy, growth, Europe, long-term vision. My stomach dropped. Those weren't just familiar ideas, they were mine. I leaned toward Philip, my voice low and tight. "Those slides, those are mine." He glanced at the screen, then back at me. "You're kidding. I'm not. And the speech? I wrote that too, word for word." Philip let out a short, humorless laugh. Unbelievable. Mark kept going, soaking in the applause, selling my work like it had been born in his head. Philip's expression hardened. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "Enough," he said sharply. "Lights, now." The room snapped bright. Mark froze mid-sentence, caught under full lighting, his confidence cracking as every eye turned toward him. He blinked under the sudden lights, clearly thrown off. "What's going on?" he snapped, looking around like the room had betrayed him. I didn't wait for permission. I raised my voice so everyone could hear. The presentation you're showing right now doesn't belong to you. The numbers, the structure, even the strategy, it's my work. You're standing there reading a plan you stole. The room stirred instantly. Whispers rippled through the guests like a wave. Mark's shock quickly turned into anger. His face flushed as he laughed sharply. "That's a bold accusation," he said. "I trained you. I guided you. Of course, our ideas sound similar. Everything you learned from me." I met his glare without backing down. "Teaching someone doesn't give you the right to take credit for their work. If you were the mind behind this project, you wouldn't need my files to explain it." More murmurs. A few heads turned toward Mark, no longer fully convinced. Then Philip spoke, calm but cutting. "There's an easy way to clear this up." Both of us looked at him. "Let's stop arguing," he continued. "If this project truly belongs to one of you, that person should be able to explain it without notes, without slides, just logic and vision." Silence fell. Philip gestured toward the stage. "Each of you presents your understanding of the project. We'll all listen. The truth won't need defending." Mark hesitated for just a second too long. I didn't. "That works for me," I said, already moving forward. I stepped toward the stage, my pulse steady, my mind clear. I had lived this project and built it piece by piece. And tonight, I was done letting someone else wear it like stolen clothes. Elena's POV. The moment I stepped onto the stage, Mark leaned close and hissed under his breath, telling me to stop embarrassing myself. I didn't flinch. I looked straight at him and smiled calmly. "You're nervous," I said quietly. "And we both know why. Because once I start talking, everyone here will know this project was never yours." The color drained from his face. Before he could respond, Bella's voice sliced through the room. She spun toward the guards, fury flashing in her eyes. "Get her out of here. Now. She's not ruining my event." No one moved. Philip had already stepped forward. His voice was low, steady, and impossible to ignore. "That won't happen. This partnership exists because of me. I asked Elena to speak, and she will. Anyone who has a problem with that can leave." The room went deathly quiet. Bella forced a tight smile and turned to him. "Mr. Author, surely you don't want to waste your evening listening to her. She's known for using men to climb. My husband, my brother. You'll be next." Philip laughed, slow and amused. "I'm not afraid of capable women, especially ones with brains." Then he looked at me. "Go on." I took the microphone from Mark's stiff grip and faced the audience. "You just heard a surface-level speech about an AI integration project," I said evenly. It sounded impressive, but it was empty. Anyone with internet access could repeat that. Soft murmurs spread through the crowd. "This project isn't just about automation or buzzwords," I continued. "It's about predictive AI models, ethical data sourcing, and long-term scalability across European markets. And those are the parts you didn't hear because Mr. Dalton doesn't understand them." A few people laughed. I didn't rush. I let the silence work for me. I broke down the architecture, the risk controls, the profit timeline. I explained how the AI would evolve, how it would adapt, and how it would outperform competitors within 2 years. Then I added ideas that had never made it into the original proposal, improvements I'd been saving. By the time I finished, the room felt different. People weren't judging anymore. They were listening. For the first time that night, I felt solid, untouchable. This wasn't about Eric or Bella or Mark. This was my work, my mind, and my worth. Philip was the first to clap. That, he said loudly, was impressive. Applause followed. Real applause, not polite or forced. I turned back to Mark, who stood frozen near the edge of the stage. "Would you like to explain your version of the project now?" I asked gently. He grabbed the microphone, confidence gone. "Well, what I meant was, this project is about innovation, and nothing came." I cut in calmly. "If you don't understand the system, don't present it, and if you didn't build it, don't steal it." The laughter this time was brutal. Mark's face burned red as the truth finally caught up with him. A man near the front frowned. "I'm confused. We were told Mark Dalton was the architect of this AI project. He even fronted the campaign. Yet Miss Gray clearly understands it far better." I tilted my head. "Because it was never his to begin with." Mark snapped. "You're insane." His voice cracked as sweat beaded at his temples. "I chased this deal for months. I crossed continents for it. I was the one who put the papers in front of Philip." Philip finally looked at him. And still, the agreement was signed with Elena. Bella's composure shattered. "Oh, please. Everyone knows how she operates," she screeched. "You were seconds away from sealing the deal with my husband until she climbed into your space. That's her talent, using her body to get ahead." Philip's expression hardened instantly. "Stop talking." The room went silent. "I'm done listening to you smear another woman because you can't accept competence," he continued coldly. "Elena didn't charm me. She outperformed your husband. Her AI framework was bold, scalable, and years ahead of anything Mark presented. Thompson Enterprises should be grateful she ever walked through its doors." Bella's voice wavered. "You're exaggerating." "I'm not," Philip replied flatly. "Mark's pitch recycled buzzwords and lacked direction. Elena's proposal showed leadership. I don't choose partners based on attraction. I choose results." A hush followed, thick and heavy. People were staring at me differently now. No more with suspicion. Now they regarded me with interest and respect. One sentence from Philip had wiped away every ugly rumor. I steadied myself, refusing to let my hands shake. Bella forced a stiff smile. "Mr. Author, my husband and I would appreciate a private conversation." Philip nodded once. "Fine." He briefly guided me beside him as we stepped into a side room. The door closed. Bella turned sharp. "This has gone far enough. Ownership of the project is irrelevant now." "Oh," I said coolly. Mark crossed his arms. "Because it's under TE's umbrella. Bella is vice president. She decides who leads it." My pulse slammed. "So you'll dismantle everything I built?" Mark smirked. "You're an employee. Know your place." Philip chuckled softly. "Interesting strategy." Bella jumped in quickly. "Tonight was unfortunate, Mr. Author, but our cooperation doesn't have to suffer." "It already has," Philip cut in. He reached into his jacket and pulled out the contract, my contract, and ripped it cleanly down the middle. Bella screamed. My breath caught. "We're done," Philip said calmly. "You can't be serious," Mark shouted. "This project could change the market." Philip shrugged. "Markets move on." Then he looked at me. "Maybe it's time Elena builds her own AI company." "I'd back it. Let her run it the way it deserves." My mind reeled. Bella's face was drained of color. "You'd oppose Thompson Enterprises? You'd challenge the Silver Crest Pack? When Eric hears about this..." Her threat lingered in the air. And suddenly, I understood. This wasn't just about an AI project anymore. Elena's POV. The room suddenly felt too small. 1 second ago, Bella and Mark had been standing tall, acting untouchable. Now the air shifted, and fear slipped through their cracks. Their confidence drained fast, leaving them stiff and exposed. Philip tilted his head, studying them like a bad investment. "I'm curious," he said calmly. "Where's your brother in all this? Or does he usually let you burn his company without stepping in?" Bella's lips pressed into a thin line. "Eric has more important things to deal with." Philip chuckled. "Lucky timing, then." He slipped his arm around my waist, firm but easy. "Guess I'll take something valuable before he notices it's missing." As he guided me toward the exit, my eyes caught the torn contract on the floor. White paper, black ink, months of sleepless nights reduced to scraps. My chest tightened. I didn't stop walking, but the regret followed me like a shadow. When we re-entered the banquet hall, the noise hadn't died down. Guests whispered, stared, waited. Philip raised his voice. "Everyone, you can head out now. The deal with Thompson Enterprises is officially off." A wave of disbelief swept the room. "But we were told the partnership was confirmed," someone protested. Philip gave an easy shrug. "Management issue. Take it up with the new VP." Then he smiled. "Good night." We were almost outside when sharp footsteps echoed behind us. "Elena Gray." Bella's voice cracked as it cut through the lobby. I turned slowly. Her perfect image had slipped, mascara smudged, hair undone, and rage written plainly across her face. "What now?" I asked. "You already killed the project," she sneered. "You think that was the end? I'm Silvercrest blood. You don't cross me and walk away untouched." Her voice dropped, venomous. "Everything you care about, I'll ruin it." I felt tired more than afraid. She had already ruined everything that mattered. Eric didn't need me anymore. "If that makes you feel powerful, go ahead," I said quietly, then turned away. Cameras flashed as Philip opened the car door. The engine roared to life, and the city lights blurred past. He glanced at me. "Anywhere you want to go?" I exhaled slowly and leaned back in the seat. "I don't care where we go," I said. "I just need distance, from all of it." Philip glanced at me, then smiled like he'd just been handed permission. Then let's disappear for a bit. Before I could ask what that meant, the car surged forward. The sudden speed shoved me against the seat. Lights blurred past. The city shrank behind us, and the noise faded until there was nothing but the road and the low hum of the engine. I must have passed out. When I opened my eyes, the car wasn't moving. Elena, a hand brushed my arm. You're awake. I blinked, disoriented, then looked up at him. How long was I out? Long enough, he said. Take a look. I turned my head, and my breath vanished. The sea stretched endlessly before us, dark and wild. Waves slammed against the shore, loud and relentless. And sitting just beyond the dock was something unreal, a towering cruise liner lit up like a floating city. Music throbbed from somewhere inside it. My heart thudded. You brought me. Here? You said you wanted air, he replied. Ocean air works best. That thing is huge, I whispered. That's not just a boat. Philip opened his door. A friend of mine owns it. We're borrowing it for the night. I climbed out slowly, nerves prickling. Philip, we're nowhere near Silver Crest. He slipped his jacket off and draped it over my shoulders. Exactly. I swallowed. I should let someone know where I am. You'll be back soon, he said calmly. Just unplug for a few hours. He extended his hand. Phone. I hesitated, then handed it over. It vibrated immediately. His brow lifted. Well, that was fast. I didn't need to look to know who it was. My chest tightened. Please don't answer. Philip studied the screen, amused. He sounds worried. He doesn't worry, I said quietly. He controls. The ringing continued. My pulse raced. Just turn it off. Instead, Philip accepted the call. Where is she? I could hear Eric demand on the phone. Philip didn't hesitate. She's safe and with me. The pause on the other end felt dangerous. You're making a mistake, Eric said. Philip smiled. Funny. She smiled tonight, too. I don't see that often when she's with you. I grabbed his arm, shaking my head. Stop. He ignored me. You don't own her, Thompson. Give her the phone. Philip ended the call. Then, without warning, he flicked the phone over the railing. The splash was final. I cried out and rushed forward, but there was nothing left to see. Just dark water. I spun on him, shaking with anger. What is wrong with you? He could track it, Philip said evenly. I won't risk that. That wasn't your decision to make. I'll replace the phone, he replied. 10 times over if needed. I pressed my arms to my chest, unsettled. I could feel it, Eric's rage, sharp and heavy, even from miles away. You shouldn't have said I wasn't going back, I murmured. Philip tilted his head. Did it bother you? I didn't want a war. He chuckled softly. Too late for that. Then he held out his hand again, calmer now. Tonight isn't about him or them. Just breathe. I hesitated. Then I took his hand and followed him onto the ship. Eric's POV. My phone buzzed again. I knew without looking whose call it was. My gut tightened. I didn't answer immediately. The room around me was dark, lit only by the thin line of sunlight that cut across the bed. I lay there, restless, my body aching from another night of tossing and turning. Sleep had been impossible for days. My skin a map of memories, some fresh sex marks from recent nights, others old and raw. Burns, bite marks, knife cuts, even faint bullet scars. Each one a reminder of battles fought and survived, but none of them prepared me for this gnawing sense of panic now. The phone rang again. The girl at the edge of the bed sat up and walked carefully, avoiding clothes and bottles littered on the floor, to pick up the phone. Her voice was careful. Alpha Eric, your beta has been calling. Over 20 times. I didn't move and didn't bother. Ignore it. And leave, I muttered, my throat dry and tight. She hesitated, disappointment flashing across her face, but obeyed. No one stayed when I gave an order. Then came a knock at the door, came urgent and insistent. Alpha Eric, James called from the hallway. I'm sorry to bother you, but you need to see this. I swung my legs off the bed, each movement heavy, every joint stiff. My head throbbed and my chest burned with restless energy. I hadn't slept properly, hadn't stopped thinking, hadn't been still. I opened the door and saw James standing there. He handed me a tablet without a word. I scrolled. Thompson Enterprises, the numbers, the stock, the partnership with author, gone. Then I froze. I saw Elena, standing beside Philip, smiling radiantly like she has a thing for him. A cream gown hugged every curve, showed every line of her body, and yet she looked confident, completely at ease. Nothing like the girl who came begging early that day. Men in the background stared openly, and she didn't even notice. My stomach twisted in anger, desire, and panic. "Give me my phone," I growled, my voice low and sharp. The girl handed it over immediately. I dialed Elena's number. She should have been home. She should have obeyed, but she hadn't. Philip answered instead, calm, teasing, and infuriating. "She's with me," he said. When I insisted, he handed over the phone to her. "She's not coming back," he said, before I could even speak. Click. I tried again. Powered off. James watched nervously. "The board, the elders, they're asking where you are. The market's in chaos." "I don't care," I snapped, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him on the wall. His eyes widened. The girl screamed and stumbled back, fear flashing in her gaze. I clenched my jaw. My blood ran hot. My chest throbbed. My instincts screamed. "Find her," I growled. "Elena's POV." I could hardly believe this was real. The yacht towered over the water, lights twinkling like a floating city. Music thumped through the decks, laughter spilling over from every direction. There were bars, a mini theater, a pool, and even a small arcade. I felt like I'd stepped into another world. Philip grinned at me. "Ready to explore?" I think I need a map," I said, wide-eyed. "Don't overthink it, just follow me," he said, grabbing my hand. We hadn't even reached the first bar when a man with sharp features waved at Philip. "Hey, didn't expect to see you here. Is your alpha okay with this little getaway?" Philip shrugged and smirked. "Why ask him? We make our own rules." Then he looked at me. "This is Elena. She's my guest for the weekend." The man raised his brows, smirking. "Oh, that explains it. She must be something extraordinary." I flushed. "We're just hanging out," I muttered. Philip laughed, clearly enjoying my discomfort. "Trust me, she's more than just hanging out." We wandered through the yacht until we reached the casino. Cards, chips, and blinking lights filled the room. "You play?" Philip asked casually. "I don't gamble," I said, glancing nervously at the tables. "Perfect, you'll learn fast." He steered me to a table. "Sit, watch me work some magic." I hesitated, but he nudged me gently. "Come on, don't be shy." The dealer slid cards toward us. My heart thumped when I saw my hand. It was terrible. Philip leaned close, whispering, "Trust me, just follow my lead." I did, mostly because I didn't know what else to do. Slowly and surprisingly, I won the first round, then another. Soon, my pile of chips was growing fast. I couldn't believe it. Philip smirked. "See, you've got a knack for this." "I don't even know what I'm doing," I whispered, staring at the stack. "That's the fun part. Just feel it." By the end of the session, I had more money than I ever imagined. My stomach twisted. This is insane. I don't even know what to say. Philip leaned back, eyes playful. "You did it. That's all that matters. Now you've got options." I swallowed hard. Options? Like leaving Eric and starting your own firm. The thought was dizzying. I could actually walk away, start over somewhere else. Philip's grin softened. "But what you do with it is up to you." I hesitated, then said, "I want you to keep it." He blinked at me. "Me? You don't have to." "I know. I trust you." He leaned closer, his voice dropping. "You're impossible, you know that?" "I'm just me," I muttered, avoiding his gaze. "Good, don't ever change." He brushed his fingers lightly over mine. "Promise me something?" "What?" "Don't let anyone make you feel small." "Not Eric, not anyone. You're better than that." I nodded, the warmth of his hand grounding me. Around us, the yacht pulsed with life, but for the first time in a long time, I felt like it was just us. After the casino, we slipped into a quieter corner of the yacht. Neon lights from the deck reflected in the water, making the whole scene look like it was from another planet. I was still catching my breath from the poker wins, my hands shaking a little from the adrenaline. Philip leaned against the railing, smirking at me like he knew something I didn't. "You're dangerous when you try new things," he said, eyes scanning me from head to toe. "I wasn't expecting you to pull that off." I rolled my eyes. "It's not that impressive. I just followed your instructions." He shook his head slowly. "No, that was all you. I didn't think you had that spark." His voice dropped, rougher now, almost a whisper. "I've met a lot of people, Elena. Most just take. But you give, and it's weirdly refreshing." My stomach did a flip. "I don't know what you're talking about," I muttered, looking at the railing. My fingers were curling around it without me realizing. He leaned closer, so close I could feel the heat from his body. "I mean it. I don't want to let this go." His blue eyes were sharp, almost glowing in the dim light. Not you. Not this. I laughed nervously, brushing my hair back. Philip, we shouldn't. This feels wrong. You're my client. He raised an eyebrow, teasing. Client? That sounds so boring. I thought we were past titles. I could feel my pulse spike. We are not. His grin widened, almost mischievous now. Fine, I'll play it safe for now. He tilted his head, studying me, then suddenly leaned just close enough that I could feel his breath. My heart thumped, and I had to look away. His hand brushed lightly against mine, holding it just a second longer than necessary. See? You're impossible, he murmured. Straight-faced, smart, and somehow untouchable. I swallowed. I'm just me. That's exactly why I can't let this go. He laughed softly, but there was a dangerous edge to it. You're not like anyone else, and I kind of want to keep that for myself. I froze, caught between nerves and curiosity. Philip, he leaned back, still smirking. Relax. I'm not forcing anything, but don't pretend you're not enjoying this, even a little. I let out a shaky laugh, shaking my head. You're impossible. And you are mesmerizing. Deal with it. He offered his hand. Come on, let's see where this night takes us. I took it, feeling the warmth of his touch, letting him guide me away. Around us, the yacht pulsed with life, music, and laughter, but for the first time, it felt like the world had shrunk to just the two of us. For the next few days, we drifted through the yacht, lost in the chaos and the lights. I had no phone, no schedule, no outside world. Everything blurred together. Poker wins, midnight swims, laughter, teasing whispers, and the way Philip's gaze followed me everywhere. By the 6th day, I realized I needed to check in with Grandma and May. I hadn't even thought about them all week. I tracked Philip down in one of the lounges, and just as I approached, I heard someone shouting inside. You're going to get us all killed, Philip, Arthur. Elena's POV. Marcus sounded tense, nothing like his usual relaxed self. You're acting like this is no big deal, he said sharply. But it is. Philip answered him calmly, almost bored. You're stressing yourself out for nothing. That's easy for you to say, Marcus shot back. Her face is everywhere. Ports, docks, checkpoints. The news won't shut up about her vanishing. Anyone with ties to Silver Crest is actively searching. His voice lowered, tight with anger. And you want to tell me I'm imagining the danger? My stomach dropped. I pressed my hand to my mouth, barely breathing. Philip sighed. Eric is blowing this up because that's who he is. He likes control. Fear is his favorite tool. Marcus laughed, but there was no humor in it. That's Eric Thompson you're talking about. People disappear when he wants answers. And now you've brought his missing girl onto my ship. I heard footsteps. He was pacing. So tell me straight, who is she to you? There was a pause, long enough to make my chest tighten. She's someone he hurt, Philip said finally, and I'm not handing her back like property. And what is she to you? Marcus pressed. Your girlfriend? Something serious? Philip didn't answer right away. Not yet. Marcus swore under his breath. So let me get this straight. You're gambling all of us for someone who hasn't even chosen you. I'm not forcing her, Philip replied, voice firm now. She gets to decide. Stay, leave, or go back. That choice is hers. That's insane, Marcus snapped. We could drop her off quietly at the next port and be done with this. No. Philip didn't hesitate. I won't do that to her. I couldn't stand there anymore. My heart was pounding too loud, my thoughts spinning. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Both of them turned toward me at once. Marcus, I said, steadying my voice even though my hands were shaking, can I talk to Philip alone for a minute? Marcus hesitated, then nodded stiffly. Yeah, fine. He shot Philip a hard look before walking out and pulling the door shut behind him. The second we were alone, I turned on Philip. What's going on? I asked with a shaking voice. You knew Eric's searching for me and didn't tell me. Philip leaned against the table like nothing was wrong. I didn't want to freak you out. Marcus likes panic. It's his hobby. I laughed once, sharp and angry. Don't do that. Don't play with my intelligence. Tell me the truth. For the first time, his easy smile slipped. He dragged a hand through his hair and exhaled. All right, you want honesty? He looked at me straight. Eric sealed the borders the night you disappeared. Ports, roads, airstrips. Anyone helping you is officially on his bad side. I staggered back, my hand flying to my mouth. No, this can't be real, I whispered. I was so sure Eric wouldn't care that I left. Maybe he'd be angry about Philip, about his pride taking a hit, but I thought that was it. Just a wounded ego. He didn't even fight for me when the project was on the line, even after I told him how much it meant to me. So why this? Now he was acting like I'd been stolen from him, like losing me was a public offense, like he owned me. My chest tightened. What was he trying to prove? Philip moved closer. He's not chasing you because of love, Elena. He's chasing control. You walked away without permission. My head spun. Images crashed into each other. Eric's cold stares, his sudden tenderness, the way he decided things for me without asking. I told myself it was strength, leadership, and alpha instincts. Philip cupped my shoulders, firm but careful. Look at me. I'm asking again. Are you ready to leave him and come with me? I don't know, I said honestly. I didn't plan for this. I thought this was just a break, a few days to breathe. You can still decide now, he said quickly. Give me one more day. We cross into international waters, then Europe. Eric can't touch you there. I'll protect you. I'll take care of your grandmother, your friend, everything. I shook my head, panic rising. You're talking like this is war. It is, Philip said quietly. I pressed my hands to my temples. You don't understand. Eric and I were tied together by a contract, and I built everything in Silvercrest. If I disappear, I lose all of it. Philip's jaw tightened. That's exactly how it starts. He gives you something, then makes sure you can't survive without him. That's not fair, isn't it? He cut in. Think about it. The anger, the rules, the way you're always afraid of setting him off. I went silent. Philip leaned in, voice low. I've known Eric longer than you think. I've seen what happens to women who stay with him. My heart thudded. What do you mean? You know he was married, Philip said. My breath caught. Sarah? Yes. His eyes darkened. They loved each other. Everyone saw it, and it still ended very badly. The word badly hung between us. What happened? I asked softly. Philip opened his mouth to answer, and suddenly the floor tilted hard beneath us. I cried out as I stumbled. The lights swayed. Glass clinked violently. Above us, the chandelier swung like it was about to tear free. That's not the waves, I gasped, grabbing the table. Philip's expression changed instantly. All humor vanished. No, he said grimly. Don't be scared. He caught my arm just as the floor shifted again. I barely had time to steady myself before a loud boom shook the ship. It wasn't thunder. It wasn't the sea. Something had hit us. The walls trembled. From somewhere above, I could hear people screaming. Philip's face hardened. That wasn't an accident. He pulled me into the hallway, and everything turned chaotic. People ran past us, shouting and crying. Someone fell. Glass shattered. The ship that felt safe minutes ago now felt like a trap. Philip didn't let go of my hand. He pushed forward until we burst onto the deck. I froze. Boats surrounded us on every side, their lights cutting through the dark water. Another blast echoed, and the ship rocked hard. Overhead, I heard the heavy sound of helicopter blades. My heart slammed in my chest. Philip, is this about me? He didn't answer. The ship tilted again, and I lost my balance. He caught me before I could fall. He swore quietly, then lifted me like I weighed nothing. We're leaving. Now. We ran to the edge of the deck where inflatable lifeboats were tied to the rails. He set me down and started unfastening one, his hands moving fast. I looked around. Armed men were everywhere. People were shouting, fear everywhere. We can't escape, I said, my voice shaking. They're everywhere. We will, he said. Just trust me. I can't let you get hurt, I said, or the people on this ship. This is my mess. He finally looked at me. I'm in it too, Elena. The raft came loose. He grabbed my hand. When I say jump at the count of 3, you jump, he said. Don't think. He started counting quietly. Before he could finish, a sharp gunshot rang out. The raft tore open and collapsed. We both turned. The helicopter had lowered close to the deck. A tall man jumped down smoothly and straightened like he owned the place. Eric. He stood still as his gray eyes locked on me. It sent a chill through me. He looked at Philip and spoke calmly. Give her to me, Philip. Elena's POV. My lungs locked up. For the first time since I met Eric, fear truly hit me. My legs were shaking out of fear. Philip moved in front of me and pulled out a gun. His hand didn't shake as he aimed it at Eric. So what if I don't hand her over? Philip said. Eric smiled slowly. He wasn't nervous or anything. He looked entertained. That would be a very bad decision, he replied calmly. Philip scoffed. You're really standing here pretending you care about her? You ignored her when your sister humiliated her and destroyed everything she worked hard for. You stood by while she was paraded like a criminal. Do you even know how many nights she cried because of you? Eric's smile vanished. You don't get to speak about what belongs to me. Philip's voice hardened. How's she yours? I stayed with her when you disappeared. I helped when you didn't. If you had any decency at all, you just set her free. Eric's eyes shifted, finally landing on me. My stomach dropped. You promised me loyalty, Elena, he said quietly, and yet you ran. You broke our agreement, and now you're standing behind another man. No, this isn't what you think, I said quickly, my voice barely steady. Philip snapped. Yeah, it is. She chose me. Deal with it. I wanted Philip to stop talking. Every word felt like another spark near gasoline. Around us, men on the other boats lifted their weapons. There was really no escape left. Eric extended his hand toward me. Come to me, Elena, he said. His voice was calm, but it pulled at me like gravity. Come back. If you do, I might be generous. Philip's grip tightened around my fingers. Don't listen to him. This is how he traps people. This is your only chance to walk away. Eric chuckled. Think carefully, Elena. Think about your grandmother. Think about May. My chest clenched. What did you do to them? I shouted. Eric replied smoothly. Your grandmother is in St. Mary's Hospital. May still goes there, doesn't she? You shouldn't have vanished without thinking of them. My vision blurred. Panic and anger crashed together inside me. Philip lost it. You're disgusting. Using innocent people to scare her? That's exactly why no one stays with you. Sarah left. Now Elena. You're the problem. Then I noticed something strange. A tiny red light. It hovered on Philip's chest, steady and unmoving. Philip! I screamed and shoved him with everything I had. The gunshot came anyway and hit me. Pain exploded inside me. It was sharp at first, hot and violent, like my chest had been torn open from the inside. I cried out and my legs gave up beneath me. The deck rushed up and everything tilted. People were shouting. Someone was yelling my name. None of it mattered. The pain swallowed every sound. My clothes felt heavy and wet. Warmth spread across my chest, and I knew it was blood. Strong arms lifted me off the floor. I was pressed against a body I knew too well. The smell hit me instantly. Earth, pine, and something wild. It used to calm me. Now it filled me with fear. Don't, please, let me go, I whispered, trying to push away, but I had no strength left. He only held me tighter. Get medical help now, he shouted, moving fast. His voice shook with fury. Yes, Alpha. Someone responded. Every step sent fresh pain through me. My ear rested against his chest, and I could hear his heart racing, loud and out of control. Then he snapped. Find the shooter. I want him dead. Yes, Alpha. I started shaking, not just from the cold, from fear of him. I grabbed at his shirt weakly. Promise me, I breathed. Promise you won't hurt Philip. He stiffened. Even now you're thinking about him? He said harshly. Please, I whispered weakly. Just promise. His jaw tightened. He didn't answer, but he didn't snap either. Another wave of pain hit me, and then everything faded into darkness. I had no idea how long I was unconscious. When I woke up, I was in a different place. I found myself in a sterile white room with a strong scent of disinfectant. I felt a doctor by my side, examining my wounds. My chest hurt so badly. How is she, doctor? I heard Eric's voice low and tight, quite close. It's deep and terminal, Alpha, the doctor said. The bullet shattered multiple ribs. The pain is excruciating. We will have to carry on a surgery on her immediately if we expect a full recovery. Then do it. Now. If anything happens to her, all of you are fucking dead. Then I felt something in my arm like a needle prick. Someone injected something, probably a sedative. I struggled to stay awake and know what was going on. Eric drew closer to me now. He took my hand gently in his and stared into my eyes. I saw something like worry or fear in his eyes. Is he for real? How are you feeling? He asked softly. How's my grandmother and May? I mumbled. They'll be fine if you behave, he said, voice iced again. His grip on my hand tightened. Why take that bullet for Philip? It was fucking dumb. I need to call my family, I muttered, summoning my last strength. I need to be sure they're okay. His jaw twitched with fury. Are you doubting me? I stared at him, stubborn. He cursed and stood up. Worry about yourself for now. You're not allowed to make any call or contact anyone, not until you've recovered. Then we'll talk about the consequences of your betrayal. What right did he have to imprison me and shut me out from my loved ones? I was enraged and I wanted to yell at him and tell him to go to hell, but suddenly the injection took its toll on me. Before I could lift my lips, I blanked out again. Hours later, I was wheeled to the hospital's theater for the surgery. I was only surrounded by people in white garbs. Eric wasn't there. I didn't care. When it was over, the doctor told me the surgery was successful and I needed lots of rest. Weeks passed, I rested and recovered, but I still wasn't allowed to step out of the hospital room. And still, I couldn't call May to talk or my grandma. It was like I was isolated from the outside world. The worst was he didn't come to see me at the hospital. All this while, I could have pleaded with him for mercy so I could talk to the ones I loved. I lay there like a condemned prisoner, and again, I felt hopeless. Then one day, a man walked into the hospital room, and for a moment, I thought it was Eric, but it wasn't. It was Butler James. "You're recovering, Elena," he said with a warm smile. "Alpha Eric sent me to bring you clean clothes." "Really?" I asked sharply. It's a miracle he even remembers I exist. I thought I was doomed to rot away here for life. He looked at me with something in his eyes like pity. "You shouldn't have left him. What you did was unthinkable," he muttered. I rolled my eyes in frustration. "I didn't leave him. I only took a little vacation with Mr. Author to cool down after everything that happened at TE. He just overacted." James was looking like me like I still committed an offense. I didn't get it. How did my life get so tied up to Alpha Eric's authority that I couldn't even move freely? James sighed sympathetically. "You know he's different, Elena. He's been one of a kind in the Thompsons family for generations. He's too powerful, and the curse on him is also a burden. He gets episodes of torments from time to time. This is why he needs you close, to help him stay stable." "From the look of it, I haven't been of much help to him, and I don't think he picked the right girl," I muttered, then I hesitated before sitting up. "I need your favor, James." "What is it?" "I need to borrow your phone, James," I said, pleading with my eyes. "No way," he said, his eyes wide with fear. "Alpha's orders are absolute." "His orders?" I stared hard at him. "I should stay hidden here for who knows how long and don't talk to anyone, but how can I not talk to my family? Am I now a prisoner? What's he afraid of?" My voice shook with anger. "He's just trying to keep you." "From what, please?" I begged, reaching to grab his hand. "Just one call. That's all I'm asking. It's not as if I'm going to call Philip, it's just my friend May." He stared at me for a long time. Finally, he sighed and pulled his phone from his pocket. "5 minutes. Don't put me in trouble, please," he said, dropping it on the bed before stepping out of the room. I took the phone and called May. She picked up after one ring. "Hello? May, it's me. Elena?" Her voice rang in panic. "Oh my God, where on earth have you been? You're everywhere on the news. The whole damn world's been looking for you." "Oh my God, May, I've been wanting to speak to you. It's not something I can explain now. Anyway, are you okay? How's Grandma?" I couldn't wait for her to say everything was fine, that I had nothing to worry about. But her next words killed me. "I've been losing my mind trying to reach you, Elena," she said, his voice shaking. "They took your grandmother, dragged her out of the care home like she was nothing. She hasn't seen a doctor since. No medication, nothing. She's getting worse." Everything in my head went silent. "Wait, who did this?" I asked slowly. There was a bitter pause on the line. "Who else would have the power?" she said quietly. "Only one person would dare something like that." My chest tightened. "Eric," I whispered. "Yes," he replied. "Alpha Eric." Elena's POV. My fingers were slippery with sweat as I held the phone. I shook my head even though she couldn't see me. "No, that doesn't make sense," I said weakly. "Eric might be angry. He might hate that I left, but he wouldn't touch my family. He wouldn't cross that line." "Elena, stop lying to yourself," May said. Her voice wasn't loud, but it cracked anyway. 3 days ago, soldiers stormed into the nursing home. They didn't explain anything. They just took your grandma right out of her bed. My chest tightened. I couldn't breathe. "She was terrified," May continued. "She kept asking for you. She didn't understand why strangers were pushing her down the hallway like that." I covered my mouth as tears spilled down my face. "Grandma?" "We tried to stop them," May said. "Doctors, nurses, everyone. And do you know what those men said? They said this was punishment, that your grandmother lost her right to care because you offended Alpha Eric. My knees pulled up to my chest as I listened. And Elena, she added quietly, Beta Alex was the one giving orders. That was it. Any hope I had left collapsed. Only an Alpha could command a Beta. So it was Eric. I dug my fingers into the bedsheets, my shoulders shaking. I had worked so hard. Every deal, every sleepless night, it was all for Grandma. And now my choices were destroying her. Where are you now? I whispered. They moved us to a hospital, May said, but it's not safe. The doors are locked, guards outside. Your grandma had another seizure last night. I begged for help. No one came. My heart dropped. Elena, May said urgently, if this keeps going, she won't survive. You have to do something, fast. I will, I said, even though my voice was shaking. I promise, please, just stay with her. Don't leave her alone. I won't, May said softly, but hurry. The call ended. I was still staring at the dark screen when the door opened. James walked in calmly. Are you done with your call? I nodded and handed the phone back. Then I looked straight at him. I spoke to the hospital, I said. They told me my grandmother is very sick. Alpha Eric hasn't made life difficult for her, has he? James smiled, smooth and polite. Of course not. Once the Alpha learned where she was, he arranged special care. The best doctors. You don't need to worry. Every word felt fake. I want to see Eric, I said. James hesitated. The Alpha is extremely busy right now. I laughed, short and bitter. He had time to surround a yacht with warships. He had time to fly in with soldiers and take me by force. And now he's too busy to see me? James stiffened. Or, I added quietly, is he just avoiding me? Elena, he warned, you shouldn't speak about him like that. Just tell him I want to talk, I said. That's all. After a moment, he nodded. I'll pass the message along. After he left, I couldn't stay in one place. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and the room felt too small to breathe in. I paced around, like moving was the only thing keeping me from breaking apart. May's voice from the call wouldn't leave my head. They touched my grandmother. That single thought burned hotter than anything I had ever felt. I had endured a lot in Silvercrest. I swallowed it when Bella hit me and embarrassed me in front of everyone. I forced myself to accept it when Eric chose his family over me, again and again. I told myself to be strong. But this, denying my grandmother medical care, letting her suffer, letting people hurt the woman who raised me, that was where everything ended. Hatred filled my chest, heavy and bitter. I hated the Thompsons. I hated the power they held. And most of all, I hated Eric. Because deep down, I believed this could only happen if he allowed it. I thought about calling the police, then laughed bitterly to myself. What police? Alpha Eric owned them all. There was no help coming, no rescue. And I was trapped here like a prisoner, cut off from the world. I pressed my hand to my chest, fighting the ache there. I couldn't let this continue. I wouldn't. My grandmother was the reason I survived, the reason I worked, the reason I endured everything life threw at me. If they broke her, they broke me too. I walked toward the window and looked down. It was far, too far. The thought scared me, but desperation pushed it into my mind anyway. I wasn't planning anything. I was just trying to understand how trapped I really was. Before I could move away, a voice sliced through the room. Don't even think about it. I froze and turned sharply. Eric stood by the door, dressed in black, calm and controlled like always. His posture was relaxed, but his gray eyes were cold and unreadable. He looked at me like he already knew every thought running through my head. Jumping out of a window isn't a great plan, he said, stepping in and closing the door behind him. You'd break both your legs. His gray eyes swept over me. You look better, Elena. I'm fine, I said stiffly, fully recovered. He nodded once. James said you asked for me. Yes, I lifted my chin, because you dragged me back here without letting me explain anything. I deserve at least that. He didn't respond, so I continued. I didn't plan to run away with Philip. After Bella's party, I felt sick and humiliated. Philip took me out to clear my head. That's all it was. A sharp laugh left him. So you expect me to believe he wasn't trying to take you away from me? I stayed quiet. Even if you hadn't shown up, I said carefully, I would have come back. You went too far, and now you're punishing everyone around me. I want it to stop. Philip, my family, all of it. In a second, he was in front of me. You were 1 mile from crossing borders, he snapped. 1 mile from being gone for good. That's not going too far. I told you I'd return, I shouted. Why don't you trust me at all? His hand came up, gripping my face. The heat of his palm burned against my skin. Trust? His voice dropped. You ignored every warning I gave you. I asked you to transfer. You refused. I told you to come home instead. You showed up at that party with him. And when I gave you one last chance to walk away, you chose to shield him instead. I was shaking so badly my knees gave in. If he hadn't been holding me, I would have fallen. So in your eyes, I whispered, I'm a traitor, and traitors deserve punishment? I swallowed hard. My grandmother, May, that was you, wasn't it? He didn't deny it. They're your weakness, he said flatly. Something inside me snapped. I screamed and lunged at him, sinking my teeth into his shoulder with everything I had. For a brief second, he stiffened in shock. Then he grabbed my arm and threw me back. I stared in horror as the mark I left on his skin healed before my eyes. You think you can kill me? He growled close to my ear. For another man, I'm your alpha. You can't hurt me. Tears streamed down my face. So only you're allowed to hurt me? Because I'm human? Because I'm poor and powerless? He cursed loudly and dragged me toward the door. Doctor, now! I fought him, clawing and crying. End this contract. I'm done. Leave my family alone. He shoved me onto the bed. That's not your decision. The door burst open, and the doctor rushed in with a syringe. I begged. I screamed. They ignored me and pushed the needle into my arm like I was nothing. The room spun. Through blurred vision, I looked at him and whispered, Please, don't hurt them. We'll talk later. He said coldly, When you're calm. They didn't knock me out fully this time, just enough to leave me weak and drifting. Night fell before I knew it, another day gone, and my grandmother was still suffering. The door creaked open again. A nurse entered, wearing a mask and carrying a tray. More drugs, I muttered. Why not finish the job? She didn't answer. She locked the door behind her, then leaned close. Miss Gray, she whispered, don't panic. I work for Mr. Arthur. My heart skipped. He sent me to find you. Elena's POV. The nurse closed the door softly behind her and leaned against it, listening. When she was sure the hallway was quiet, she pulled off her mask. You're safe, she whispered, for now. My heart was still racing. You said Arthur sent you? She shook her head slightly and stepped closer. Yes, Philip Arthur. The name hit me like a wave. My throat tightened. Is he okay? She nodded and slipped something small into my palm, an earpiece, warm from her hand. He's been trying to reach you for days. This was the only way. My fingers trembled as I put it on. Elena? His voice came through, low and urgent. Are you there? I sucked in a sharp breath. Philip, oh my God. I knew it, he said quickly. I knew you were alive. Are you hurt? Did he touch you? I'm okay, I lied. I'd been drugged, locked in, but alive. My voice broke. Philip, my grandmother. I know, he cut in gently. May contacted me. Elena, I'm so sorry. Tears spilled before I could stop them. They're hurting her, denying her medicine. I think Eric gave the order. There was a pause. When he spoke again, his voice was tight with anger. He's using them to break you. Is that what this is? I whispered. Because it's working. Elena, he said firmly, listen to me. We'll get them out. I swear it. I swallowed hard. What about you? Are you safe? A bitter laugh came through the line. Safe? No. My alpha declared me rogue. I can't go home. I can't even cross borders the normal way. Every airport, every train station, I'm flagged. My chest ached. This is my fault. I dragged you into my mess. No, he said immediately. Don't do that. I chose you. I chose this. I closed my eyes, pressing my forehead into the pillow. So what now? I asked quietly. I have a plan, he said. It's risky, but it's clean. There's a remote pack in Eastern Europe. Off-grid, neutral territory. If I can get there, my alpha can't touch me. How? I asked. If he's watching every route, I won't fly, won't take a train, Philip said. I'm moving through cargo trucks, changing plates, fake manifests. From there, I'll cross by ferry, slow and quiet. My heart pounded. That sounds insane. It is, he admitted. Then his voice softened. Elena, come with me. I froze. What? I whispered. Come with me, he repeated. I can get you out, tonight or tomorrow. Once you're gone, Eric loses his leverage. Your grandmother may. He won't have a reason to hurt them anymore. My breath came uneven. Philip, I don't want to put you in any more trouble. If he finds us. He won't, Philip said. I have a solid plan this time, and I'll protect you. Silence stretched between us. I hugged my knees to my chest, my thoughts spinning like a storm. Grandma, May, as long as I stayed here, Eric would use them as weapons, threatening their lives to control me. I couldn't let that happen. Not a chance, not ever. The nurse leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. We don't have much time. They could come in any second to check on you. I nodded, heart hammering. The reality hit me like ice. This was it. No hesitation. No second guessing. Then Philip's voice crackled through the earpiece. Elena, I'm asking one last time. Are you coming with me? I swallowed hard. My hands trembled. My throat felt tight, but the answer was clear. Yes, I said. There was a pause. What did you say? I didn't catch that, Philip asked, disbelief cutting through his calm tone. Yes, Philip, I repeated, louder this time. I will come with you. I owe you everything. A quiet chuckle came through the line. The least you can do is trust me, he said softly. I'll make sure you're safe, and I'll get your friend and Grandma too. We'll all leave together. You just need to leave before dawn. I'll be waiting at the parking lot, Tower C8, off Central Avenue. I pressed the earpiece closer to my ear. Got it. Before dawn. Good, Elena, I'll be there. Don't worry about anything else, he said, and then the line went quiet. Just then, the door creaked. I froze. A guard's boots clicked sharply on the floor. Nurse, why are you taking so long with Gray? I rolled my eyes and jumped up, putting on a show. No, I won't take those damn pills. I said no. I struggled lightly, pretending to resist. The nurse's eyes flicked to me, her hand moving to calm me, but she whispered under her breath, 2 a.m., surgery. The guard scowled. Step aside, he barked at the nurse, clearly annoyed. Do your job later. Leave the room. The nurse didn't argue. She nodded, giving me a subtle wink before slipping out. The guard left too. The door clicked shut. Alone, I exhaled sharply, heart still racing, and slid back down onto the bed. The adrenaline pulsed through me. I had to find a way to move by 2 a.m. For the first time, I had a plan and a way out. By the time I glanced at the clock again, it was close to 2 a.m. My chest tightened. This was it. No more waiting. I listened carefully. The hallway outside my room had gone quiet. No footsteps. No voices. I eased the door open and slipped out. The nurse was waiting just around the corner, a wheelchair beside her. Now, she whispered, sit. Before I could ask anything, a loud alarm blared through the building. Red lights flashed. People started running, shouting orders, calling for help. Chaos spread fast. The nurse pushed me forward without hesitation. No one stopped us. No one even looked twice. We got into the elevator. Instead of selecting any patient floor, she pressed the button for the basement. There's a car waiting at the end of the parking lot, she murmured. It'll take you to parking tower C8. She closed my fingers around a key. You know how to drive? I'll figure it out, I said. Thank you. The elevator doors slid open. I didn't wait. The moment my feet hit the ground, I ran. My lungs burned, my stitches screamed, but I didn't slow down. I spotted the car, jumped inside, and started the engine. I drove out of the hospital grounds and straight onto Central Avenue. The city felt dead. Empty roads, flickering streetlights, no cars, no people. When I stopped at a red light, my hands started shaking. I let out a long breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Then, engines roared. Bright headlights tore through the darkness. A line of black cars sped past me in the opposite direction, blowing through the red light like it didn't exist. Leading them was a silver Rolls-Royce. My heart nearly stopped. I ducked low behind the wheel, barely breathing. They didn't slow down. They didn't look back. The convoy vanished toward the hospital. He knows. Eric had already found out, and he was moving faster than I expected. I watched the taillights disappear in my mirror, wiped the tears from my face, and pressed my foot down hard on the gas. Goodbye, Alpha, Eric, Elena's POV. By the time I reached parking tower C8, my hands were numb from gripping the steering wheel. A large truck sat at the far end of the lot, its engine humming softly in the dark. For a second, I just stared at it, scared to believe this was real. Then I heard my name. Elena. Before I could even turn off the engine, May came running toward me. The moment I saw her face, something inside me broke. Tears rushed out before I could stop them. May, my voice cracked. She slammed into me and wrapped her arms around my neck. I held her just as tight, shaking, crying into her shoulder. I'm so sorry, I sobbed. I ruined everything. I dragged you into this. I never meant. She pulled back and grabbed my face. "Stop it. Don't you dare blame yourself," she said firmly. "You would never hurt us. You hear me? Never." But guilt still burned in my chest. She had a good life back in Silvercrest. So did my grandmother. And now they were running in the middle of the night because I signed a contract with a monster. Then May's eyes dropped to my clothes. "Oh my God," she whispered. "You're bleeding." "What?" I looked down in shock. Half of my shirt was stained red. My stomach twisted. "It must be my stitches," I said quickly. "They probably opened when I ran." A new voice came from behind us. "Are you sure that's all it is?" Philip stepped closer, carrying a small first aid box. His face was tense, his eyes scanning me like he didn't trust my answer. "He didn't do this," I said right away. "I don't even know when it started bleeding." He didn't argue, he just moved. Before I could protest, he gently pulled at my shirt and pressed clean gauze to my side. "Hold still," he said. "We'll get a real doctor once we stop somewhere safe." The bleeding slowed. My breathing finally steadied. That's when I really looked at him. His lip was split. Dark bruises shadowed his cheek. And when he shifted his weight, he winced. "Philip," my heart dropped. "What happened to you? You look awful." He gave a short, humorless smile. "Your alpha happened." My throat tightened. "He beat the shit out of me on the ship," Philip said quietly. "Didn't hold back either." "I'm sorry," I whispered, "for all of this, for what I caused." He shook his head. "No, I walked into this knowing the risk." Then he looked toward the truck, his voice lowering. "If he catches us again, he won't stop this time. He'll kill me." Fear crawled up my spine. "Then we won't let him catch us," I said, forcing strength into my voice. Philip met my eyes. For the first time that night, he smiled, small, tired, but real. "He won't," he said. "Not this time." Philip led us toward the truck. A sturdy man stood by the driver's door, wearing a dark cap and work boots. His face was calm, serious, like someone used to keeping secrets. "This is David," Philip said. "He's driving us." David gave me a short nod. "We'll get you across. That's what I'm paid for." The back of the truck was already loaded with wooden crates, stacked high and marked spices. The smell of pepper and dried herbs filled the air. It burned my nose a little. Philip climbed up first and pulled one of the crates aside. "Back here," he said. Behind the crates was a hidden space. Narrow, but padded. Just enough room for 4 people to sit and lie down. A small lamp glowed softly inside. And then I saw her. My breath caught. Grandma lay on a hospital bed, thin and pale, tubes taped to her arm. She looked so small it shattered my heart. "Grandma," I rushed forward and dropped to my knees beside her. Her eyes opened slowly. When she saw me, a weak smile spread across her face. "Maureen," she whispered. Tears spilled before I could stop them. She always called me that, my mother's name. "I'm here," I said, gripping her hand. "I'm right here." She reached up and touched my cheek, her fingers trembling. "Where are we going now, Maureen?" I swallowed the lump in my throat. "Somewhere safe," I said softly. "Somewhere beautiful." She nodded, like that was all she needed to hear. "I'm glad you remembered to take me with you this time," she said gently. "That broke me. I would never leave you behind again," I whispered. Her eyes shifted to May, then to Philip. "Don't forget the girl, Elena," she murmured. "She's been through so much." "I won't," I said quickly, wiping my tears. "I promise." Philip quietly slid the crate back into place, sealing us in. I held my grandmother's hand and closed my eyes. For the first time in a long while, we were together. And this time, I wasn't letting anyone take us apart again. David slammed the truck doors shut from the outside. A second later, the engine rumbled to life, and we began to move. I leaned closer to one of the crates and peered through a narrow gap. The city slid past slowly, familiar streets, familiar lights. The tall TE building stood in the distance, shrinking with every turn. My chest felt tight. When I came here, I thought this place would be my breakthrough. A new life, independence. I never imagined I'd end up running away like a criminal, hunted because I crossed the most powerful man. "I know," May said softly beside me like she'd read my thoughts. She was staring out too, her face calm but sad. I swallowed. "You didn't deserve this. None of it. I dragged you into my mess." She squeezed my fingers. "Stop that. You didn't force anyone. And honestly, I was bored with my life anyway." She tried to smile. "Maybe disappearing will turn out to be an upgrade." Philip chuckled from across the crates. "Exactly. And you've got me. I won't let either of you suffer. Once we're safe, everything else is easy. May laughed and leaned closer to me. I rolled my eyes but smiled anyway. She'd clearly picked a new favorite. The steady movement of the truck slowly lulled us into silence. At some point, we all drifted off. The truck stopped once for fuel, then kept going. By midday, a sharp jolt woke us all up. Philip straightened. That's it. First checkpoint. My stomach dropped. Maybe they haven't noticed yet, May whispered, though her hand was already trembling in mine. I shook my head and pointed toward the crack. Outside, a long line of vehicles barely moved. Armed guards walked back and forth, wolves, shifted and unshifted, patrolling the road. They know, I said quietly. This isn't normal security. Philip cursed under his breath. Yeah, he's furious. May's breathing sped up. What about our scent, those wolves? Relax, Philip said quickly. The truck's full of spices, rat. It'll mask most of it. And these guards aren't alphas. Just don't panic. Easier said than done. The truck rolled forward inch by inch. After what felt like forever, it stopped completely. Driver out, a voice barked. ID, open the back. May's fingers crushed mine. I squeezed back, trying to keep her grounded. The doors opened. Light spilled in, but the crates hit us well. I heard a low growl. My heart nearly stopped. We may need to unload everything, a guard said. No, 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 May let out a tiny sound. Philip instantly covered her mouth, his eyes warning her to stay silent. David groaned loudly. Unload? Are you serious? That'll take hours. I've got deliveries waiting. The guard snorted. Orders are orders. Our alpha's hunting his runaway woman. Says if we miss her, we pay for it. Figures, David muttered. Men lose their minds over women. Then his voice lowered. Look, maybe there's a faster way for both of us. We didn't see it, but we heard the pause, the quiet calculation. Finally, the guard sighed. Fine, move along, and don't slow down. The doors slammed shut. The truck lurched forward. For a few seconds, none of us spoke. Then May broke down laughing and crying at the same time, throwing her arms around me. We did it. We actually did it. I laughed too, my whole body shaking with relief. We're out. We're really out. Philip checked his watch and smiled. 4 more hours to the ferry. Once we're on that boat, he can't touch us. For the first time since all this began, I allowed myself to believe him. May eventually slumped against the crates, her head rolling to the side. She was out cold again. Her face looked pale and exhausted, like her body had finally given up. I stayed awake. My mind wouldn't slow down. Every time I closed my eyes, Eric's voice, his face, his threats all rushed back in. Still awake. Philip shifted closer, lowering his voice so he wouldn't wake May. I nodded. Yeah. He studied me for a second. You look like you're carrying too much in your head. I hesitated, then said quietly, Can I ask you something? Personal? He shrugged. Go ahead. I took a breath. Eric and his ex-wife. I paused. What really went wrong? Philip stiffened. Then he frowned. Why are you digging into that now? You're free. You should be thinking forward, not back. I am, I said quickly. But if I don't understand this, it'll keep haunting me. I swallowed. Who was Sarah, really? Philip leaned back against the crate, eyes fixed on the dark ceiling of the truck. She was polished, graceful, always sure of herself. Her family wasn't as strong as the Thompsons, but they were still respected. He paused. We all knew her back in Europe, school days. Something heavy settled in my chest. So, she was perfect. In her own way, he said. Eric fell fast, but it wasn't all romantic. I looked at him. What do you mean? Philip exhaled slowly. Eric's mind has never been steady. The doctors noticed it early. They said his moods calmed when a certain kind of girl was around him. Someone compatible. That's insane, I whispered. That's the Thompson family, he replied flatly. They spent years searching. Sarah fit the mold at first. That's why the marriage happened. So she was the only one who could handle him? I asked. Philip shook his head. No, she wasn't the first. My heart skipped. What? When Eric was still a kid, Philip continued, he lived with his grandmother for a while in Europe. There was another girl, same neighborhood, noble bloodline. When she was around, Eric was calm, focused, human. I held my breath. The families even talked about bonding them when they grew up, he added. And then, I asked quietly, she vanished. Philip's voice dropped straight. Something went wrong with her mother's family. They packed up overnight and returned to their pack. No one ever saw her again. Which pack? I asked, though something cold was already creeping into my bones. Philip glanced at me. Frostpine. The world seemed to tilt. Frostpine Pack, my hometown. My throat went dry. The thought wouldn't leave my head. Eric's first love came from Frostpine, too. That felt impossible. It couldn't have been me. I had no memories of Europe, no memories of living anywhere but home with my mother. And noble blood? That wasn't my life. Not even close. So they just gave up? I asked after a moment. A family like the Thompsons doesn't lose people easily. Philip let out a quiet breath. They searched, hard, but the second that woman and her daughter crossed into Frostpine territory, it was like they erased themselves. No records, no trail, nothing. I frowned. So they ran. Probably, he said. Anyone smart would. Something sharp twisted in my chest, and after that, Sarah? Philip nodded. They met in college, and it was instant. Dangerous kind of instant. How fast? I asked, even though part of me didn't want to know. Ridiculously fast, he replied. Dating, moving in, engagement, marriage. Boom, boom, boom. What takes most couples years, they rush through in months. I stared at the crates, forcing myself to breathe. With all that power, I expected some legendary wedding. Why does no one talk about it? Because Sarah hated attention, Philip said. She wanted it quiet. No cameras, no crowds, just close people. He paused. I was there. It was small, but it felt real. Back then, anyway. I didn't speak. I already knew the ending. It didn't last, Philip went on. Not even close. Once the honeymoon phase faded, things turned ugly. Loud fights, broken rooms, everyone knew. What were they fighting over, I asked. He shook his head. Anything you can imagine. Big stuff, small stuff, sometimes nothing at all. Her presence helped calm him, but not enough. His moods kept getting worse. I swallowed. So she left. After 2 years, he said, she asked for a divorce. And he let her? I whispered. Yes, Philip answered. No drama, no threats, spout. He signed the papers and told her to go. Said he loved her too much to cage her. He hesitated. He still sends her money. A lot of it. A hollow laugh slipped out of me. So he knew how to love her. Philip didn't reply. I stared down at my hands. That explained everything. Why he never tried to understand me. Why everything with him felt like force instead of care. Philip squeezed my fingers gently. Don't twist this into something about you. Eric doesn't know how to love without breaking people. I get it, I murmured. The girl who might have been right for him vanished, and every woman after including me was just a poor replacement in his eyes. The truck kept moving for hours after that. Heat pressed in, time dragged by, and our bodies ached. Then suddenly the engine slowed. The truck turned off the highway and rolled to a stop. Light flooded in as the doors opened. David grinned at us. That's it, he said. You're safe for now. We lifted Grandma carefully from the cot and settled her into the wheelchair. The moment we rolled her out of the truck, cool air washed over us. It felt clean, free, like we could finally breathe again. We weren't anywhere near a city. Mountains stretched endlessly ahead, wrapped in thick green forests. Trees everywhere. Wild, untouched, quiet. The kind of place no one would think to search. May slowly turned in a circle, taking it all in. Color crept back into her face. This place, it feels unreal, she whispered. Philip smiled, clearly proud. He pointed toward a distant ridge. Just past that mountain. That's where we're headed. Small pack, very private, no outsiders. And safe, May asked. Completely, he said without hesitation. So how long do we hide here? She pressed. Philip shrugged. A few weeks, maybe 2 months. Depends on how long the heat stays on. But don't worry, we won't be living like cavemen. Power, food, comfort, everything's there. May laughed, glancing at me. Careful. We might fall in love with the place. Philip chuckled. Happens more often than you think? He said he'd go check on the boat and jogged off. I stayed back with May and Grandma. I pulled a comb from my bag and gently worked through Grandma's messy hair, braiding it slowly. She already looked better, like leaving that place had breathed life back into her. May lowered her voice. Did you tell your dad you were leaving? I shook my head. No. Are you planning to? I paused, then said quietly, I don't think I will. When I moved Grandma to Silver Crest, he stayed behind in Frostpine, drinking, gambling, and avoiding responsibility. He never fully disappeared. He just called when he needed money, threatened to show up if I refused. Every paycheck I earned vanished into his problems or Grandma's care. That ends now. I think I'm done, I said softly. Done fixing everyone else's mess. My mom ran once and people called her selfish, but I finally understand her. I want a clean start too. May wrapped her arms around me tightly. You've earned it. That's when Philip's voice echoed through the trees. Hey, boat's ready. We pushed Grandma along a narrow forest path until a quiet lake opened before us. A sleek catamaran waited at the dock, rocking gently on the water. My contact will take us the rest of the way, Philip said. One night on board, then we're home. You've done enough already, I said. Let us help. He nodded. Elena, grab the bags with me. We carried the luggage and Grandma's medicine on board. The boat felt too still and quiet. No crew, no movement. Philip frowned. That's strange. He stepped toward the cockpit. Marcus, stop hiding and get out here. I followed him inside. The cockpit door slid open, and a man stepped out. Something about him made my skin go cold. He carried the same sharp presence as Philip, but darker. He looked just like him. Same blonde hair, same blue eyes, but colder. He smiled slowly. Wow, no greeting, he said lightly. That's rude, little brother. Philip froze. Then he spun around and shouted, Elena, run! I didn't hesitate. I turned and sprinted out of the cabin. May, I screamed. Take Grandma and go, now! I barely got the words out before an arm wrapped around me from behind. A hand covered my mouth. I didn't need to look. I knew that body, that strength, and that cold earth pine scent. His lips brushed my ear as he spoke, calm and deadly. And where do you think you're going? Elena's POV. I wasn't just shocked, I was frozen, petrified, and too terrified to even blink. What was happening? I refused to believe it. All the planning, the running, the risks we took to escape Silver Crest, it couldn't all be for nothing. It couldn't be some stupid chase with no finish line. But the truth was crushing me. Eric's hand was locked around my wrist, tight and unyielding. His powerful scent filled the air, heavy and suffocating, wrapping around me like a cage. That alone shattered any hope I had left. I had fooled myself into thinking I was free. I had run so far, fought so hard, only to end up right back in his grasp. In a blink, he spun me around and lifted my chin roughly, forcing my face up. The look in his eyes sent a cold wave through my body. There was no warmth there, no restraint, just fury and possession. Last time, he growled, you said you were just hanging out with him. You said you weren't trying to run. His grip tightened slightly. So tell me, what about now? My throat went dry. I swallowed hard and set my jaw. I didn't answer. I didn't look away either. I was shaking too badly to trust my voice. Answer me, he roared, the sound echoing around us. Don't tell me you were on another fun little drive, locked in a truck with him for 10 damn hours. No, I said sharply, forcing the words out. It wasn't a joyride this time. My voice steadied as anger pushed past the fear. It was deliberate and planned. I knew exactly what I was doing. I lifted my chin despite his hold. I took my friend, I took my grandmother, and I was leaving you. For good. His eyes darkened. I'm done with your control, I continued, heart hammering. Done with your games. I won't live like this anymore. I didn't get to say another word. He crashed his mouth against mine, rough and punishing, cutting me off completely. There was no heat in the kiss, only rage. I felt nothing but disgust. I slammed my fists against his chest, struggling hard, twisting and pushing with everything I had. Get off me! I fought to break free, breath ragged, fury burning through my veins. But he didn't loosen his grip, not even a little. You chose this yourself, Eric growled close to my ear, his voice low and dangerous. No one dragged you into my world. You were desperate for a way out of that hellhole. You clutched at it like it was life itself. So don't tell me you didn't make your choice. I jerked back, my voice trembling but loud. You never told me what that choice would cost me. I'd have taken being broke, being nothing, over this humiliation at your side and over being trapped by you. His grip tightened on my wrist, sharp and possessive, his eyes flashing fire. You're not done yet, Elena. You don't get to claim suffering. You wanted this life. You still do. And then I heard footsteps. Heavy and deliberate, my stomach dropped. The blonde-haired figure appeared behind us, dragging Philip across the floor. Bloodied, bruised, and struggling to breathe, he looked broken. I froze, a scream caught in my throat. No, don't touch him! Eric's hand clamped tighter around my wrist, tilting my head so I had no choice but to watch. If you want him alive, you stay quiet, he hissed, every word sharp enough to cut. He hasn't done anything, I said. my voice trembling despite my effort to sound steady. "You have no right to hurt him." Damien laughed softly like I just told a bad joke. "No right?" he repeated. "He shattered an alliance between West Oak and Silver Crest. He helped steal what belongs to Alpha Eric. Running off with you alone already earned him a death sentence. The fact that he dared to plan it?" He shook his head. "That takes guts. Stupid guts." My hands curled into fists. The way he said it, "what belongs to Alpha Eric," made my stomach twist. Like I was an object. Like I had no voice, no choice, no will of my own. Men like them always thought power erased consent. Philip suddenly lifted his head. Blood spilled from his mouth as he spat straight at Damien's face. "Go to hell," Philip rasped. "I don't regret any of it, not for a second. If I had another chance, I'd do it again. I'd take Elena and run. And next time, we wouldn't be this unlucky and you wouldn't catch us." For a split second, the air went dead still. Then Damien laughed, loud, sharp, and cruel. "Unlucky?" he said. "Is that what you think this was?" Philip's defiance flickered. Damien leaned closer, his voice dropping. "We knew. Every step. From the second you climbed into that truck, we knew. The hospital stunt, the fake chaos, hiding in the cargo." He scoffed. "Cute, but not clever." My heart slammed painfully against my ribs. "We've been following you since you left Silver Crest," Damien continued calmly. "You never had a head start. You were never ahead. We let you go because we wanted to see how far you'd run." The truth hit like a blade. All that hope, every mile, every whispered plan about freedom, it hadn't been an escape at all. It had been a leash, just long enough for them to enjoy pulling it tight. Then why? Why let us get this far? My voice shook, barely a whisper. Why not just stop us sooner? Damien's grin was calm, almost playful, but it made my blood run cold. "Because seeing how far you'd go was far more entertaining," he said smoothly. "We wanted to watch you run straight into our hands." My stomach dropped. Everything, the risks, the miles, the hope, I'd felt it all for nothing. I screamed, thrashing against Eric's grip, fists pounding his chest. "You bastard!" I shouted, pain and fury clawing through me. Eric didn't flinch. He tightened his hold on my wrist, voice low and dangerous. "No, Elena, you don't get to be angry, you don't get to hurt. I gave you chances. From the hospital to the checkpoint, you had countless opportunities to stop, to turn back. But you didn't. You kept going. You tried to leave me." "Yes, I did," I spat back, rage drowning every ounce of fear. "Philip's a decent man, at least. But you're a monster, a damn monster." My words had no effect on him, no hesitation, no flicker of doubt. His face twisted into something terrifying, something primal, but I didn't care anymore. Damien whistled, sharp and cruel. "Shall we deal with him first?" Eric's eyes locked onto mine, cold and merciless. "Yes," he said, calm as death. "Show them. Let them see the cost of betrayal." Damien laughed and drew a gun, quick and precise. Without warning, Philip cried out as a shot tore into his leg. His body went rigid, face paling as he bit down hard to hold back the scream. Damien didn't pause. He kicked him hard, pressed his boot into the wound, and Philip finally let out a piercing scream of agony. "Stop! Let him go! Stop!" My voice cracked, raw and desperate. I lunged, screamed, but Damien didn't even glance at me. He pressed harder, his words like acid. "Philip, do you actually imagine yourself as noble?" Damien sneered, his voice mocking. "Don't flatter yourself. You've got nothing. Your mother's a whore. You're worthless. Half-bred. A joke." Philip's gas rattled the air. "Shut up, you sick bastard. You'll never beat us," Damien said, laughing, cruel and triumphant. "You can't save her. You can't even save yourself. Everything you've ever been, a pathetic joke." Eric leaned down again, his grip firm on my chin, forcing me to look at Philip's bleeding leg. The sight made my stomach twist, my chest tighten. His voice was ice. "Look carefully, Elena. This is the result of defiance, of running, of trying to betray me, anyone you care for. This is what happens when you choose to fight me." I wanted to scream again, to cry, to break something, but the weight of reality pressed down was too hard. Every beat of my heart shouted, "This is real, this is happening, and if we don't act, we're finished." The pain tearing through my chest was unbearable. It felt like my heart was being crushed slowly and deliberately. And in that moment, something inside me snapped. Whatever fear I had left burned away, replaced by pure hatred. I moved without thinking. My hand flew to my pocket, closing around the small knife I always carried for protection. Before my mind could catch up, I drove it forward, straight into his chest. "Go to hell, you fucking devil!" I screamed. For half a second, I thought, please let this work. But he didn't cry out. He didn't stagger. He didn't even flinch. Instead, he looked down at the blade, then back at me. A slow, dark smile spread across his face, calm and almost amused, like I'd just brushed dust off his coat. He wrapped his hand around my wrist, steady and warm, completely unbothered. "I warned you," he said softly, almost gently. "You can't hurt me." My breath came out in broken gasps as he leaned closer, his presence swallowing the air around us. His voice dropped, firm and absolute. "I am your alpha, Elena. There is nothing you can do, nothing that will ever touch me." The knife slid uselessly from my shaking fingers and hit the ground with a dull sound. That was when the truth hit me fully. I hadn't just failed. I never stood a chance. He hauled me into him so hard my breath knocked out of my chest. "And if I'm heading to hell," he rasped against my ear, voice rough and feral, "you don't get to stay behind." Before I could curse him again, the ground vanished. He swung me over his shoulder and jumped. Cold water swallowed my scream as we crashed into the sea. The impact knocked the air from my lungs, panic clawing at my chest. When we resurfaced, he dragged me through the waves like I weighed nothing, hauling me back toward shore. My heart was beating so fast it hurt. Philip, May, Grandma. The moment my feet hit sand, the world froze. Eric's men were everywhere. They formed a tight circle around May and my grandmother, rifles raised, fingers resting lazily on triggers. May stood stiff, terror carved into her face, my grandmother gripping her arm like she could shield her with her own body. "No." The words slipped out of me, broken. "Please don't. They didn't do anything." I grabbed Eric's shirt, shaking. "This is between us. Let them go." He didn't even look at me. "Start with the girl," he said calmly. One of the men stepped forward, lifting his gun toward May's head. May gasped, her hands flying to her mouth as tears poured down her face. Her knees shook, but she didn't scream. That somehow made it worse. "No," I screamed, my voice tearing apart. "Stop! I'll do anything, anything." Eric finally turned to me. His eyes were empty, cold, like whatever once lived inside him had died. "Apologize to me," he said. "Say you regret betraying me." I stared at him, disbelief burning through my fear. "You're sick." His jaw tightened. "Say you're sorry and swear. Swear to the moon goddess that you'll never break our bond again." "Go to hell." He tilted his head slightly. "Then watch her die." The man with the gun cocked it. "Wait," I sobbed. The word ripped out of me. My chest felt like it was splitting open. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for running. I'm sorry for betraying you, Alpha Eric. I swear to the moon goddess, I'll never try to leave again." My pride shattered with every word, but I kept going because May was still breathing. "And Philip," Eric said softly, almost pleasantly. His arm locked around my waist, crushing me against him. "Say his name. Say you're done with him." I closed my eyes. Everything inside me went numb. "I'll never see him again," I whispered. The lie tasted like blood. There was no love left in me. Whatever I once felt for Eric had rotted into fear and hatred. He must have sensed it, but it didn't matter. He never wanted my heart. He wanted control. "Good," he said. Then he threw his head back and howled. The sound ripped through the air, deep and violent, shaking the ground beneath our feet. His body twisted, bones stretching as black fur spilled across his skin. In seconds, the man was gone, replaced by a massive black wolf, eyes glowing with raw dominance. His alpha aura exploded outward. The force slammed into everyone around us. Men dropped to their knees like puppets with cut strings. Even Damien bowed, teeth clenched, fighting the pressure. I was the only one still standing, trapped in the shadow of a monster who had just reminded the world exactly who he was. The massive black wolf towered over me, blotting out the light. This wasn't the wolf from my dreams, the quiet one that used to curl beside me, warm and calm, breathing steadily against the forest floor. That wolf felt safe. This one was a nightmare. A low, threatening growl rolled from his chest, vibrating straight through my bones. Before I could move, his jaws caught my clothes and lifted me off the ground like I weighed nothing. I barely had time to scream before he flung me onto his back. Then he ran. The forest became a blur of shadows and rushing air. Branches whipped past us as he tore through the trees, his speed unreal. I clutched at his thick fur, heart hammering, fear clawing up my throat. Promise me, I screamed over the roar of the wind. Swear you won't touch May or my grandmother ever again. He didn't slow. He didn't answer. If anything, he ran harder. The woods thinned, giving way to rocky paths and narrow trails climbing higher and higher. Steep slopes meant nothing to him. He moved like the mountain itself had opened a path just for him. With every leap, we left the world behind. No roads, no lights, no people. By the time he stopped, my limbs were shaking. He tossed me off his back onto a bed of soft moss. The air here felt different, thin, cold, and heavy with silence. A narrow stream murmured somewhere nearby, but beyond that, there was nothing. No birds, no insects, no signs of life. We were completely alone on the mountaintop. The wolf's form rippled and changed, fur retreating as bones reshaped. In seconds, he stood before me again, human once more, completely naked, wild power still clinging to him like heat. Sunlight caught his skin as he moved closer, aphora, making him look unreal, divine, like something carved out of myth instead of flesh. He knelt in front of me slowly and deliberately, like a predator settling in. I couldn't tear my eyes off him. Then his hand closed around my throat. Not crushing, but firm enough to steal my breath, and firm enough to remind me how easily he could. I gasped, fingers curling into the moss as panic flooded my chest. His eyes locked onto mine, dark and unblinking. Up here, on the edge of the world, there was no one left to hear me scream. "Don't for once think I'm letting you go unpunished for breaking your words to me," he murmured, grabbing my hair and tilting my face up. "No, please, you can't. You promised." "Same way you promised and broke yours," he whispered, his voice dark. "And I'd been too lenient to you. That must have made you think you had options." Elena's POV. I didn't know how long I had slept when I woke up. My head was thick and foggy, the silence around me heavy, and for a moment, I didn't even know where I was. Gradually, my senses sharpened, and I noticed the cabin, the wooden ceiling, the simple, rustic furniture, the thick greenery visible through the window. We were still deep in the forest. I tried to move, and pain shot through every inch of my body. My bones ached, stiff and heavy, like I'd been crushed. I noticed I wasn't wearing any clothes under the blanket. Hesitantly, I pulled it away, and the sight of red marks, scratches, and bruises made me let out a shaky sigh. I pulled the blanket over me again, trying to hide from my own body. Just as I was trying to sink back into the bed, the door creaked open. Eric stepped inside, a tray of breakfast balanced in one hand. He was wearing only a pair of jeans, his well-built upper body bare, and his hair was loose, messy in a way that somehow made him look younger, more relaxed, and almost unguarded. He didn't look like the calculated alpha I knew. He looked at home. Then he smiled. That smile, the one that could stop time, lit up the entire cabin. There was something otherworldly about him, an aura that could make any woman melt instantly. But I just lay there with a blank face, my heart refusing to shift. "Good morning, babe," he said, sitting down next to me. The smile never wavered, soft and warm, almost careless, as if nothing else in the world existed but this moment with me. I noticed some bite marks on his chest, from me, I guessed. He set the tray down beside me. "I brought you breakfast. I didn't know exactly what you like, so I made it simple, pancakes and scrambled eggs. Dig in." I glanced at the tray. The food smelled heavenly, and it looked perfect. It was almost impossible to believe that Alpha Eric of Silvercrest, CEO of Thompson Enterprises, had cooked this himself. He reached out, brushing a strand of hair from my face. "Do you want anything else?" I don't want anything, please," I murmured, ducking my head under the blanket, trying to disappear. Without warning, his hand yanked the blanket away. The smile vanished instantly, replaced by a sharp, intense look that pinned me in place. "What's wrong with you?" he asked quietly, but there was strain beneath the calm. I let out a short breath. "What are you talking about?" "This distance," he said. "You're shutting me out." He pulled me closer, his grip firm, almost demanding. "Tell me what you are thinking now?" I smiled to myself. So now he wanted more than my body. He wanted to control my mind too. Did he really believe he had the right to everything about me? "That's not something you get to know," I said flatly. Something in his face broke. The warmth he'd walked in with disappeared, replaced by something dark and sharp. "What is this, Elena?" he snapped, dragging me closer until our faces were inches apart. "I thought we were good after last night." "You thought wrong." I cut in, my voice cold. Do you believe because you took my body, you automatically owned my feelings too? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. That's quite the assumption. His jaw tightened as he studied me, intensely. I kept going, the words spilling out now. Or is it because you know how much my virginity meant to me? My voice trembled, anger rising fast. You think once you took it from me I have nothing left to protect? That I'll just stay because I've already lost it? No, he said, softer now. His hand lifted, cupping my cheek. His touch was gentle, almost careful. I know how the frost pine pack thinks. I know you attach too much importance to staying a virgin before marriage, but your life isn't like that anymore. My chest tightened. You won't belong to anyone else, he continued calmly. You won't marry another man, so those rules don't apply to you anymore. I stared at him in shock. What did you just say? My voice shook. What do you mean I'll never get married? Who gave you the right to decide that? I did, he answered coldly, because you're mine. That was never part of the contract, I shot back. Then we'll change it. His hand slid down to my collarbone, to the marks he'd left there. His fingers traced them proudly. I will decide when our agreement ends. And last night, I decided it's now forever. The word echoed in my head, making my hands shake. If he had said that weeks ago, I might have believed it was love. But now it felt like a sentence. Forever, I whispered. What's that supposed to mean? I wouldn't be able to marry someone? I can't have children and raise a family? I will just be with you as what? I'll give you everything you want, he said firmly. You'll never lack anything. That's not what I want, I cried. I want my freedom. His eyes darkened. Freedom? He repeated. You already swore yourself to me. What else do you think you need freedom for? His voice sharpened. Or are you still thinking about Philip? This isn't about Philip, I said quickly. It better not be, he replied, his tone deadly calm, because I won't forgive you again. Tears slipped down my face before I could stop them. I couldn't believe this was my life now, my future decided by someone else. He leaned in and kissed me softly, then brushed his lips over my tears, wiping them away one by one. I froze. What was he doing? Trying to comfort me? Trying to make it feel better? Just stay with me, he murmured against my skin, his voice deep and gentle. Stay with me. I'll make you happy, I swear. Eat. His voice was calm, but it wasn't a request. He set the plate in front of me and watched, waiting. I'm not hungry, I said, turning my face away. He raised a brow. Your stomach says otherwise. I hated that he noticed. That doesn't mean I want food. He sighed softly, reached for the fork, and said, Fine, then I'll help you. Before I understood what he meant, he scooped some eggs and brought them straight toward my mouth. Alpha. I froze. Don't. He didn't stop. Open your mouth, Elena. I stared at him, shocked. He wasn't joking. There was no anger in his eyes, no threat, just stubborn patience. All right, I snapped, grabbing the fork from his hand. I'll eat. Just stop that. A slow smile curved his lips as he leaned back. Good. I took a bite, then another. My body betrayed me. The food was warm and soft and annoyingly good. You cooked this? I asked without looking at him. Yes. I let out a short laugh. That's hard to believe. Why? He asked. Because I'm not allowed to surprise you? I didn't answer. I kept eating. The next thing I knew, his hands were on me. He lifted me easily, pulling me onto his lap. I stiffened. His arm wrapped around my waist, firm and protective. His lips brushed my neck, slow and unhurried. He inhaled deeply like he was grounding himself in me. I swallowed. This isn't you. He paused. Why? This version of you, I said quietly, the softness and clinginess. I can be, he replied, with you. I didn't want him to. I prefer when he was cruel so it would be easier to hate him. I can change, he said after a moment. Just stay. Let me show you. Seriously? No more telling me I'm worthless? No more group sex with random women? I shot back. His body tensed instantly. I go reckless sometimes. I'm not proud of that, but it won't happen again. Of course, like I'd ever believe in him again. Sensing my suspicion, he tightened his hold around my waist. Things will get better, Elena. Trust me. I always feel better when you're close. I didn't know what to say. I was worried. If his first love and wife couldn't help him, how was it possible I could? And I was just a nobody and a glorified prisoner to him. What do you feel like doing today? He asked, his fingers moving slowly through my hair. We explore the mountains or the lake. It's quiet this season. My body stiffened. I thought we were leaving today. He studied me for a moment. I wanted us to have more time, just us. And my grandmother? I asked. May? They're safe, he said easily. Nothing has happened to them. That wasn't enough. I wanted to see them, to hear their voices, to make sure this wasn't another lie. But before I could push further, he had already turned away, pulling clothes from a drawer. Come on, he said. Let's go hunting. I almost laughed. I didn't want adventure. I wanted a blanket, silence, and space to think. But staying alone with him in that room felt worse. Outside meant air, distance. So I dressed and followed him, Elena's POV. The moment we stepped out, reality hit me. Mountains rose around us like walls. Forests stretched endlessly in every direction. No roads, no signs of life, just wilderness. Why is there even a cabin out here? I asked. He shrugged. I come here when I need to think. Sometimes I stay a while. So all that running and hoping, and I was still trapped inside his land. My chest tightened. Without warning, he shifted. Bones cracked. Fur burst across his skin. In seconds, the man was gone and a massive wolf stood in his place. His voice brushed my mind. Get on. I'm not your saddle, I muttered. A low growl answered me. Watch your mouth. I clenched my jaw but climbed onto his back. His fur was thick and warm, solid beneath my hands. I held onto his neck, closer than I meant to. He stood slowly, steadying himself, then took off. The forest exploded around us. The wind tore at my hair. Trees flashed past. I pressed my face into his fur, heart racing, half terrified, half thrilled. Relax, his voice said gently. I won't let you fall. And somehow, my body believed him. His movements were careful and controlled. He shifted his stride whenever branches dipped low and whenever the ground narrowed. It was power with intention. I laughed before I could stop myself. His wolf rumbled, pleased. That sound suits you. I forgot what this feels like, I admitted, breathing without fear. We slowed when something darted ahead. His muscles went tight. Stay here. He lowered himself and I slid off, legs weak. A deer burst from the brush. I turned away as he sprang. It was fast, too fast. He positioned himself so I wouldn't see much, but I'd seen enough. When it was over, he came back and crouched for me. You okay? He asked. I think so, I said, though my hands shook. I'll take it home, he said. Climb up. The sun was sinking when we headed home. This time I leaned into him without thinking. The fear had faded, replaced by exhaustion. At the cabin, he helped me down. I need a shower, I said. His wolf watched me silently as I went inside. I didn't look back, but I felt him there, solid, unmoving, like the land itself. When I returned, the cabin smelled incredible. Meat roasted over heat. Eric stood by the TV, watching the news like nothing in the world was wrong. The anchor's voice filled the room. Thompson Enterprises continues to spiral after the loss of the Arthur deal. New leadership under Bella Dalton and her husband has drawn intense criticism. Footage flashed. Bella and Mark rushed through crowds, guarded tightly. Protesters shouted, threw things. They looked small and desperate. Shareholders are demanding the return of Alpha Eric, the anchor continued, but his whereabouts remain unknown. I glanced at him looking calm, relaxed, and untouched. Are you really okay with all this? I asked quietly, nodding toward the TV. Your company is falling apart while you hide out here. He gave a small laugh, relaxed, almost amused. Why? Are you worried about me? I shook my head. No, I just want to know when we're leaving. He stepped closer and wrapped his arms around me like the question meant nothing. Bella and her husband deserve what they're getting. Let them go crazy for a while. He waited like he expected me to smile. He studied my face, clearly confused. You're not happy, he said. I thought this would please you. There was nothing left to explain. What he didn't understand was that this moment had already passed. Long ago. Back when I had walked into that club with nothing but hope and desperation asking for help. Back when I needed someone to stand up for me. If he had done it then, he would have been everything. My shield, my rescue. But he hadn't. He laughed at me, dismissed me, made it clear I wasn't worth the effort or the conflict. And now, when it was safe, when I had already been broken in public, when someone else had stepped in and taken the blows meant for me, now he wanted to play the hero. It didn't move me. I didn't believe his promises anymore. And I didn't believe he would ever choose me if it meant going against his blood. He grew serious then, his voice dropping. My sister crossed a line, he said. What she did to you at that meeting was wrong. Publicly embarrassing you, throwing you out of the company, it won't stand. When we go back, I'll correct it." A short, empty laugh slipped out of me before I could stop it. "That's interesting," I said, "because that's not how you felt before." He watched me closely, like he already knew where this was going. "Before all this," I continued, "you didn't think she went too far. You thought I was dramatic. You wanted me to move somewhere else, out of sight." His eyes darkened instead. "Yes," he admitted, "I did. I thought you weren't worth the conflict. But I was wrong," he added. "I see that now. You matter, and I'll make sure you get what you deserve." I stared at him, anger tightening in my chest. So that was it. He never thought I would leave, never thought I had a choice. As long as I stayed quiet and low, I wasn't worth defending. But the moment I ran, the moment he realized he could lose me, now I was suddenly important. What he called care felt like panic, like damage control, like throwing scraps to keep a dog from breaking its chain. And maybe, just maybe, now that he'd finally had my body, he was even more motivated to keep me close. That did it. Something inside me went cold. "That's very generous of you, so you want to punish everyone who once hurt me?" I asked sharply. "Yes," he said. "If that's what it takes to make you happy," I said flatly, "then start with yourself." His expression snapped. "What are you talking about?" "My grandmother," I said, my voice shaking now. "She was dragged out of her hospital bed. Her medication was cut off. She almost died. And it happened on your land, under your authority." His face hardened. "I didn't do that." "Don't lie to me," I shouted. "You threatened them before. You said you would hurt them to punish me. And then it happened." "That wasn't me," he said through clenched teeth. "I would never touch the people you care about." "Stop pretending," I snapped, my voice breaking. "You knew exactly what was happening." I laughed, but there was no humor in it. "You wanted to punish me because of Philip, and bravo, you succeeded." My chest burned as the words poured out. "What you did hurt me more than anything your sister ever pulled. More than the humiliation, more than being thrown out like trash." "I know you're angry," he growled through gritted teeth, "but you can't just blame me for everything that's happened. I didn't do it." I laughed, bitter and sharp. "Then who did? Your beta? Your soldiers? Someone just decided to terrorize my family without your permission?" Before I could step back, he slammed me against the wall, his body caging me in. "Someone went behind my back," he growled, "and when I find out who it was, they'll regret it." I stared at him, breathless, unmoved. "I don't believe you." He stared back like my doubt hurt more than my words. "I won't let this destroy what we have. We had nothing." There was no we. I knew he was the one that hurt my grandma and would never forgive him nor trust him again. I tried to push past him. "Let me go. I need rest." I didn't like the way his body was pressing hard on me. He didn't move. Instead, his gaze dropped, his voice rougher. "Are you still in pain?" "Yes, I need a proper rest." "Let me check." "What? No," I gasped. "I already told you." He kissed me again before I could finish, deeper this time and more demanding. My body betrayed me again, giving in to his touches despite my anger. He lifted me like I weighed nothing and set me down on the dining table. "But I'm hungry." I groaned, trying to resist as he trailed kisses down my neck. "We'll eat after," he murmured, and just like that, he tore my clothes open again, Elena's POV. I stayed still on the bed when I heard him enter the room. I pretended to be asleep, my breathing slow and even, but my mind was far from calm. Every thought kept going back to my grandmother, worrying about her health and seeing images of her weak in a hospital bed. Then to May, frozen in fear with a gun pointed at her head. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the images away. "Dinner will be ready soon," Eric said casually, like we were a normal couple in a normal cabin. I grilled fish. I didn't move, I didn't look at him, and I didn't answer. I wasn't in a mood for talking to him. Silence stretched between us. "Elena." His voice dropped, rougher now. Still, I stayed still. The air changed instantly. In the next second, the mattress dipped sharply. His weight was suddenly on me, fast and unforgiving. He grabbed me and hauled me off the bed like I weighed nothing. My back hit the wall hard, knocking the breath from my lungs. His arm pinned me there while his other hand forced my wrists together behind me. Pain shot up my arms. "Ah, no, please," I cried out before I could stop myself. His mouth brushed my ear as he leaned in from behind, his voice low and dangerous. "Are you ignoring me?" "No, no," I gasped. "I wasn't. I swear." "You don't get to pretend I don't exist," he growled. "Not when I'm talking to you." "I won't," I said quickly, my voice shaking. "I'm sorry." He tightened his hold just enough to remind me who had control. "You will never ignore your alpha," he said firmly. "Yes, Alpha Eric," I whispered. "I'm sorry. It won't happen again." He paused, then slowly he released my wrists. My arms fell to my sides, burning. He turned me around to face him, his expression unreadable. For a moment, he just looked at me, searching and assessing, then leaned down and kissed me, brief and claiming, like a mark instead of comfort. "Good," he said simply. Then he took my hand and pulled me with him toward the dining area, like nothing had happened at all. "Come eat," he added. "Dinner's getting cold." And just like that, I was reminded again. Out here, I didn't get silence. I didn't get space, and I definitely didn't get to disappear. Time slipped away without me noticing. At first, it felt like minutes, then hours, then whole days blurred together. The last time I bothered to count, 5 days had passed since we came to this cabin. I didn't know if Eric had lost his mind, or if he simply no longer cared about his pack and the world he ruled. Either way, he showed no interest in leaving. After our argument, he never turned on the TV again. It was as if everything beyond these mountains had stopped existing. His company, his people, his responsibilities, none of it seemed to matter. Only I did. We were rarely apart. When I opened my eyes each morning, he was already there, watching me with those calm gray eyes. At night, he pulled me close and held me until sleep took me. It felt less like comfort and more like a quiet claim. And slowly, I understood what he was doing. With no phone, no visitors, and no way to reach anyone else, he had me cut off the rest of my world. I had no one to talk to but him. No matter how angry or hurt I still felt, silence wasn't an option. Ignoring him had consequences I didn't want to face again. So I spoke to him. I answered him. I stayed. And whether I liked it or not, his plan was working. Out there, the days followed a quiet rhythm. Most mornings started with the cold mountain air creeping into the cabin. Eric would wake me early, long before the sun climbed fully into the sky. Sometimes he shifted into his wolf and ran ahead, circling back like he was guarding the land itself. Other times, he stayed human, walking beside me through narrow trails, pointing out animal tracks, broken branches, places where the ground dipped or rose. We spent hours outside. He taught me how to recognize sounds in the forest, the difference between danger and harmless movement, the call of birds, the rustle of small animals hiding. He showed me where the water ran clean and cold, where the trees gave enough shade to rest. When we stopped, he always positioned himself close, never fully relaxed unless I was within reach. Hunting was part of the routine too. I stayed back while he moved through the forest with ease, silent and focused. Sometimes he returned carrying food. Other times, he came back empty-handed but calm, like the chase itself was enough. We'd sit on fallen logs or flat rocks, eating together, the mountains stretching endlessly around us. In the afternoons, we ran. Sometimes he carried me on his back in wolf form. Sometimes we raced on foot, laughter breaking through despite myself. The wind, the height, the wide open space, it made everything feel distant, smaller, even my fear. By evening, we always found our way back to the cabin. Tired, dirty, quiet. Those days outside felt strange and unreal, almost peaceful. And that was the most confusing part of all. I lingered in the bathroom longer than necessary, blow-drying my hair at a painfully slow pace while holding my breath, listening. They were in the living room. "Everything is in place, Alpha," a man reported. "The helicopter is fueled and waiting. Once you give the word, we'll depart for Silvercrest immediately." Good. Eric's voice was back to that familiar detached calm, cold, controlled, and unreadable. My stomach twisted. They were waiting for me. I pressed the towel to my face and groaned quietly. How am I supposed to walk out there like nothing happened? I wished briefly, desperately, that the ground would open up and swallow me whole. "Elena?" His voice came from right outside the door. I startled. "Yes? Is everything all right in there?" A pause. "Do you want me to come in?" My heart slammed against my ribs. Absolutely not. No, I'm fine. I'm coming out now." I splashed cold water on my cheeks, hoping it would hide the heat burning beneath my skin. then unlocked the door. He was right there. Eric stood inches away, filling the doorway like he always did, tall, solid, and impossible to ignore. The afternoon light spilled in from the window behind him, sharpening the steel gray of his eyes. For a moment, he just looked at me. Then his lips curved into a faint smile. "You're beautiful." I blinked, caught off guard. "Come," he said, offering his hand. "We're leaving." He led me into the living room. 5 men were waiting, all of them tall, all of them were armed. And standing slightly ahead of the others was a broad-shouldered man with dark hair and sharp eyes. Troy. I'd seen him around the mansion before. Eric's head of security. The instant we stepped in, every single one of them looked away. My face flamed. They heard everything. I shot Eric a glare. "This is your fault." "Alpha," Troy said, his voice crisp, professional. "We're ready to move." Eric didn't answer immediately. "Troy," he said instead. "This is Miss Gray." I stiffened. Troy blinked. Surprise flickered across his face before he masked it. "We've met, briefly," Troy said carefully. Eric's arm slid around my waist, firm and possessive. "From today onward," Eric continued, "Elena has full security clearance, same as mine." Every head snapped toward me. My pulse spiked. "She is under my protection," Eric said evenly. "You answer to her safety as you answer to mine. Is that clear?" "Yes, Alpha," the men replied in unison. Troy inclined his head toward me. "It will be an honor, Miss Gray." Thank you," I murmured, feeling suddenly very small under their attention. "Let's go," Eric said. Outside, the forest clearing buzzed with the steady whir of helicopter blades. As we walked, I leaned closer to him. "What was that?" "What was what?" "You just assigned your personal security team to me," I whispered. "That's not normal. Not even Luna gets that level of protection. Are you watching me?" He didn't slow his steps. "Are you planning to run again?" I swallowed. "Troy's primary duty is to keep you alive," Eric said calmly. Then his tone dropped. "His secondary duty is to make sure you don't do anything foolish." A shiver ran down my spine. The helicopter lifted into the air minutes later. I stared out the window as the cabin disappeared beneath the sea of trees. 5 days ago, I would have done anything to escape that place. Now, my chest felt tight, because whatever waited for me in Silvercrest was far more dangerous. Silvercrest Pack was already awake when we landed. Troy stayed close as we disembarked. "Alpha, there's an issue. Reporters have gathered outside the main gate." Eric's jaw tightened. It was supposed to be classified. Yes, but the elders in Beta Alex believed a public return would stabilize the market and reassure investors. Eric exhaled slowly. "Of course they did. I can have them removed immediately." "No," Eric said, already moving forward. "Let them watch." The doors slid open. Light exploded. The camera flashes. Shouting voices. Microphones shoved forward. I instinctively tried to pull my hand free. Eric didn't let me. His fingers tightened around mine, grounding, unyielding. "Alpha, Eric. The pack is celebrating your return. Was your disappearance health-related? Is it true you were incapacitated?" Troy stepped forward. "No questions." "No," Eric interrupted. The noise dipped. "I didn't leave because I was weak," Eric said, his voice carrying effortlessly over the crowd. "I left to retrieve something that belongs to me." He turned. His thumb brushed my cheek, slow and deliberate, tucking my hair behind my ear. Cameras froze. Gasps rippled. My breath caught. "This," Eric said calmly, "was worth the absence." And in that moment, I knew. There was no hiding anymore, and no running away. Elena's POV. Coming back to Eric's villa felt like coming home, or at least I thought it would. I expected to finally breathe again, to rest, to have a little peace while Eric decided what to do about my career and the mess at work. I thought, at least here, I'll be safe. I was wrong. The villa felt different the moment I stepped inside. Cold, tense, like something had shifted while I was away. The first thing I noticed was that James was gone. In his place stood a woman I'd never seen before, Mrs. Hill. She was older, stiff, and always wore a tight frown, like the world personally offended her. Her eyes followed me everywhere, sharp and judging. I knew instantly I wasn't welcome. Once we settled back in, Eric became busier than ever. He barely stayed home. Most days he left before sunrise and returned late at night, buried in calls and meetings, trying to fix the damage and restore TE's lost glory. I barely saw him. And Mrs. Hill made sure I felt that absence. She wouldn't let me into the kitchen, not to cook for Eric, not even to make something small for myself. "I'll handle it," she'd say sharply whenever I tried, blocking my way like I was trespassing. I missed James more than I expected. Helping him in the kitchen had been comforting. We talked, laughed, and it gave me something to do. It made the villa feel warm, human. Now the kitchen felt off limits, like a territory I wasn't allowed to step into. Mrs. Hill acted as if the entire villa belonged to her. She gave orders, slammed cupboards, and spoke to me like I was a problem she hadn't asked for. The worst part wasn't her words, it was the way she looked at me. Like I didn't belong here, like I was something temporary, unwanted. Each day, that look chipped away at me. I wasn't a guest, I wasn't family, I wasn't even staff. I felt like a prisoner, kept in luxury, fed and housed, but watched, restricted, and quietly punished for existing. And that realization hurt more than I wanted to admit. One morning, I woke up starving. I waited and didn't see my breakfast or the omega that usually comes to serve me. That had never happened before. Annoyed, I threw off the covers and marched straight to the kitchen to make something for myself. I barely cracked an egg when Mrs. Hill stormed in like a thundercloud. "What do you think you're doing?" she barked. "You are not allowed in here." I turned to face her, my patience finally gone. "I can be anywhere I want in this house. Try stopping me." She stared at me like she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. "You are unbelievably rude. You don't speak to your elders like that." "I can speak however I want to someone who's been nasty to me from day one," I snapped back. "I'm done avoiding you. From now on, I'll enter this kitchen whenever I feel like it, and I'll do whatever I want in this villa." Then I turned away and went back to scrambling my eggs. Her face went red with fury. "How dare you?" she growled. "You are the most vulgar, disrespectful, and nasty woman I've ever seen around our alpha. You do not deserve his attention." I yawned loudly and deliberately. "Your opinion means absolutely nothing to me." I slid the eggs onto a plate and turned to leave. At that point, I had only one goal in mind: figure out how to get James back. I could not stand another day with this woman. "Wait," she snapped, rushing forward to block my path. "What now?" I frowned. She straightened, clearly pleased to finally have something she thought was power. "I was sent here by the former Alpha and Luna. Since you are staying by Alpha Eric's side, they expect you to start paying attention to your appearance and behavior." So that was her angle. I didn't flinch. "What's wrong with the way I look or act?" She gave me a slow look over. "First of all, your clothes look cheap. Even school teachers dress better." Her eyes dropped to my jeans and flats. "You are lowering the Alpha's status by wearing that." "I'm not going to wear heels and dresses in my own home," I said coldly. "That's not my style." She wasn't done. Her gaze moved to my hair. "And this, leaving your hair unkept or in ponytails, is classless. Well-styled hair says everything about social class. The least you can do is visit a saloon once a week." I clenched my jaw, waiting for her to stop. She didn't. "And your manners," she continued. "Living here does not give you any privilege. You are not Alpha Eric's official partner, not even his mistress. That places you on the same level as the servants. You will never walk beside him, never turn your back on him, and you will address him only as Alpha or Sir." I actually laughed, sharp and mocking. "Does Eric even know you were sent to lecture me?" I asked. "Don't you dare call the Alpha by his first name," she snapped, puffing up like an angry bird. "It's obvious you weren't properly raised. Growing up without a mother explains your lack of manners." That was it. "Who told you I didn't have a mother?" I asked quietly, my voice turning icy. She scoffed. "Everyone knows. She ran off when you were young, didn't she? You never had a proper female role model." I didn't even plan it. One moment, I dropped the plate of eggs, and before her mouth could form another insult about my upbringing, my fist connected with her face. Her scream echoed through the kitchen. She staggered back, hands flying to her nose as her glasses clattered to the floor. Shock flashed across her features before fury replaced it. "You insolent!" "Stop," I said, my voice low but steady. My heart was pounding, yet my hands were calm. "You don't get to talk about my mother, ever." She was shaking now, whether from pain or rage, I didn't care. "I will report this to Alpha Eric," she hissed. "You'll regret laying your hands on me." I let out a bitter laugh. "Do it. Tell him everything. Tell him you cornered me. Tell him you insulted my family. And if he wants me gone after that?" I shrugged. Then I'll be so glad to leave. I walked past her and went upstairs before she could say another word. Inside my room, I locked the door and leaned against it for a moment, breathing hard. Then I grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. I needed distraction. I needed to know what kind of storm Eric had walked back into. The news channel was already buzzing. Breaking update, the anchor announced brightly. Alpha Eric has officially resumed his duties. Footage of him filled the screen, always looking calm, composed, unshaken. After weeks of instability caused by internal family interference, she continued, his brief appearance alone was enough to restore investor confidence. TE shares surged almost immediately. Her co-host smirked. As for Bella and her husband, Mark Dalton, sources say their attempt to seize control has officially collapsed. Analysts are calling it one of the most embarrassing power grabs in recent PAC history. I smiled faintly. So all that efforts and scheming, they failure. But Alpha Eric wasn't alone during his return, the anchor added. A woman accompanied him. My chest tightened, a photo appeared on screen. Me with tired eyes, messy hair, no polish, no mask. This is Elena Gray, the anchor said, an ex-employee at TE and, interestingly, the former girlfriend of Mark Dalton. Ouch, her co-host laughed. That's awkward. They arrived together and left together, she went on, which has sparked intense speculation. Is she his Luna-to-be? The man asked sarcastically. Highly unlikely. Agreed, she replied. Alpha Eric didn't confirm any relationship, and let's be honest, by Silvercrest standards. The screen shifted. My past unfolded like a public file. Old school photos, my cheap apartments, me standing in line at a discount store. My stomach dropped. Not exactly Luna material, the anchor said lightly. Thompson's bloodline has always married within nobility. That's how they maintain power. And Elena Gray, the man added, she doesn't fit the image. At all. The tone turned cruel. They went ahead to mention addresses and my family details and people connected to me. This level of exposure is brutal, the woman said, though her smile didn't fade, but perhaps necessary. For the pack, the man agreed. Let's hope Alpha Eric chooses wisely next time. The screen went dark. I turned off the TV and sat there in silence. I wanted to call Eric so badly, to tell him about the nasty things said about me on the news, but I still didn't have a phone. No way to reach him, no way to explain what I had just seen or how exposed I felt. I sat down on the floor beside the bed, pulled my knees close, and stared at nothing. Tears came slowly, quietly, the kind that feel heavy rather than loud. I felt tired, drained, like too much had happened in one day. I don't know how long I stayed there. Then the door opened suddenly. I looked up. Eric stood in the doorway. He was still in his suit and all, like he had come straight from work. His face looked calm, but his eyes weren't. They were dark and distant, like he was holding something back. He didn't say anything at first. He walked past me and went straight to the television. With one sharp movement, he pulled the plug from the wall. Then, without hesitation, he lifted the screen and tossed it out through the open window. The sound of it breaking below made me flinch. He turned around slowly. I saw the news, he said. His voice was steady. I'm sorry you had to go through that. It won't happen again. That was all it took. I stood up and walked straight into his arms. He held me easily, and I cried harder, gripping his jacket like I needed something solid to stay upright. After a moment, he spoke again. Did anyone in this house say anything to you? I nodded. Mrs. Hill, I said quietly. She talked about my clothes, my hair, the way I act. She said I wasn't important and have the same status as the servants, that I didn't belong here. I swallowed. She mentioned my mother. My voice broke. Eric's jaw tightened, but he didn't say anything to me. He gently guided me to sit on the bed, then turned toward the door. Troy. His voice carried down the hallway. Troy appeared almost immediately. Alpha? Mrs. Hill is no longer needed here, Eric said calmly. Make sure she leaves now. Yes, Alpha. When Troy left, Eric came back and sat beside me. He pulled me into his arms again, slower this time, like he wanted me to settle. No one here has the right to speak to you that way, he said quietly. This is your home too. I pressed my face into his jacket and cried until I had nothing left. No anger, no strength, just exhaustion. Eric stayed there, holding me steady while my breathing slowly evened out, my sobs turning into small, uneven breaths. After a while, he lifted my chin gently, making me look at him. The anger in his eyes was still there, but it wasn't cold anymore. It was focused and protective, almost frightening in how sure it was. "Listen to me, Elena," he said quietly. "You don't answer to them. Their opinions don't define you. I do." His thumb brushed my cheek. "And to me, you matter. You're valuable. You're worth more than every polished, noble-born woman who's ever pretended to be important in this pack." He kissed me then, very deeply. It was firm and deliberate, like he was making a point rather than asking permission. When he pulled back, he rested his forehead against mine, our breaths mixing. "No one gets to disrespect you," he said. "Ever again. I won't allow it. The next person who disrespects you will lose their tongue. I swear it on my title." Sitting there on the bed with him in the room, still heavy from everything that had happened, I didn't know how to feel. Part of me was unsettled by how absolute he sounded. Another part of me felt strangely protected. Eric wasn't gentle reassurance or comforting promises. He was a consuming, possessive, and destructive storm that didn't apologize for itself. And for the first time, I realized one scary truth. I didn't know if I wanted to escape that kind of storm or stay right inside it.